将拨开雾霭迷茫，不觉已一日过半。过眼的葱郁风光，细数泛了黄。
欢迎来到 NBPL， 你现在正在收看的是2026永劫无限职业联赛第2赛段的第一个比赛日的现场。大家好，我是你们的班主任任栋。那么在第2赛段开启之前的话，首先我们将进行一个荣耀时刻。那么都知道第1赛段的单排冠军属于 OUG 的 Spider， 我们今天也特意为他准备了一个金乌荣耀徽章。那么首先让我们请出第1赛段的冠军，有请 OUG 蜘蛛先生。 经过了第1赛段 ，OUG Spider 再次展现了他极强的统治力。那么我相信这个荣誉也是实至名归。那首先问一下蜘蛛，第1赛段结束完之后，马上开启第2赛段，目前自己的一个准备情况怎么样？
就是跟往常保持一样，
用平常心来迎接新的挑战。那么接下来，让我们有请我们的李小姐送上象征着第1赛段的至高荣耀的金乌徽章，有请。 我相信，伴随着第1赛段的荣耀时刻，开启了第2赛段，所有参赛的选手重新分组之后，也将会在每一组每一场比赛拼尽全力，用他们的博弈为我们送上一场又一场精彩的对决。那么，金乌徽章也象征着第1赛段的最高荣耀，也希望我们的 Spider 带上金乌徽章之后，用平常心，但是用 精彩的操作来迎接第2赛段全新的一个开启，也希望这个徽章可以给他带来好运。这个徽章的陨落，我相信预示着第2赛段有更好的一个开始，也希望接下来第2赛段这个徽章可以和他一起戴在属于冠军的胸前。那么接下来的话，比赛马上就要开始了，赛前有什么话送给支持你的粉丝们讲？
天天开心，保持身体健康。
保持平常心，保持身体健康。接下来也希望 Spider 在第2赛段可以好好的再次带上他的金乌徽章。那么 NBPL 第2赛段单排首个比赛日即将开始，祝所有选手好运，加油！
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Creatives, and I'm here today with Severio. We got our Stage 2, Day 1 here for Group A being played out today. Severio, we had an amazing Stage 1. We had crowned out winners there for OGG Spider, and we got TE for Trios. Now we're locking in for our second week. Same format. Talk to me. How do you feel about the first format? I mean, the first week of the new format being played out. Do you think this week we're gonna see a lot more, structure compared to what we had our first week? A lot of things were being tested from a lot of these players. A lot of players, are trying to get accustomed to this new system. Do you think this week we're gonna be able to see, probably something more, I would say more optimal?
Yeah, no, I think the refinement stages have come through. First stage being 3 weeks. I mean, people who got knocked down early, especially for the lower stages and the lower rounds brackets,
yeah,
they'd have a lot to kind of study over, right? To kind of get things set up here for the first week or for the first stage into second stage. First and foremost, right, patch is going to be happening, right? Which comes down to new elements that they would be adapting to. Sometimes we've seen players fall off that has succeeded in the past. I'm looking at you, Asia, bro. Like some players that end up going past the patch and all of a sudden there's a whole flaw in their, fall from grace in terms of performance. So we have to see how that's going to end up for him. One thing's for certain though, seeing Spider get out here for the victory, right, from last week when he earned it in 4 rounds, able to succeed picking out the double to mulch. That way he was able to secure the victory and not giving the lobby any chance to room to breathe, right? He was able to secure it, especially since Mike was going on a 6-kill tear on that Yoruhime. Getting eliminated out before he even had a chance. Though for you guys in the Twitch chat, drops are in the way. For you guys, it's a 15-30 minute hour timeline window. That is for you guys to recognize that you get those drops every single day for each NBPL day that comes through here. And beyond that, Champion Bubble Choice Gift, that's going to be for Stage 2 finals. That's 3 weeks out. So make sure you guys have your schedules lined up for that. Beyond that, though, we do have a chance, right, to kind of look into seeing about more. Whatever happens in Versus happens, right? That's going to be the case. But what I want to kind of see is where the variations come through, if it's changed at all. I doubt it. Fairy Shen's power has kind of been something that's never been seen before at this level, just being able to be perma-picked inside of the picks of the Versus, alongside Justina. right? V2 variation, a way to kind of see about each of those forces canceling each other out in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're going back to like traditional, just Varia, just being able to stall, right? Being able to get that mech. But like you mentioned, the counterpart there being that Justina V2, which just, you know, stops her from healing and allows her to heal as well. I believe we saw some crazy like prediction V2s from I think it was either Wu Fong or Verse. I can't remember, but one of the days I was casting solos, it was just some crazy prediction there in the martial arts solos. But yeah, right. You mentioned there are some changes now with this patch in play with Immortal War. So that's martial arts. Nothing too crazy for the martial arts, but I don't know if you want to break down a little bit of the BR, just so everybody at home knows that it's not anything major. I don't think these changes are going to change that stall point there after second yang, but you know, it is something though for sure.
Yeah. I mean, for the versus side of things, the one thing we're going to see first is kind of seeing a wall, right? You guys are going to be able to see the original recipe Romy Yang wall that happens there. Before we get more into that, though, here's a schedule update, right? This is what I was talking about 3 weeks later. Now, from now on, from the 9th of April, as we are right now today, good morning, until the 26th of April, that is going to be coming down to Stage 2, beginning to end. All right, 25th of April being Stage 2 finals for solos, 26th for solos, or for trios, I should say. The 30th is most definitely going to be starting off here. We should have that to be where last chance qualifiers happens until May, to the beginning of May. And then after we end up going past that to the 3rd, 16th and 17th of May is going to be our grand finals. Now that's going to be in not to be kind of like going through there. It's not going to be in Shanghai. It's going to be in Xi'an, right? That's going to be the city that's going to be hosted out. So for everyone that comes down to this is going to be it's going to be a massive gas. Like no propane tank. I'm talking natural gas levels of height. This is going to be our Stage 8 group, though. I know this is kind of a switch up from what you guys were hoping to see, but hey, it happens. Group A is going to have Spider with GG Shen, FPX's Asia, WBG's Verse, RW's Weemao, going to have SS1's Frostmas, TT25, and DRG's Ruo. That's going to be coming down to today. And on Saturday, it's going to be SR's Mike, Wang Liang. It's going to be WFG's Shunwan. You're going to have XKG's Arano, Alliance's Pace, TE's Wufang, Wolves' Ron, 521's Lipolaris, right? That's going to be the set coming down here, guys. This is going to be for solos for the remainder of the weekend, just seeing who's going to be locked down to the winner's bracket and to the loser's bracket.
With how fast the spring finals is coming, I mean, before I have already anticipated, like, I mean, you really don't have any room for error, right? You have to get top 4 in your day. Before, yeah, you had a little bit of a leeway. Okay, I had a bad day. I can make up points. I got this multiplier system in play from last year and the years prior to that. But, you know, now with how fast that finals is coming, man, the pressure is a lot higher, especially for players like Ruo and Ron, right? 2 new cats in the block here from the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. You really don't have a lot of time to sit there and try to get comfortable. You got put into the league. You got 3 weeks out. I mean, this is our 2nd stage, and yeah, I mean, time is ticking. You have to try to find some success here, at least being in that top 4 for winners bracket or something, so you can just staple yourself in being in the pro league. Yeah, it's not easy. Not a lot of players can do it, but still, I mean, you know, that's what these players are working towards, just trying to be the best of the best in the game. But, you know, you're going to have to stop forces like Spider. I mean, Versus in here too. Frostvis, TT25. Going to be looking at HM too. HM, you know, he's not super new, but I would say he's in the newer side of the players in the league. Love to, you know, just spectate him a little bit more and see how he's doing that throughout this year with him being in the league for a little bit longer. But our schedule for today, as always, that versus mode there for our game 1, 2 through 5 Fireflies, and then that game 6 is going to be our ditto matches there throughout the whole board. But yeah, Severio, that's one of the main things I'm going to be looking at for myself, is those hero picks, right? You had that first stage just to really break down and see what characters you're going to play, was in the mix as well. That first week that we've ever seen in the pro league, players had to be had a chance to test out the V2 with the V1. We were talking a little bit about that, what the players preferred in that essence of that character, because she was getting picked 4th, you know, so you know she's highly up there for these players to perform well for them if she's getting picked 4. But yeah, I think the hero picks for me is going to be something that I'm going to be very keeping a close eye on, especially to see what's going to be our ditto match.
Yeah, and I think another thing too is kind of seeing the priority shift. I mean, for you guys who haven't been looking at the patch notes, I'll drop it in the chat for you guys in a second. More importantly, kind of giving you understanding what's going to happen in this patch. I mean, 4 characters got fully affected, right? Justina, or not Justina, Shia Wei got to change her V2, so it gives a healing proc, right, when you hit a target. Kylan got a little bit of buff there for damage, which is for his immediate slash. The other thing too is seeing about Zenda Wu's ultimate. Every time you mark a target, that mark is now a little bit more easier for you to hit as the connections come through for the left click or the right click. And then more importantly, seeing the Xunhua nerfs, seeing how his damage multipliers have gone down, right? You've seen how that has kind of like affected him. We're going to have to see how that does in the long run. Because the other one about it is Akos, right? Dominant pick in the series. Someone who's never had dropped from the top phases except for like twice on the roster for being the mirror comp round pick. So for him to kind of be somewhere he gets knocked down, I mean, that's where his changes are coming from his ultimate gauge, right? If instead of 40% cost to initialize the ultimate, 60%. And instead of having that, his roar went from 22 seconds only in solos to 25 seconds. You know, we're going to see some changes on his V1 in ultimates for trios because that's going to give him attack buff. Do I see it happening? No. V2 is going to be dominant in trios regardless. But it's really about that roar cooldown. That 3 seconds is a big time handle. You know, a lot of players say Zenda Wu is not good because of her combo breaker being so long, but here's the thing. Some characters have a 28-second cooldown and they're still finding viable use. I mean, when we saw Tessa in her viability pick, she still was being utilized by characters or like by heroes, you know, as a top roster. Maybe not the top, but like on the bottom end and still coming out on top. That was due to Arano's plays inside of Doria, even into the Eventide area with the Morsile. But more importantly, what I'm kind of interested in seeing how this first comes down to is the Motor War changes that just involve the map, right? Our rotations in terms of the map means that the size of the map gets a lot smaller over the course of time in terms of trios, but inside of solos, it's actually going to be a little bit more cushion, a little bit more in the spacing size. You know, it's going to be a little bit tighter there. But the Spearwell 1 is going to be something that to keep in mind. It is not going to be a Spearwell that anyone else can pick up any of the items from. Spearwell 2 isn't going to have a buff anymore. It's only going to be just the weapons of purple rarity, or you know, purple rarity basically. It's no longer gold, right, to be given for the second Spearwell. The only one that's going to be really with the buff is going to be the one at the same time as the Yang Spearwell or Yang Spirit line, right, where everyone gets Yang depletion. Other addition is what I want to see is the flag bearer. Whoever wields the flag, right, whoever has Yang depletion has to clear it off themselves. They can get healing over time. Now, I haven't seen the numbers. See, I haven't seen what that's going to be like. But that's just like a huge boon. If it's not alive, it's like 5 heal. Okay, you know what? You know, maybe a little bit of grief, right? But if it's like a 20 heal tick every single time, I mean, that's talking about heal tick upon heal tick. I'm not sure it's going to heal armor. I doubt it. Didn't say there explicitly. But if it comes down to being a heal tick, that's like a substantial amount. Someone could kite around for days and still take a little bit of chip damage and still keep going.
Yeah, because what do we see that one day? Flag was like a no-no for these players. Whole lobby got inflicted with Yang depletion, and no player wanted to touch the flag because as soon as you touched it, you just got rained on, right? Everybody just fully looked at you like a pack of wolves. And you know, we had that one game that was casting that Spider ends up cleansing and everybody else died of Yang depletion. But I feel like if you have, you know, that safety net of the flag now giving you some health over time, it gives you a better chance to capture and try to cleanse out yourself and try to fix a little bit of the situation we have there in that second Yang. Yeah. But just thinking about what you were saying about, you know, the Spirit Well is not giving those buffs no more after second Yang. I don't think personally, just off of paper and how I'm thinking about it in my mind, I don't think that's going to change up any of the pace in these games. I think that's just going to make it a lot harder for these players to try to stay alive, especially with the players that get out of Yang. They're definitely trying to get active as fast as possible, and the players who have Yang depletion have to try to get active as well, just to due to the fact that they have Yang depletion, obviously, right? So yeah. I don't know that those two changes, I don't think it's going to change like the tempo of the game. I just feel like, I don't know, it's something in that second Yang. Not the zone's bigger too to start off. I feel like it's still going to be aggression. It's going to be more of a, you know, kiting game.
It will be
in the early game.
Yeah, you know, the other thing too is, right, and this is one important change before we get to the versus round. Preparation glyph board changes, bro. It's like, dude, this is gonna be crazy because one of the preparation glyph board changes that's really significant, I think, it might show up, who knows. I haven't seen it in pro play as much, but it's the silence. That 2-second silence that it enables you to, once you get a parry, then you get an attack buff of 10%. Like, that's crazy numbers in a short amount of time that you can do a whole heap of trouble. Someone can't get away and they'll die before they even get a chance of using ultimate, the combo breaker into ultimate, or ultimate combo breaker, right? Like Akos. He doesn't get a chance to do that because he takes 1500 damage because third-party source comes in for the blue focus and he's still silenced. There's nothing that's going to be more viable than seeing how that's going to show out here today, if it shows up at all. Disengagement is definitely going to make its appearance. We've seen players already run it before, but purple focus run is going to be a viable pick there as just a 1 point on the nodes, so that way you can prioritize the parry, right, and you'll be able to kind of get that more often.
But I mean, like you were saying before, the Akko's F now being 25, Zenda as well being having a high F cooldown as well. But I feel like, you know, I personally haven't talked about this a lot. Just a lot of players are running green focus. I think that just gives you the safety net of, you know, you can eat up that damage. Yeah, it's still a lot of damage until you can break out, but it just gives you a safety net of trying to cover maybe that ground of that having that those long cooldowns of those Fs. Maybe we shift over to a lot more characters having longer cooldowns on F. We don't know, right? We don't know how the patching is gonna go, but you know, it could be something that could change in that aspect. But yeah, I don't know. Overall, you know, another day, another stage 2, first day here for Group A. Yeah, I don't think I've seen Ruo play. I don't think I got a chance. I think I saw Ron play. So for the new kids, you know, it's always rough, right? Trying to get into the league, try to adjust, try to get into the same tempo and the pacing that these pro league players play, because you know it's so fast, so aggressive, and you know it's really hard to have any mistakes when you're fighting players of these type of calibers. So it's gonna be another testing day here for the young cat. But overall, yeah, Azhao, sorry, Azhao.
My man, that's my man.
That's your boy.
I'm a trash talk you until oblivion, and then I'm gonna throw a 1.0 blue focus in your face. What are you gonna do about it? He's one of the ones that kind of comes down this season as probably one of the we gotta stand for that medallion now. I mean, listen, I know it didn't stick to his shirt, but like Spider's like, I gotta show this off somehow. Show the focal length on this camera though. This thing is kind of majestic.
It's fire.
Too fire.
You know, Spider, very dominant. I would say like early mid-season to even till late season. I would say for 2025 had a very dominant performance. Unfortunate for him, wasn't able to close out to get the J Cup, but you know, comes back to the 2026 season, still strong. Been putting in a lot of hours to watch him stream yesterday. I think their 8th pick is. I think they're working on the Kylan. I think that's where we had a little bit of a mix-up with a couple players. I think Frost played some Valda, Kylan's were out. I mean, it's kind of rough now with how many characters we have, and in the 8-player format. Man, just do the Takeda rework, man. Do the Takeda rework. Let's get them in here. Let's put them in the mix. You know, we missed the Furin, man.
I miss it. I miss saying Fear and Desolation, bro. The implosion, like just having that to show up there, bro. I'm just like, it's been 2 years, man. I've been waiting for that moment to come back, but this guy is gone, at least for now. I want to see how this rework is going to impact the league as a choice pick there. But Akko Shunhwan are still king, at least for now. We got to see what's going to happen. The Zenda changes. I mean, like you said, you've seen a lot of players taking a chance and playing her out, seeing what her viability is. Now, V1, V2, that's the biggest conversation point that we can talk about. What's the best option, right? What we want to bring to endgame circle or bring all the time? V1 has a lot of value to counter a lot of range from Tumult Wisps. If you see a Yodohime F1 to kind of come down your way, doesn't matter. Or even grapple strikes. It's essentially the same thing as a wind wall from Wuchen. Whenever you guys watch the trios matches, because Wuchen barely makes his appearance here in solos. I mean, last time we had him was like just months and months and months ago. But the thing about it is this too: V1 is gonna proc a burn. It's a knock up. It's a flop. It's a stagger. Every single tick. It's 8 seconds uptime. The only other thing too that comes out of V2 is just, you know, when you're gonna get the zone denial, that's because of everyone on the body. If you see a 2-piece fight happening or a 3-piece fight happening, and you're coming in as a 4th party, one of the players gets eliminated, you cast a bind out there because you're going to be wanting to engage heavily. So that's a way you can do it. But it's really just to kind of get us into endgame circles, which, to be honest, we found very few instances of. Though, like we get back into this, versus going to be happening here in a second. Obviously, we have to look at seeing how the RW's HM comes out of this. My man is kind of running through here. First week, not really having a chance to kind of, or first stage, I should say, not really have a chance kind of coming down here. But also Ruo, you know, someone who didn't get a chance of playing into the finals. So for him, for DRG's Ruo, it's about making sure that he has a tempo check coming down here. This is going to be, you know, jitters are done, right? Stage 1 is done. 3 weeks of, you know, seeing the plays going through there and participating. Now it's up to the bar. We got to see how your 1v1 goes there, dog. Because right now, Group A, it's about to go down today, CA. We're about to see the 1v1s in just a short notice.
1v1s. They're back with ults. I'm not going to lie. I kind of liked it in the beginning, having ultimates in the martial arts. But I like the one ban from the old structure just because, you know, you just see the neutral a lot more heavier. You just, you know, you see the combo play as well a lot more. But, you know, I think this is a better format for them just as, you know, you're going into BR right after and you're going to have those ults and you're going into 4 games in a row that have Firefly. So you're pretty much going to have that ult arc rip as well. So I feel like this is the better structure for these players to, you know, get their warm-ups in. You know, you do take a little bit of points from martial arts if you end up, you know, taking 1 through 4. But I wouldn't say it's something drastically insane that you have to win this martial arts. Because, I mean, you know, it's not you're taking 10 points in solos, which, you know, it's already hard to even get 4 points. But overall, we'll see it here with Chen on the Faria. Spider being up as well. It's going to be a mirror match for the Faria. F already invested there for Chen. Spider now gets caught up off that V2 beacon. And the beacon, right, being that reset there to be able to get a focus attack and play around it. And on top of that, you can also throw off the auto aim that you see Spider doing here as well. But overall, it's going to be back to neutral. And it's pretty much a mirror match with both characters and weapons.
Yeah, so seeing how Spider gets it right from this too, seeing how close he is to the beacon and how Chen is being way too spaced out. One part about this is this: once we hit down towards a beacon use, I mean, the other guy's gonna have to just kite or go straight towards us. But this is a good avoidance with Spider. Having this R&B, catching a nice stanchion, burning the combo breaker instead, looking to try to see about him dropping down with the R&B to reposition right back to the center. You see how this man's doing it, right? He's getting the melee auto aim to try to focus down to Chen's beacon. He gets caught by a 1 R&B and burning the combo breaker, but now they're even on scoreline.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, he ate up 2 1.0s. He was trying to focus the beak for a little bit, but playing in the center. Looks like he's going to be going inside the pocket now. Tries to go for the jump, but he's going to get caught off the LMB. Now Chen has the prowl. Doesn't go for the uppercut extension. Anticipated the F. Spider now retreats off of that V2 beacon. Throws his down. Doesn't able to get the RB due to the pillar, but it's going to be forced inside his pillar or inside his mech. Chen, on the other hand, going to respect it as well. Go inside the mech, and now OG Faria now in play. Just straight reset here for the time being. Chen, though, eating up a lot of damage, taking for white health as well. Has to be real careful. Barely gets that white vitality off there to get that white health back intact. But Chen now going on the aggressive side, trying to respond here with the aggression onto Spider. Spider, though, still applying the pressure. 2 missile shots. Both missiles are pretty much going to be gone now. Spider first one out. Chen going up high. Goes for the drop down and back to neutral once again.
Yeah, LME catches up here for the 1-2s from Chen, and R&B comes out to get parried from Spider. You can see him chasing this down, you know, no remorse. My man's pulling himself out here. Nice combo breaker to be burned up, and then the LMB catch again. Raw uppercut, grapple bump, R&B, it's enough to kill. Chen Ivy gets jump LMB here to get kill confirmed, and that's going to be the first round. That's going to get our Faria Shens out of the way. We're going to go to round 2 here. Most definitely going to see a Viper from Justine. Oh, whoa. Viper fist blades coming out here from Spider. I got to see. Is this F1 or F2? Is this going to be the silence for the stagger, or is this going to be blow up from Chen, actually? That's going to be the biggest play, because Akko's fist blades is the staple here, right? Obviously, because now that we have 15 seconds, the lineup, it's kind of predominant. And look at Chen using V1 combo breaker, bro, just to make sure that he can break out in the pocket with a couple of percentage points on that rage bar and just gets avoided by Spider's onslaught, man.
I mean, it's just so much damage there off the purple fist blades. Catches him off rip, and I mean, this is the tricky thing about playing Viper. Yeah, there goes the ult. Tries to break up, but definitely not gonna be able to catch this. Spider does get caught. Goes for the skirmish too early. I thought he was safe. Now he's gonna eat up the RB focus times too. The Uncle's ultimate now invested here for Spider. Trying to go for the read. Nice weave there from Chen, but the V2 is too good. Into the F2 possibly. There it is. Into the V2.
Oh my goodness.
Nah, man.
My man said, I'm gonna pull out the forbidden attack. I'm gonna do that to you right now.
Nah, man.
Crazy work, man.
I can't believe they gave him that.
Yeah,
man.
seriously, dude. Oh wait, this thing has been in the game for a while. Yo, he's just grappling him just like that. He broke the laws of physics.
What?
Well, I don't know. We're gonna have to see. It's like, yo, the fight's starting yet? Nah, the fight's just beginning. Now it comes down to this. Versus Asia taking their fights. Various Shen's again, staff again. But the pitter patter doesn't get parried there. Asia has a nice temperament on that the forward key. But this R&B connection from Verse, I mean, if he got it, it would have been enough. But he got a nice grapple bump. There's a little bit chip. Okay, jump LMB confirms this. And this, you can see this actually on the blip board. These guys are running the 80% HP bar because they got that disengage ready to go. Look at this. My man got it again. I couldn't believe this. If you put this on the table, no way he just gets out of that. There, I was about to say, R&B connects. That's going to be Verse taking that first round.
Oof, that's rough. When I was seeing Spider play, I mean, Versus kind of mimicking that same style, that patience, right? Trying to go in, try to catch. If you don't, you mid dodge back and you just play the distance and you kind of bait out that beacon. But Asia wasn't able to, you know, replicate the same type of style. Kind of just got woke up, got caught 2 times, and it just like that, your HP gets depleted so fast. But now on the Akos, it's gonna be Syra here for Verse. Nunnies with the fist blade there for A-Shao. The R&B bonk is just so much damage. So you see him end up all that damage. The 1-2 does manage to weave the LMB focus there from the fist blades. A-Shao now has a lot of HP to try to cover now. Try to chunk off here from Verse. And Verse has the tools here to stay up in safety. A-Shao trying to go for the reset in, but yeah, it's going to be a little rough due to the Syra ultimate not being in play.
Yeah, and the thing about this Syra ultimate is that he can't get leaped on, so Asia just has to create this distance, maybe vertically 8-6 meters. I don't think he can reach that. He does on the bottom end and gets caught by the V2. Now, I don't think the F2 is going to come out here immediately, right? We're not going to do that because the combo breaker is going to come up. We know that Asia knows this. He gets a hold horizontal straight to the dome, and he still invests the F skill. So now that the combo breaker is out, he throws a 1-2-3 vertical. He tap dodges the dazzled, and still looking at the scare rush. If this catches, that would be enough, but the 1-2s are enough for the pitter patter. No way this guy gets a full release and kills confirms. Purple focus. Get this man on the plaque. He needs a medallion himself.
No way. He released that. Hey.
Talk excited. Hey. Say, next time I see you on releasing that one, he released 2.0, but like this man said, I'm gonna double down. I'm like, okay, you got it. It's your world, bro. We're just living in it.
For real. Hey, round 3 though. Now we got a Zenda. This might be the first one I see in martial arts actually. This one from Asia playing Fan. Zenda Wu. Akos there for Verse, going for the fist blades, staying in the pocket. See, fist blades just such a good weapon due to the fact that, you know, you dodge and you're instant in blue, right? It just gives it another element of surprise for these players. You're gonna release, you're gonna hold, you're gonna dodge again. It just has all those tools and just integrated into the weapon alone. A weapon like Fan has that trap potential. Just the wind gust as well is really good to create that mid range pressure. This as well, the R&B focus has a lot of distance. Just sends it back to back. TT to fight him, and now he forces out the Akos ultimate, and he's gonna respond here with the Zenda ult as well.
Dude, the connection. I was about to say, I was like, yo, we're done. We're done. We're dead. The moment I saw the Akos ultimate, I was like, okay, the V2 is gonna be casted. He's going to respond with that. The leap is going to respond with an ult cast. Then he can tap dodge away from it. And the moment you start hopping away, the moment you jump, you're going to get hit staggered and he's going to wait you out. And the range is just perfect. This arena is kind of dangerous for her to be existing. I'm not going to lie. So you're not going to have a lot of fun moments there. The V2 though, I mean, that's what he ran. That's what's going to be the case. 15 seconds, by the way. That's why we have no timer. It's just up to 15 seconds. They wait. Frostbit's taking this fight. SS1 versus RW's HM. Unironically, too, seeing HM bring out the purple focus dash right in front of Frostbit, who brought it out last stage. So seeing how it kind of comes down there for a little bit of stagger. The thing that Frostbit used it for, those restands on the staff. So I'm going to have to see how this is going to turn out because I know that HM is pulling the punches. 1 LMB is all that we need. Grapple bump, grapple, extension, LMBs, 1-2, throw vertical. It doesn't connect. It didn't look at the wall. But the LMB holds out here. The combo breakers to reposition. Not going to be necessary for Frost as he takes weakens.
He double grapple there. That's interesting. Due to the wall barrier. I'm very surprised that, oh, massive parry. Has a dodge into the LMB focus, or the LMB goal focus there from the parry punishment. But yeah, I'm surprised we don't see, we're not seeing longsword whipsword in this. I can't recall even if we even saw a lot of that in the
no, we didn't.
First stage.
No, it's been mainly the fist blade. It's been flying knives and to nunchucks to, you know, just see the fan there. Yeah, I think it's, I don't know, maybe because of the barrier, but the thing is that disengagement is so commonplace that, you know, you go for a quick 1.0 blue focus, you might as well be using any other weapon at that point.
Oh, true.
Right? But here we go. Round 2. Akos is. The thing about it is that whoever gets a leap here, whoever whiffs the leap, I should say, will get full punish. Look at this. Look at this. Grapple bump. R&B. V2 won't connect there, so we just wait this out. That's okay. Frostbus, he hasn't invested any of the V2 casts here, so it's just a game of matter of patience. Gets his no confirm, even the V2 doesn't come through there, or the F2 I should say for the cast. The catch the next hit, but Frostbus is putting work out here. I mean, he's getting LMB parry. No, he almost gets caught, and that roar right there confirms the deal.
Oh, he hold dodged through, but still got caught with the 180 there from HM. So now we're back to round 3. Yodo for, I believe that's Frost, and then HM on Takeda. Okay, yeah. Takeda flying knives here for HM. Let's see it here. Demon Lord. Just give him the rework. Please. Been a long time. All right, let's see it. How it start off. Ooh, early ult here from Frost, and now Burn Shove invested for HM has 2 left. Don't think he's gonna be able to get a full TOD. He has to full avoid his Yoda ultimate. Does manage to avoid 3 of those slashes there beautifully. Catches Pride here off the Fern. 1, 2, 3. Gets the damage. 1, 2, 3. Into the fur extension. 1, 2, 3 again. Into the follow-up. Now, the old recast is good there from Frost. Gets a little bit of that HP back. HM, though, still has the upper hand. No ult. All the both ults are gone. Whip Sword now. Doing a little bit of pressure there for Frost. Tries to go for the grapple in. HM, though, has that Flying Knife team. The Flying Knife is just such a deadly weapon. You see it here. You can be able to apply the pressure from close, mid, and far range. The Clink as well, just doing so much damage. The F recall is good there for Frost. Catches Prior off of this, and we'll try to go for the 1.0. Gets the damage, not enough, but a jump LB is good, and that's all she wrote there. And Frostovitz is going to be taking his round here for the first round.
Yeah, taking that into consideration, Takeda's blue focus. I mean, the thing about the F2 is that it's a lower cooldown, but the one thing is that for him, at least in this format, against a Yoda He-Man, she has a lot of gold focus strikes, especially the F1, right? 8 seconds uptime. She can recast it for a combo breaker if she needs to, which does 400 damage. So you're really taking a lot of pain for the pressure there. I think he was trying to anticipate the Akko's pick there, to be honest, but still, in this case instance, we're gonna have another Fairy Shed. You know how it goes. Nunchucks this time around with a Whip Sword. So Whip Sword's gonna be on Ruro from DRG. This is gonna be T25 looking to see about what the heck was that. And the purple focus run has been revealed from Ruro. 1-2s. Beacon drops to connect between the both of them. Now this is a weird position though for this Beacon. Nice parry. Oh my god, we can extend this. I don't know. This engagement's up though. We gotta go for something. Oh, good. That's the best way you do it. Good man. This man got this. R&B. Oh my god, T25 just got released on, bro. He just released on you, bro. Pause. But the thing about this coming down to this, wait, what's verse? Oh, he hit the.
He said, nah.
Oh, God, man, you gotta get it together. T25 is like, no. 150 BPM is there's no way this man's running at 150 BPM and still alive. Look, he even had to brush his hair, bro. He's like, look at this, round 2. T25 on Syra, Ruro on the Akkas.
Oh man, it's a quick round, but hey, the no mix-up sometimes is just, hey, they're just too good. Oh wait, he did the little funny run.
He did it again.
He did the little funny run. That's insane. But let's see it now. Back to neutral. T25 on the Cyber this time around. Staff in hand. Real on the Akko's Fist Blades. Already invested. Oh, catches that area LMB into the V2. Big chunky. Goes for the area R&B. Not sure if he had F up, but now Real is gonna be forced to back on up. Cyber ultimate trying to apply the pressure here. So a little tracking here on TTD5. Okay, I see him practicing that aim. Going for the Dazzle Stun. Connects off of this as well. ×2. Goes for the raw uppercut. Now going for the 1, and it's good. Yeah. Still very strong dazzle there from Syra. Even, I mean, this, especially in a zone like this, is so small, you really don't have a lot of options to run from.
He read him in terms of that early scale rush to come down so he can close the distance. I mean, she's a tank now, right, in terms of speed. Had Ruro maybe kind of held his position, he could have scale rushed last second in a different direction. My man is with no fear, though. T25 ran it through him just to see about the F1 cast. That's enough, though. Wait a second. Blue focus freestand? No, we're not going to do that. Crash LMB. Nice. You can see the 2.0 energy coming in from Ruro here. I see it. F2, though, is going to be invested. That's going to be up to this jump LMB extensions. Yeah, Ruro doesn't even have a chance to use disengagement there to get out of that. Now the Akko's ult comes down. It's just a matter of the V2 cast here.
Oh, waiting. Oh, weaves a V2. Beautifully done now. TT5 and a lot of pressure. Needs to see if he can avoid the rest of his Yoda ultimate. Gets hit with a little bit of that last frame, but looks like the old recast now is gonna be played out here for Ruro. Does connect as well, and that's all she wrote. Oh man, and the uppercut as well through the pillar, and the Yoda Hime there for the. Look at this, the Farius, man. Farius is staple round 1 for everybody.
Yeah, dude. Nah, she doesn't leave the table, man. She has to go through. They have to knock her out at some point. I think it's too funny too that we don't have the Justinas to kind of showcase here.
Yeah.
So then no Justinas here. Dagger Justinas with V2 F1. Maybe just because I'm trying to think as to why, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say on a whim, just why not? For this case though, we're gonna have Spider RMBs. No, look, man, getting caught with the RMB like that, that's tough. But Frostmas is working this pressure down. Now Spider turns to sender. LMB gets countered out here by the beacon drop. Of course, Spider walks away from it. Takes a nice stanchion. Knows he burns a combo breaker to a beacon, burns the LMB, and he held through it. This is Extension City right now. Frostmas won't even have time to just disengage. This RMB comes out for a pitter patter. My man went for it. He invested the LMB. And that cost him his life. Frostmas goes down.
Wow. It's just that R&B in the face.
Yeah. Hurting.
Off that pillar, yeah. All right. A little quick round one, but still, I mean, there was a lot to debunk off of that alone. Now we're into round two. Aquos is out for both players. Same weapon, same character. Straight mirror match here for our second round. Let's see it this time. What do we have? F2 opener there for Frost. Now Spider's going to respond with the Aqua's ultimate, but the R&B focus there from Frost avoids that F2 as well. Now going to respond with the ult of his own. The V2s are going to be coming out from both sides. Now one apiece. Who's able to catch gold frame? Doesn't manage to do so. That's a clink on both sides there from both Aquases. Trying to go for the fake. Nice weave there. Now Frost has the upper hand, having one more V2 to his name. I believe that's a miss there on that one, but Spider trying to go for the drop down. Does manage to weave the F2 as well. Beautifully done with the fist blades, just midair. But the F2, there it is. Some Frostovich catches Prowl. One for the uppercut. Grapple extension. 1, 2, 3. Good damage. But the green focus into the grapple stagger there from Frostovich. Gets the shutdown there. That's the first time I've seen in the league.
I love it. I love seeing that animation.
Fire.
That's like bread and butter right there, man. I'm telling you. So now we look at this. Frostovich is building on his Yodohime in the second round against, or actually the third round against the Nani Syra for this fight. This is kind of rough too, because I'm just thinking about the fact that Frostovich is gonna have to make some mad dash efforts here to avoid the Syra V2 if he gets forced down from Spiders. And LME catches though. This is a free blue focus. This is nothing, right? This is nothing against Frostovich. F1 recast comes down there potentially. No stagger is going to be happening. He's not even thinking about using it. This is a lot of damage. We got a nice parry, though. We switched to Nunnies. I like that. F1 still available. Doesn't even get a chance to reprocking it down. Now, the Syra ultimate. I'm thinking Spider's waiting this out for the last second. To be honest, there it is. Procking it down. Frostmas is going to try to create some space. Might even holding pillar so he can scare rush out of there, but he's trying to knock her back. He doesn't, does he know? He avoids it anyways. He's fast enough. And this is going to be the recast, the angle to see if he hits him.
Oh! Caught him.
Got him.
Got that siphon back. Back to square one. Frog comes out off the nunchuck, sends it. Nice parry there off the F. Frostovich now doesn't get the full punishment though. Spider has to knock back there off the Yodo F. Now invests the F, tries to get a little bit healed back. The TP here for Frostovich. Going back to the pocket. Catches Prowl into the RB jump LMB. Spider now tries to go for the LMB catch. Doesn't manage to do so. Double jump up. Gets caught off of it though. And that's all it's going to take there for Spider. The double jump punish there. Spider staying front and center with the LB catch. That's rough, but you know, that's how it goes here in the martial arts solos. A Xiao, Guro, various.
You know what I'm thinking? I think that Frostmas taking the face value. Oh, there it is. Taking the face value might have been able to burn up the restand or the recast to kill confirm. It's 400 damage, and that Syra was definitely at the bar, right? But regardless of that, various. Oh my God, this man is really trying to do that. Really? We're really trying to do. Okay, listen, I'm okay with it, but at this day and age, I don't know. Asia is kind of funky about it. He's looking at this R&B's angles. He gets eaten by one single hit. That's like 10 damage. The only problem about Rua right now is that he's investing a lot of the stamina for the dash. I mean, it doesn't really start to burn until you start to continuously run, but the initial comes through. You get a little bit of stamina back while it casts out. It's just whether or not Rua is really positioning well, which right now, thankfully, he is. He's kind of keeping himself towards the pillars and seeing about the beacons. Seeing how whether or not Ajao is going to be looking to connect an R&B here as a wild haymaker. One thing is for sure, this man is holding this down, man. Gets a nice carousel, might even get an R&B blue focus. No, he is going for the wall in the blue focus jump LMB. We going for the delay? No, we dash LMB that out. Look at Ajao, my man is talking. He's about to throw some words on the mic, and Ruo's like, okay, I don't care. That's going to be the case. Aquos round 2.
You see, that's what I'm saying. I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot more of that, right? That carousel in the corner, full extension too. You can uppercut again. It just does so much damage. Yeah, the green focus is good. He just F2 through the wall. That's
Bro, his damage. He took a little bit of age. I was like, no, that doesn't way that took a little bit of damage there.
What? Now, why don't we have the same Yang wall as we? Why do we have a different wall here? Oh, catch though into the V2. Hold on, let's get active. H out now, applying the pressure, air R&B. Doesn't have the F to restand it, but has another V2. Ruro, on the other hand, he gets caught up again, and that's gonna be rough. This is all Asia's gonna need there to even out the playing field. Round 3, the Aqua's round goes towards Asia's way. What's up with this wall, man? What's up with this wall?
This wall is like a paper thin aluminum foil. I got the Reynolds wrap. I'm like, okay, just write the name wall on it, and that's all they need, dude. All right, listen. It's kind of funny though that connected, like the F2 roar and then the cooldown reset. I was like, oh, okay, we gotta do some reworks here. Okay, we found some things. Look, Ruro, he's building on his Yoda Hime picks. He insta-casts. This is crazy too. Look at this, my man. It's free damage. Oh my god, look at this jump LMB though. This weapon is not obnoxious, but it works. And this is gonna be the Zendawu ultimate here in a second. There it is. Cast coming out here from Asia. Having to see about these arrows. I don't know, man. I mean, we missed it, but that's okay. We go for another cast. Why not? Okay, we missed out too. That's all right. We got a third arrow. We still got the recast for the V1. Maybe a chance here. There it is. Grapple bump. Oh my, R&B, jump R&B. What we got for the recast V2? Can we cast it? Yes, we do. But we wait for the energy? No, we'd rush this down. We tap dodge that. Man is built different, man. He is on it.
I can't believe he jumped against that. You
For
can't
real.
jump against that. You're getting aim locked. you're literally getting aim locked, but hey, that was a disgusting tap that was there from Asia to avoid the after. But overall, now last round here for the martial arts, a little bit of a email there from Asia. Same weapon, same characters on both sides there for Spider and Asia. Open up here is going to be an R&B focus there from Spider. R&B LMB sends it 1, 2, 3. Asia now is going to try to respond with the damage. Health pool going towards Spider's way. Asia eats up another R&B. He's going to be forced to pop this F. So has the beacon online if he needs it. There goes. Double R&Bs. Goes for the LMBs instead. 1, 2, 3. Gets it. Good damage now. Has the upper hand in the health pool. But Spider responds with an LMB focus. Gets it. Chopping down the little toes there. Now it's going to play around the pillar. But it's going to be a 1 confirmation here for the dub on this round.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Asia gets caught by the 1-2 and the R&B.
Oh, no, he sent it.
But you know what's crazy too? He didn't backstep like Foster did earlier, which is crazy. He's going for a wild gamble here. I know he got the pitter patter in him, but my man releases that and he doesn't care. So I was like, "Yo, coach, what do we do?" I don't know. Okay, well, you know what? We're running round 2. I think this comes down to Asia's like ambition. You can see this man is kind of going down here for whatever it's worth on this pick selections. This is going to be another mirror comp, of course, against the Akos. This is the standard now, right? But for at least today, what's going to come next is just who is going to invest ultimate for who. I think Asia's been doing good work here. He invests F2 to preempt the distance and how that's going to travel time. He burns Akos' ult for Spider. It's just, my man just tap dodging everything, but he could go for the ult cast to mitigate the V2 here. Let's see.
Oh, he caught Pride, but doesn't go for the punishment. Now he's going to get punished for it. Asia now into the V2. Doesn't have the F online, so it's going to be area R&B there for the end of this combo extension. Spider team trying to delay the wake up. Goes for the V2 in the air. Probably ult's about to run out, but the F2 comes just in time here for Asia. And it's going to be a quick 2-0 here for Asia, being able to take this day's martial arts in a beautiful fashion there. Against Spider too, but you know, martial arts ultimates is just a little step into what that actual game brings. But overall, beautiful performance there from Asia. Yeah, he's happy too.
Okay. You happy? Got a new logo? You saw that jacket logo? Wait a second, we got a new FPX logo on the board, man. Look at this thing. This thing looking kind of spiffy. Still, seeing how he's gonna come down to this. I mean, his scoreboard check is, you know, that's for where. I mean, Spider wasn't even really anticipating that pitter patter coming through in the first round. To be honest, I wasn't. Though, kind of looking into the angles, right? It's a matter of just like abbreviating the attacks to kind of catch one LMB and then burn the combo breaker into the next, or it's looking to try to catch, you know, an inch to create a mile with the extensions. Some players like Verse would look into that, right? That's versus like, you know, cash money. But for some states, some players don't care about that. They just go in for blue focus and kind of wild haymaker it out. They know I got a lot of defensive measures, you know, breaking out with the combo breaker or ults if they need to, spacing away. But then kind of getting caught out by like least expected blue focus. I mean, what are you gonna do? You're gonna eat up with the damage. That's what you're gonna do. Though Another thing to kind of mention is that Aja's one of the few players in this versus that didn't have the HP preparation glyph for it, because everyone gets ults automatically. I saw people running initial rage here. I'm like, wait a second, guys, we got to remember, there's a little bit of a chance here. You could save yourself 80 HP. You can have that. That's your Jade, basically. But the thing is, Aja didn't take that. He ran his BR build, right? So he took that into it. He earned himself out the victory. No silence, by the way, on parries. No one had that, right? Even though it's a minute cooldown on that end, the only thing that was really considered was just purple focus run to be utilized with the parry, and then that was it. I mean, that besides that disengagement, right, as we saw, that was fire though. Seeing the disengagement kill confirmed, like that was it.
Are you able to substitute the funny run with the no F on parry? Is that possible?
Oh no, I mean they're both in the same node, right? The parry, like for the parry into the heal, right, and the tap dodge. You have that with the purple focus, like that's like in the same node. Like those, like not the same node, but they're in the same node branch, so you can split between one and the other.
Oh, okay. So it is possible then.
Yeah. You can have both.
I think you substitute that then. I think you substitute the funny run. No,
I mean the funny run. No, I mean you could. There's a lot of healing you come out. I think it's 120 on 3 points, and then I think 4 points is 160. The other thing that comes with that is that you tap dodge parry, right? Like we saw from Prosperous.
Oh yeah.
That's why I didn't see. I don't think some players kind of utilize that more often, because you got to keep in mind it's every minute that you can do that. So if you end up getting a crash out parry, you know, anything you can tap dodge and you don't, it's kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is. You got to do something about it. Though the other thing too is the purple focus run. I mean, the initial, you can invest the initial dash, right? But the longer you die, the longer you keep running, the more stamina you're burning. So that's just to be what Rio was spamming. You saw that man was running it down. So was Aja. Who wins out this versus? 2 points though, man. That's it. I honestly would like to see 4 points for first place. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. There's 4 points, it's 4 kills, and 4 kills is a lot, but 2 kills, I mean, Mike gets that in his extra credit quiz, man. He gets that done. But regardless, this is going to be his versus value, and this also kind of keeps you guys on your toes about where we're at for standings. So kind of taking out this first road, this could be where he's leading out today. It's always a one-day scenario for points, right? There's no like stacking up to day 2. This is it. So whoever stays on top 4 takes it to winner's bracket. Whoever's bottom 4 loses bracket.
Need that top 4. I was saying that's all stage 1. Just, you know, this just gives us another element opposed to what we had all the previous years. Just, you know, day 3 bi-weekly, like we'll be staring at the who's gonna get in that 6th place spot to go into the finals. But I feel like every day now we have something to look forward to. We're always looking at that bottom 4, see who's gonna qualify to the winners bracket. But you know, Aja, beautiful showcasing here for his first time. But yeah, I agree. I think the 2 points don't really mean anything, honestly. I think just same thing as trios. I don't think martial arts has that impact that it's looking for right now. I think definitely the point distribution should be increased. Just because the fact, I don't know. I just feel like you don't really get a major advantage. 2 points. I mean, yeah, 2 eliminations is a lot in these games, but I don't think that's enough for it to be a big decider of a game. You know, you get 1 game less now. You have 5 games of BR, and it's just, you know, it just lowers your chances of getting that many points. But oh, there it is. That's what you're talking about. Oh my god, that looks so sick. But yeah, what you say?
Nah, I was gonna say, like, yeah, like the amount of points you get in this versus, we could make the argument about it. It's like, oh, it depends. It makes your priority in the phase selection. That's the real friends we made along the way. Like, no. I think one thing too is to kind of look into those points, to reconsider that, because 2 points, that doesn't really go up far. Placement wise, even to the case, as a represent, even to the case in which we kind of look at how many kills you earn in the realm of Yang. I don't got a medallion about the name. No, the thing is that they end up going through 3 fights, right? They end up going through 3 fights: qualifier, semifinal, into the final versus, right? You know, and that's 3 points there. I basically call it 3 points there because that's you basically taking that and the dub, right? Which then equate to 4, I'd say. Because if you lose in the finals like Spider did, 2 kills, you already got to 2 placements. You got that, you know, down to the road. What kind of question is this, chat? You guys got to figure this one out. What's TT25's pick rate with Shunhuan Lee? Is it A 10%, B 15%, C 20%, D? I can't help y'all. I can't help y'all. I got nothing on that one unless you got the study hall updates. You ain't looking at the numbers and calculating it down. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can. And if I find the answer, I definitely not going to share it in chat. Maybe I'll just type my answer and hopefully win. You get a DM. You know what I'm saying?
That's a criminal first question. I'm sorry. That's not fair. But sometimes we have the questions being thrown out like that. Hail Marys are just it starts off hard for our first one, and then it gets easier. But into game 4, 5, and 6, it gets a little bit harder again. But overall, game 1 of stage 2 for Group A, just we were getting a little bit of versatility past weeks with what we have for first round selection. I think every player in today's matches picked out that Faria staff for every single player. You mentioned as well, we didn't have any Justina to try to counter that. It feels like the players feel a lot more comfortable playing the Faria, being that aggressor instead of playing that offense or defense. Sorry, with the Justina in play. But Aquas is obviously right. The Aquas is super strong. It's so much pressure in your face. We saw a little bit of dittos there with the Aquases as well. How you see the back and forth goal frames. That's one of the things I really loved about characters like Aquas and Tarka. Just that goal frame battle in the pocket. One mistake, you're caught. You messed up. So I like those dittos for that. And then for the third round selection, we had some Cyrus, which I think we've seen probably the most Cyrus from what I've seen today. They were playing the Syra. Had some Yodohimes. But yeah, I feel like we're starting to get this standard structure there for the martial arts. Nothing compared to what we see in the BR, right? The BR, Lee is being that first round selection. Obviously, Akos is both, but we don't see him here. We saw Liam last week or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we saw Liam. TOD. You see, from what I was saying, no longsword, whipsword. That was a very standard thing to see in the pro league, just trying to manipulate the wall in the martial arts. Not sure it's like a gentleman's agreement or something. I mean, we did see only one being implemented there from Ruo, but it could be GA'd. We don't know. Because, whipsword, ever since its release, just toss up what players like more. Overall, I think longsword is just a very versatile weapon, being able to catch. With the 2-pick, you have that range. Not as fast and deadly as flying knives, but I think it's still very good in this scenario like martial arts, just the fact that you have the potential to manipulate the wall. But nothing too crazy from what we've seen. I feel like we're gonna start seeing pretty much this throughout every single day. Just the fair is just fully dominated. And it's funny because in BR we don't even see her getting hovered at all.
She's anti. No, I mean she did get a chance when we had the 12-pick system.
Yeah, she was last pick.
She was last pick, right?
Yeah.
But the problem I had a problem with looking at that because I was like, she still can get lobbied out. I mean, that's the thing. She had a partner in crime, different story. But she's by herself. She's not going to have any sort of value there. The small arena is just way too much pressure to not have her on. So that's why you can kind of have Beacon drop 50% rage cast. You can get rage by dealing damage. Might get the medallion, and also to your Liam point too. I think the reason we don't see him is just because even though TODs are existence, disengage also is existing. So a lot of damage on that recast when he throws them out the wall, that's like half the meter. And then if they take an R&B 1, 2, 3 from the flying knives, for instance, too much damage, bro, too much. And then the disengage kicks in, so then he just has to anticipate that. That's part of the tech, though. You have to realize what your opponent's gonna do. The thing about disengagement is that you got to catch them on a grapple. You can't really throw anything else at their way. That's the only thing you can do to counter that. That's why we saw the kill confirm. So finding this out. While Rush check his nails, making sure he has no gunk. Gotta keep that keyboard clean, man. My man looking at the man got the super strike, bro. I'm telling you, I'll stop. No, but one thing is on top of that, this round versus, I mean, it's a small stretch along the way. So anyone who lost their versus fight, they're second in their face pick selections. So coaches are going to be working down to seeing what's going to be the warranted choice picks here, seeing how their first round is going to go down round 2, right? But the first round of the BR, what the choices are going to be and how to kind of measure against that. Whether or not we see any changes, top 2, top 3, top 4, which I doubt, What would happen is that Tumult had seen some value to come through from last week as he stood above all with Spider. The other thing too is just kind of not seeing XY today, right? He's not playing today, so Tumultuous guarantee means that you can kind of selectify him, and then you're not going to be mistaken for for XY using him, but you're definitely going to be potentially mistaken for using him for Spider, which in this case he is in the first phase alongside with GG Chen on second. Third phase has FPX's Asia, WBG's version fourth, SS1's Frostus is taking fifth phase, and RW's HM taking sixth. DRG's Ruo taking it down here in seventh with T25 in eighth.
This is the thing that really threw me off from witnessing stage one, that you don't even play for seeding in martial arts. You know, I feel like that was one of the biggest things that really came out of martial arts, was just being able to get that first pick right. But you know, now whenever we see our players who are going to be fighting, that's how the seeding is going to go. Depending on who goes first and second, it just if you win or lose. I think that's another thing why martial arts is just, in my opinion, is whatever. I don't think it's anything major. But you see it here for Spider, gonna go ahead and pick off the. Whoa. Okay.
Hovering. I mean hovering.
Okay. What are we? What are we in 2025?
Wow. Yo, that man left clicking as soon as he can, bro. Any percentage run. What are we doing though with that, man? I mean, Yoda, Hime, GG Chen, I'm okay to see that, but that's because we have double picks, by the way, y'all. So like, you can double pick that if you wanted to later on. Shunwan Lee is available for Asia for his second grouping, so he can technically bring that next round. As for Verse, he could just decide to prompt pick it Tumult up here, and if not, I mean, this is up to Shio changes. Maybe we get a Shio V2 opportunity to showcase here. I kind of want to see how that shows up there. Zen the Wu's also something that can be top pick here. So if she ends up getting it here for Verse, this is just because she wants to knock it out the way. There it is. Looking to kind of solidify her in. And for phase 5, phase 6, open ground, right? We got Tumult, Justina. I mean, you could technically bring in a Shio now, Frostus, if you want to, but he lost his Yoda Hime. If he had Yoda Hime to be available here, he would have gone for it. Lonnie's going to be his pick, though, as she's kind of being showcased. Now for AW, Arch W. We were looking at HM earlier with him and his coach. Like, what's the idea here? My friend, you must choose wisely. You must choose something, not Liam, Temmie. Please. Temmie, yeah, Temmie. He shouldn't drop it. Kylan, because if he brings Kylan here, he brings him in the round 4. I mean, a phase selection, I mean, that's round 5, by the way, y'all, when he reaches that point. But that's just going to be the case. Last 2 picks here, Ruro and T25. Caramba, this man really bringing out here the Liam? Nah, he can't. I mean, he's going to be in Padoria, so we're going to have all the city and Imperium to get all the plaques out the way. It's going to bring out Tumult, thank goodness. And then T25 classic pick here.
What you said they did to Kylan for this patch?
They just basically gave him a 0.2 multiplier increase. I was like,
does more damage.
Yeah, his like immediate slash, right? So like the 1.0 slash, like when you spam,
yeah.
that.
Because that one got nerfed months ago.
It did, yeah. And then I guess they reverted it, not to the full extent, but I think it's like just a 2.2 multiplier there. But I mean, that is a lot of work. Shio gonna be picked up for TT25. V2 change. I don't think we're gonna see V2 if he brings it out though. That'd be kind of a nice addition. Mike will try to bring it out, but it didn't really work out. Mike's worst pick in stats alone has been Shio. You know, so I know it's like, oh man, it's kind of rough to say, Severio. That's just speaking on facts. So I'm hoping to see if whether or not we do get a variation change here. See if V2 gets utilized. V1's just super useful. You know, area of effect. Everyone gets hit. Everyone gets damaged in a line. So endgame circles, all that stuff. But here's the thing. Endgame circles, they don't exist as much, right? There's only 8 players. Nope. So you're taking isolated 1v1s. Instead of trying to look into work through mitigating like an ultimate focus recast, maybe you just gotta go for a full extensions. The recast is enough to tie iframe through certain attacks, or if you utilize it to catch a stagger, and then you can extend it. Here, have this. One thing is, one thing that I'm kind of concerned about is if he does use V2, I mean, Lobby's gonna know that, and they're gonna run him down straight up. They don't even have to know who he has targeted on the beacon, or like, because they can't see the marker. They're just gonna make sure they burn all his shields, and they're running down the lobby.
I feel like, I mean, that was just like, because we used to see Shio being played like, I think like fifth to 6th selection. Even last year, and she was super strong, especially I think it was like that Lonnie meta that we would see her.
Oh yeah. Big time.
We would see Xiaoyu a lot more, but I feel like these players just have so much time against her now. I mean, reactable shield throw, and then what do we have? Yeah, it's V1 for TT25, so we're not gonna have that limited surprise.
Tough.
I mean, you know, we work
B2 is in the
Takeda.
Wu, bro.
B2, yeah. I mean, that's something that really that you were talking about. You're like, oh, we're running the V2, and from the first stage 1, I would say that we had a little mix in between both. These players wanted to run V1 or V2, but it looks like they're, you know, leaning more towards that V2.
And you know the reason I don't like the V2 pillars in the Realm Yang, man. Someone can walk around
yeah.
a pillar when you're stuck into it. If you have to use a recast, they literally have to walk 2 steps, bro.
Yeah.
You can't. If they change it and she starts flying around, that's a different story, right? Like if she starts like whoosh whoosh like around the entire thing, that would be a whole different ballpark. Though drops, Mystique Glade, GG Chen, YGT TT25, they're looking for Fireflies. As for Spider, he's gonna be looking to get a little bit of loot gain there. Now SS1. Taking the Firefly to Purity Chamber, that's going to be Frostbus. He might rush down FPX's Asia, but Asia and HM are both on one Firefly themselves. So, initial rage that we were talking about, the preparation glyph board, that is a guarantee, right? Everyone's running an initial starting rage. I feel like majority of them, right? Maybe like 60 to 70, 80% of the lobby at least, right? Though, taking that into consideration, you get a first kill, you get a solo, you're immediately ready to go on ultimate cast. You can go in. Though if you're preparing for that, start off right with the ult ready to go. I mean, you don't even need to kill somebody. You just go in. Game 2 starts here, stage 2. My name is Severio, alongside our creators. We're going to be getting ourselves out here. Pedoria Midnight. Spider from OUG is taking his approach here on the Akos, as he has been able to select that up and has a lot of good blue weapons. We picked up Fan, Longsword. He's able to go in. TT5 though, still in the heart of the Twilight's Pass, still looking at a Verse here who has found blue armor in both of these players. Like I said, initial rage, 50% on the rage bar C8.
Yeah, already off rip, and now the aggression here. Maru, just a little bit of a presence known there. Make sure he doesn't get too comfortable, but the other hand, center of the map, Asia, HM. Nice cancellation there off the nunchuck to avoid getting parried. Now, blue dagger in hand here for Asia. We also have common nunchucks there for HM. Does have the F. This is very dangerous. Doesn't manage to go through the window, so to be forced to stay in the pocket in the fight. The Kylan F now called in there for HM. Blue Katana in hand now this time around there for HM, swapping it on over instead of just common nunchucks. But Asia staying in the pocket. Kylan ultimate already invested, looking for the slashes. Doesn't matter to connect off of this. Nearly clips him off the second. Doesn't matter to do so though. Asia now gets cut off the third. It's a little bit of damage. Purple nunchucks off of this alone. Stops the pressure for just a moment to pick up that weapon due to him knowing that ult's about to run out. But now Asia is about to have the ult on his side, so the pressure's gonna potentially just switch around right now.
Yeah, in the armor swap, I thought Asia was like, wait, that's not full. Walking away from his RMB though, I don't know. Asia has his ultimate ready to go. He's trying to look to his ambush and Frostbus, like I said, from Purity Chamber to here, he's taking this approach. Look at the purple nunnies though. If we can get that upgrade for Asia, that'd be all right for me. F1 gets invested here from the combo breaker, and now the cast comes down here. We get a full priority listing here. Grapple Bone won't confirm for a Grapple Bone blue focus, but this is a loan for the kill. RMB release, hold checks him, gets a release, horizontal release, doesn't get the soul bloom, gets the nunnies instead, and he still isn't looking without a fight. He gets a nice grapple on blue focus. He could even look to kind of tap dodge out of here. The Lonnie balls are out here for Frostbus as he lost all his armor in that exchange.
Wow, that's so much damage. Doesn't manage to connect out the first ball throw as well. Very surprised these players didn't rotate towards that Volpine. They actually just stayed in the center of the map to get aggressive. And see Asia now trying to stay alive here for the pressure, but Frostbus is still trying to full commit. Doesn't really get a lot of value off this ultimate. Asia now trying to go for the reset. Does manage to pop one Battalion. Now the chase is on. He's going to go to the underground tunnels. Does get the distance that he needs. Frostbus is going to go ahead and retop off that armor as well. Just for a little moment, Asia with a purple nunchuck is going to have the advantage, but no. Frostbus finds a purple longsword off that choke that he just managed to open. Good tap dodge there to avoid that R&B focus off the opener. Engraving off Ripper as well there for Frostbus. Showcases it very early, but gets the damage already. And now nearly with no armor left, Asia still being able to kite out the pressure here from Frostbus, and does have the kiting path as well. But no, grapple LB is good to Frostbus. Caught up in the corner. What's gonna be the mix up? Green focus there. Man, green focus is man, it gets activated so fast.
Love it. Yeah, because the thing about it is that it just comes down to extensions. You got to go for quick blue focuses.
Yeah.
Engraving early drop. Block extreme comes out. Asia. I don't know, man. It's kind of cooking there. He takes a whole vertical blue focus. He probably dies off this engraving. I lied. Apparently he doesn't. This man lives with only like 220 HP. He's going to go back to the body to see if any sort of armor resets are inside that building, but breaking line of sight is the most important part of this, and now it's just a line straight through for Frostfist to chase him down. One grapple to his name. He breaks his line of sight. If A-Shao still has grapples to his inventory and also the blue armor swap, that means he could just escape out here. Honestly, no grapples in his hand means that A-Shao go for vitality. He wants his fight. He is going to go for it. This is going to be a rage bar exchange, though. F1 casted, raw uppercut burns the combo breaker. Frostfist breaks it down with the R&B. He gets blocked extremed on. He looks to the R&B again. He still has engraving. He still has parries to worthwhile of his effort, and there it is. Though he does not grapple, so he couldn't do nothing about that, and he still catches him with A-Shao going down.
Wow, that could have been a little bit too hairy there for just a second, but Frostfist is being able to close that out. Snacks up a little bit of grapples, but look at the timer, right? First Yang already starting to form up. Spent a lot of time chasing down A-Shao. A-Shao as well spent a long time kiting out that pressure there from Frostfist, but you know, very quickly does manage to upgrade his armor there off of that elimination. Does get some dark tarts for that, and now he's going to be able to post up for that first Yang with purple armor, purple weapon, and players like Ruo, blue armor. Does have a couple of purple weapons in his inventory. I think it's a pistol and a melee weapon there in the back pocket, but overall now, players are going to be starting to post up and try to enter this Yang. Players like Spider, one elimination, has, you know, been chilling throughout the early game.
You got some Jades. You might have engraving too, to be honest. I'm looking at the Jade wise, like, unless he has Divine Flight, you know, rest in peace. But for Spider, I mean, he's pretty stacked out as is. 20 seconds left. This is going to be coming down for us. Now, for everyone in the lobby, no one has been fully eliminated yet. So, beyond this point in this Rummy Yang exchange, it's just going to be up to Spider. Hoping to see if he can take the first slot. This is going to be him just rushing it down, and he's in there. And now it's up to whether or not he's going up against a feasible target. It's going to be A-Shao, right? On that reset, having blue armor, blue weapons, just to see how this Akos versus, how the Akos versus Shunhuan comes down. First Rummy Yang fight, stage 2, day 1.
Let's see it. No other better way to do it but seeing stage 1 chance Spider in the mix. Now both Fs invested from both players. Ultimate invested very quickly, and we also saw this with Spider there in the martial arts ultimate. He was not afraid to pop that ultimate off first catch, and now you see him now try to do the damage. Now the Lee ultimate is gonna be used here to respond there from A-Shao. A-Shao, the winner of the martial arts, catches mid-air. This would be a lot of damage. Gets the posted attack off of this as well, but goes for the 1-2-3 stand. Big damage, and now chunks up all that armor. V2 to stop the pressure, but Spider now was forced in the back of the wall.
Yo, too tough, man. Look at this. Spider looks to scale out away. Gets almost off. He gets it again, and this is going to be the F2 order to negate this. Look at this rock cut. 1, 2. Wait a second. F1 recast is confirmed here. Spider-Man, you're going to confirm 1, 2, 3 vertical. He's going to go for a crutch. He goes for a scare rush instead. Engraving reveal as well, right? Spider just popped the bubble, and now it's going to be a heal off. Scare rush comes down here. Nice armor reset, though, for Spider. He gets scaled on. He loses a little bit of the armor. 45 seconds left on the clock. Scare rush confirms. R&B doesn't catch any staggers off of that. He looks at the clink off, and I know that A-Shao is looking for the pistol shots. Then the F2 gets avoided. The F1 recast. The uppercut is raw. It is going to be going down, and Spider loses that first Rummy Yang. A-Shao hot on the mic. My man's working this down. Frostfist, on the other hand, up against HM's Kylan on the active V1, and he loses his out on that second stage. Giving out Frostfist, right? He still has that purple armor, I believe so, but he still has a way to kind of rushing this down. As for Verse, outside of his fight, having Zen Wu, we're going to see Rio taking a fight against Gigi Chen, and actually seeing how C25 just picked up Babani. Gigi Chen going down on that Rummy Yang means that he's got to find another way to hunt.
Yep. Now we see him now. We go ahead and stop some of this pressure, but you know, Spider, Frost, Chen all having that Yang depletion now. Out of Yang, we're looking at HM. Let's see who else we got. DRG, RW, FPXEQ. I'm waiting to see when we get the aggression from the Vermilion Birdsmite players. Obviously, trying to capitalize off of that, having that safety net from, you know, get eliminated. But now gold weapon there from Ruo, being able to snag that up from the Rummy Yang. On the Timok, very surprised that Timok was nearly last pick for this game.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
XY would be so happy if he was in that last group. He'd be like, sure, I'll take him. Nobody else wants him.
I'll take 2. Thank you for that, Bob. I'm like, all right, you got it, man. I don't even know. My name's not even Bob, bro. What are you talking about now? The one thing is that Yodohime is just comfort pick for GG Chen in this case, but he lost his Rum Yang. We got to see how he cuts out of here. Since Frostmas is on that Yang depletion as well now, it's just like a matter of chase down, right? Looking at how he's chasing down Versta, this is a funky matchup. Lonnie versus the Zenda Wu. For instances, right? Zenda's F-cast for the arrows, she can just start flying around, and Lonnie's ball is just going to have to like figure out a way to go. It's going to be very bipolar when he tries to find the location. Spider, putting him Spidey, gets parried, man. My man got parried off the engraving. Like, no frame, no hazard pay. TT5 gets caught out, doesn't even worry about it. Combo breaks away. And this is going to be a wasted Aqua, so practically, right? For Spider, not what you want to have. Not after Rum Yang loss.
That's rough, right? I mean, pretty much all the Fireflies are gone from the map now at this point, especially with the zone being already closing out here for our second zone. So it's going to be straight neutral. Has 35% though. Running those rage glyphs, we're going to be able to regenerate some of this. Going to go ahead and overhold the F there to avoid the full damage there off the R&B focus. Still gets chunked out of the damage, but now TT25 applying the pressure to the side of the terrain. Back to back scare rushes into the aerial R&B, just being able to chuck off that damage. Drop down to the R&B, another R&B. Spider can't even play the game right now. It looks like he's got sticky keys in the side of this terrain, but Spider now just eating up so much damage into the 1-2-3 as well. And TT25 shutting the pressure there off the Aquos Tiger, making sure he sends him back to the lobby, and that he does.
Yeah, he does. Now we're looking at RW's HM taking their fight against Verse. GG Chen getting a kill against Ruro, by the way. Getting rid of his Yang depletion, right? Though this is a recast city right now. Look at these hits. Boom! Look at this damage. My man's like, nah, I don't care. But for Asia, look at this guy in the sightlines. As he comes down here as a Shunhuan, the midair catches 2.0s, and Verse is like, well, what do I do here now? He's gonna cast his F1 to chase her down, and the recast there to kind of catch him. And Asia tap dodges, even though the stamina is expended, not in the direction that Verse needed to have it in the first place. The fact that Asia though is still fiending for this, you can see that Ruo's or Wei Mao is gonna be on that soul form. Wait and see how this fight turns out, because the fact that we still have combo breaker here from Verse, the fact that Asia even invested his ultimate in the first place, I think that gives a reason for both of these solo alter players to kind of work this res down, and there he goes. Yeah. Both of them.
Both of them.
Let me get two. Both of them.
Let me get two. That's XY. But now let's see the pressure here from Asia. Flying knives. Oh no, this is the ult. 1-2 is good. The scare rush is good as well. Now the double back here for Verse tries to kite down the bottom of the terrain, but the F is good there from Asia. Gets the damage and doesn't get the elimination though. Now we see it now. The prowl here for Ruro. Asia's gonna eat up all this damage. That's gold dual blades, a lot of damage. Going for the jump LMB as well. Swaps on over to the gold fan. Gets cut off the R&B Minx, and Ruro there with the shutdown onto Asia. That is Asia's game 1 or game 2, sorry, with 3 eliminations on the board. Spider is out. Verse and Chen all out with 1, and now we have 4 players remaining. And if it just feels like we didn't have that much pressure. I don't know. We only got 4 players left, but
yeah,
didn't feel the activeness.
I mean, the pickoffs were one to the next. Imperium fight happened, right, for the chase down for Asia versus Frostmas. Then we kind of had this also by Sky Punch, Sign Fang, Engraving, Starfall. Shout out to Starfall for TT5. But back to the point, right? So the thing about it is just kind of seeing the pace in these 8-player lobbies for the first Rum Yang and then having the Yang depletionist. Everyone at Ancient Stockade, that we just saw Asia, right, to kind of be included into that mix. 2 eliminations happened there. And by that point, that was already at 5 players. And then once Asia goes down, that's 4. So we're going to have to see how this goes next, because I've seen Divine Flight onto Hui Mao. He has Tuna, by the way. Actually, not Divine Flight. He has Sin Cleaver, actually. But we're going to have to see. We're going to double check. Actually, no, that is Divine Flight. My mistake. Yo, HM, just run it down. Just throw Blue Focus. TT5 ain't going to consider it. I know TT5's cannon shots are supreme, but the pistol shots are going to connect for 72. LMB catches Jump LMB to work out the combo breaker to see where if he gets pushed back further, if he gets an R&B to the face, and he burns his own combo breaker. And that's for HM. I mean, this is Kylo versus Shayo. I mean, the moment that he had the ult cast first, this is going to be TT5's domain.
So slow little fast fall there off that ult, but goes to shield procs for TT25. Manages to connect off the first shield throw. That's good there for TT25 now. Killing guard proc, the ultimate is gone. The 1-2 off the spam there from TT25. Goes for the air R&B, has the F there to stop that damage from coming in. Does manage to weave that second shield throw. Massive jump parry there from HM. The punish is there. Now TT25 wakes up R&B, forces out the Kylan F. Now for round 2, the 1.0 from HM off of that was enough there for the elimination. Ruro against Frostmas. Frostmas with the upper hand. Now the Tomogo ultimate is going to become in play.
You know what's crazy though is that the Combo Breaker is still available for Frostvis, and he still has a way to stand this out if he wants to. He's still gonna rush him down. He's gonna burn out that ult cast. He's gonna see what's gonna happen next with his ball. Tap dodge, walks away, scare rushes down, engraving reveal. I don't know Ruos, he saw that before, but he ate it. And my man was full. And this is going to be a really sketchy scare rush, yeah, because she's going to chase you down with the goalie stance. Nice avoidance. So the raw uppercut couldn't happen. Apparently, Frostus just didn't get that. He goes for it again. No, he doesn't even connect that one either. The scare rush game is on point for Ruo, but the last ball connects. More to the Defiance procs out here, by the way. 40k Dark Tide coins in the shop. That way, you can see where Ruo comes down to this. FCAS comes out, not the play we were looking for. That's going to go down. Also, by the way, someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Purple Jades are in the shop. This is gonna be coming down to him actually picking this up. I don't know if we're gonna be having a chance in showcase in the shop ever, right? But Purple Jades are in the shop now in the rotation, so you don't have to play RNG for some of those. You can actually just like buy them out. So like any of them might show up, you can actually take the purchase on that. But for the gold Jades, Mortal Defiance, the price, you know, the way it works is that the weapon bags are expensive, or a lot more, right? 500 more Dark Tide coins. But in this new economy, I mean, it's not really a lot. I mean, comparison that you get a kill right now, I think it's what, 24,000 Dark Tide coins. So anything can come down to it in the early game where it's like first from Ying and you start just unlocking your gear, which actually brings up the other point. I don't think anyone's going to be rocking one of the preparation glyph that's been changed up where it's attack. You get a permanent attack buff of 7.2% max by just spending like at least 30,000 Dark Tide coins, which in solos can come by really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's a good change that they did there. I mean, less players got to find better ways to get the economy up there throughout the whole game. But, you know, now it's a game 2. 4 players still remain. 2 Yang depletion, that being Ruo and TT25. TT25 on the Shayo is going to have to see if he can find some sorts of opening here to try to capitalize. Potential third party if he's able to do so. But, you know, the one that would probably engage that is Ruo, and it looks like he is going to be running into this player. So the aggression is going to be between both of the Yang depletion players now. The LB focus open and there for TT25, but Ruo has that weapon advantage there with the gold blades to be able to chunk off a lot of HP, forces out the Shayo F. One more catch is what he needs to really chunk off a lot of, and that's all it is. A lot of damage off of this alone. Going for the 1.0, big damage into the pistol shot. Nearly gets elimination, but in the back end now, we have a massive imperative for Ruo. Frost gets the elimination. Now going for the full TOD off the Temi. Now you see HM and Ruo full pistol shooting Frostivus inside of the side of this Tomok ultimate. The F now called in for Frostivus. Ruo cleanses out, and now the pressure could be going towards his way due to this Tomok ultimate being invested.
Yeah, and seeing how this comes down, we're still hunting that process. We don't even care. Look at this, right? So strange. I don't know, man. I feel like we're watching Kachan, bro. It's crazy. I'll stop. Listen, the crazy part about this is the fact that the buff player is not teamed with the other buff player. Now, this is interesting. Now, this isn't something you see. You know, this isn't your normal NARAKA BLADEPOINT station. Now they understand the assignment. Now they're down towards it, and they're gonna be looking this down. Look at the whisk throw, bro. If Ruo chases him down, I don't know. Is that the right play? I don't know. If he's gonna release a blue focus, I don't think he's safe to do it. Honestly, be honest. I mean, like, this comes down to also seeing Frostus in the back line. Nice raw uppercut. All right, tag team. Boing, boosh, and that's it. That's him, right? He gets the elimination. He gets the R&B. We're looking at the LMB catch if he can get it. Looking at this LMB again, he catches it, but that's going to be a tap to prosperity from Frostus, and enough right there. There's the LMB. He's hoping to see raw uppercut, grapple up, R&B. Ah, yes, disengagement. Doink, or out. See ya. He doesn't even connect it. And he has level 2 charged up, ready to go. And for Frostmas, I mean, Purple Focus runs out of there. He's out of there, bro. He just eats himself away, and then he goes right back in.
Yep, there it is. The slash is not connecting here for the Kylan. Looking for the third. Doesn't matter to do so. Man, combos are dead, man. They're dead. That could have been a full extension down that hill right there. And I believe everybody's running refocus now. Massive, another imperative for Frostivus. Anticipates the F as well. Releases a little bit too early. Does get the knockback, but another parry there. Reading that into the jump LMBs, and Frostivus with 5 on the board. Going to be able to take game number 2 on the Lonnie. Nice composure. Being able to snag up that third-party elimination when both of those Yang depletion players were, you know, scrapping it off there, try to cleanse out. TT25 falls there to Frost. Perfect timing. Snags the elimination. Lives out the pressure that Sammy was being thrown at him there after that engagement, which, you know, big Tomok ultimate. nothing you can really do to hide that. You know, it's just a matter of time that we saw the last two players opposed to him be just, you know, full rain on the Tomoka. We saw it there. The Colin was the last one standing against Frostivus. But overall, you know, game 2 out of the way. Slow game for Spider. Lost Yang, wasn't able to bounce back from that, and you know that's the high risk, high reward of Yang. You know, especially after first Yang. I think we were like 4 players right after Yang depletions were cleared out from that first Yang. It's just not a lot of players to try to work with and try to pick someone in the side of the zone. That first Yang, there's just a lot of aggression from the Millionaires Birthmark players into the players who, you know, have Yang depletion. So overall, pretty much standard here for the solos now. Yeah, I wouldn't say anything's too different. Just the character picks, Tomoka being one of the last 2 picks. But answer for Treasure, which are the HM used in game 2, is the A Syra, B Kylan, C Tessa, or D Viper. I mean, you can literally make it a 50-50 off rip. Off rip.
Like, oh, come on. We just all go crazy with it. We all go crazy with him. That's the boom, done. Now, one thing is, what's kind of interesting too is that the disengagement, very, very few times inside of this BR are you really seeing catches, you know, to kind of punish it. It's just it's used in a way that you kind of not prepared to see it happen. For Frostivus, he was going for a cheeky side uppercut thing, right? To kind of go with the halberds, right? To extend up there and then keep it going. But terrain difference aside, he's keeping in mind, you notice to see the players, right? You know who you're kind of going up against. To find out that they have disengagement, you see the little meter building up. But one thing about it is just kind of forcing them in an opposite direction that late in the circle, in the zone, forces them to do something predictable, right? They have to get A, back in the zone, and 2, he was an active Kylan ultimate. That means that he would have been able to kind of level 2 charge and then just run around to get back in there. And then forcing him to give him the false sense of security. Frostivus basically baited him for time instead of going for a reset. He kind of made him force a chase down for a split second, and then he walks away from him, right? And that gives a lot of more time for him to kind of burn the seconds on the ultimate. I mean, 25 seconds or at least 22 seconds, right, for some ultimates out there. That's a second or 2 is enough to kind of be a nuisance to worry about. So for anyone rocking the Kylan, right, you're kind of making sure that he gets rid of this Keelan guard, because in that case he didn't have it procced yet. So by the time that the ultimate ends, he can then go right back in. In which case, even reading at the Soul Shatter. Backwards, though, like you said, it's just typical of what we see besides a character rotation on the big bands. It's a bell curve. There it goes up and down, right? We're seeing the players kind of come in there, the hop drops off the fights, and they come back down. Once we reach into the point of time after Rummy Yang, they start getting deleted, delete us, then all of a sudden they come down towards the point in time, second Rummy Yang, 4 players left. Seeing this, you know, we're seeing the formula. This is really what comes out from stage 1 to now.
Yeah. Kind of missed 12 man. Not gonna lie.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, but you know, hey, lot to get accustomed to. Frostivus, 5 eliminations, like I mentioned right before that game ended. 2.5 ranking points. HM though, as well with 5 eliminations, 6 game score for that game alone. Oh, quick standings. What do we have? SS1's Frostivus with 8 overall game score. HM with 6. Asia with 5. Rio with 4. Spider with 2. 1.5 for TT25. 10 and Verse with both with 1. But yeah, with a green focus, I feel like, I mean, we just got to give these players a little bit more time with it. I feel like those green focuses are going to get grappled probably in a couple months. That it's going to probably be like a, you know, like a standard thing to see. Just, it's not new, but no one has been running green focus at all, you know? And so I would say now, these past weeks. So that's something they just got to implement into their muscle memory from, you know, just the game. You can't really go for the full extension, and it's also a mind game, right? When you want to activate the green focus, or did they change that?
No, I mean, you can activate it, but you don't have to split like a couple seconds there. Like you have to run it down. Gotcha. So another thing too is, and this is actually a topic we can talk about, is just kind of seeing the value. I had a little bit of a feeling like in terms of just the red focus, or the red glyph boards. The usage on this last node doesn't really come to par, at least to kind of see. I mean, my biggest grievance with the big node on red for solos is like it's 2 minutes cooldown. There's a 2-minute cooldown, bro. After which point, use your ultimate, you're gonna be low on rage, but you can't build up rage over time, right? Dealing damage dealt, damage taken, stuff like that. You're losing out on a huge point to say, I want to build my rage over time. Okay, well, if you build up that rage over time, you might as well go for initial rage, start the fight off, and have a safety mechanic for you, right? Alongside of that. On top of that, you can get mitigation or rage damage taken instead of damage dealt on top of rage for 40%. But Lonnie MVP coming out here from Frostbus, my man worked it down. You know, the lobby, boom, it's his own, right? He had 5 eliminations. He got the 7.5 points earned that game, putting himself at the top of the leaderboard, right, as it stands. HL still in top 3 for the prediction. But one part is that we allow ourselves to see what's going to happen next. For instances, like I said, the reason we seen this disengagement is too valuable, man. I mean, taking away the rage, just having that in the beginning is all that you need. And at the end of the day, over time, I mean, you can get a parry and all that stuff in ultimate, but what are you going to do next after that? You're not going to find much after that, right? That's it. But we're going to lead ourselves down here, right? This is going to be going to round 3. This will be where we're at Morris Isle Night. We're going to catch a quick break for you guys, and we'll be back for you at the halfway point. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Severio alongside with Creatives. We are running it down for game 3. This is going to go down to stage 2 as we go through the first day for bracket A, at least for group A, I should say. This comes down to Frost was taking MVP for round 2 versus MVP was Asia. Although Asia went down with 3 eliminations last round, he didn't take any placement points to really start standing out, but he is still top 3, right? So it comes down to his Shunwan pick being available, due to GG Chen picking out Yodohime in the first pick grouping, which I gotta say, I mean, personality pick aside, still a staple pick, right? Yodohime.
Yeah.
But usually, you know, reserved for anywhere between groups 2 or 3 to the 4th phase, right? To see that grouping in play. But having her to be this early on kind of creates a little bit of a slight upset, but at least to see where he kind of decides upon bringing her back again, he still has to make it out there live, right? On the bottom 4.
Yeah. I think once we have like some, I wouldn't say an odd pick, because I feel like that it's good to, like, you know, have not the top 2 characters always being played out. Just the fact that it kind of throws the remainder of the picks just off balance for a little bit. But, you know, Yodo has been good ever since she got that reworked. You know, especially in the league, a lot of players really put a lot of time to perfect her. The pressure that she had in Yang, just perma gold frames overall, just it was just too good not to play as a character for one of your picks. But, you know, now with 8 players, you can knock off all those other picks that they were forced to play when there was 12 mans, like the Farriers, the Wu Chens. I mean, we barely see Liam's as well now, which we did have a hover, I believe, from Ruo there for this game too. To potentially might be playing Liam in this game, but Liam, I mean, as we all know, was a staple character in solos for a very long time, but now has been gutted out the meta. And yeah, I'm not sure what we're gonna see here for game 3. I was talking about the pacing and just how I wouldn't even say slower, because we only have 4 players after the Yang depletion concluded there for our first Yang. But I don't know, man. It just feels so different now compared to what we have for the 2025 season. Obviously, we lost 4 players in the server, but overall, I just feel like it needs an umph. It needs something to really, I don't know, put it up to par with trios.
Take away the Yang depletion, bro. GG.
You have been saying that.
Top dog. Yeah, it's crazy. If they put themselves out of the Yang depletion, you don't run. I mean, the risk of running the Rummy Yang is significantly far less. Yeah, and you're like, well, what's the point of running the Rummy Yang? It's all or nothing. Yeah, but in an 8-player format, the way it works down is that if it comes down to it, even in, like, let's say the open Immortal War, then you still have other people that are like looking to kind of itch for a fight against the against the Yang buffs, players. Yeah. Right? Even still, like, they still want to take this. They want the smoke, bro. They'll release the 1.0s. They don't care. And then inside of this round, I mean, 8 players, you're running half the lobby out by that time. So if we end up going through with that, Yang Depletionist can still kind of rock around the Christmas tree, but it's not Christmas season unless the bounty score gets picked up. So for anyone that kind of comes down from the Rummy Yang as a winner, they'll take a bounty score to start hunting. That's their main ambition, right? Now, what's if it comes down to them finding their own kin, right? Their own buff bro, right? If it comes down to them having to hunt down another Vermilion Burst Might wielder, they're at least taking the fight against someone with the buff, and if not, they'll definitely find someone else that has themselves outside of that, right? Like outside of the Rummy Yang. Whether they're the one that they just fought, or it's just someone else maybe who cleared Spirituel, or it's just someone else in the overworld with blue armor, blue weapons. There is so many. There's no time clock, right? There's no deficit on top of that. The only people that know that lost the Rummy Yang and have a time bomb is anyone who sees the kill leaderboard and they see the loser, and then they're gonna remember that this person is on death's door, that they're looking to try to get a snack on the kill, whether as a one-on-one combatant or as a third party. Right? They have to seek that into that. Hot take.
Yeah, but I don't know. I actually don't know. I every time I sit here and cast solos, I try to think about what can be changed, but I feel like it's just a lot more rougher now to really have that same pacing we had. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see how the rest of the year goes. But overall, we have our first and second selections now, all the way through 8, obviously. But that's gonna be Asia and Verse being able to have those first 2 picks. I believe we might see an Akos for our first round once again. I don't think I saw Akos mirror match for the first stage 1. We had just Lee being that mirror matches, but I feel like the pressure there from the Akos is just a little bit better, even though Lee's he's a problem overall. Just you have to respect that F, man. It's just too good. His ult has so much pressure. Both modes too. I mean, I thought he was only gonna be a problem in solos, but in trios, man,
I know.
Transformer Shredder, man.
Don't even say his name in the word trios in the same sentence, bro. Man is a fiend. He's like Hans from Die Hard, bro. He is just. Why is this guy talking in a different language? Isn't he British? That's crazy. The thing that comes down is no way we bring.
Oh, I like this.
Yo, like Asia, my man is like coach is actually is the brains of the operation, bro. At this point,
I like this.
Yo, Enor Ban. Look, Verse is looking at the Enor Ban. He's like, wait. No way my man is rocking that. Okay, we lose Akos then. Shunwan is now forced into third phase again. At least coming down to this, maybe. Maybe we get the third pick coming out from Frostmas, who sees this is available. Enor. He's like, what the? Okay. Shunwan lead it. I guess he gets it available for him in the next round, so he gets the double pick if he needs to. Now for anything. RW's HM, what's the play here, dog? Because I mean, Yoda Ime, we could go down the role of Zendo Wu if you want to. I mean, Zendo Wu has been pretty much in the 4th and 3rd spot, but usually the 5th spot, the latter end of the stage 1. Pick up the Lonnie. Stages it up. Honestly, would not be mistaken. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Zendo Wu. For this round, Lisa Morris. It's a lot of trees, man. The thing about it is, if we end up in the tree lines, I mean, her shots are gonna have to be like dime a dozen. She's gonna have to connect those for anyone in the sky.
Hirohime, preferred.
Lock it.
Yeah. I think she's still good though. We'll probably see T25 play it, but I like the Eater pick. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I actually really do like that.
Okay.
I wanted to say
Have you seen her go up against Wazenda Wu though? The Enor
I have
versus
not.
Zenda Wu fight.
I have not, no. But I will right now. With TT5 slot in, that's the move there for a 6 slot there. But also, I was thinking, why don't they run Enor in martial arts? I feel like you know, they have that pressure on them in there.
Combo breaker, right? Everyone in that rummy, everyone in that martial arts has a combo breaker. Besides when we had Justina's, and even then, everyone has a way to kind of break themselves down. The thing about Enor too is that he can just be kited on low key. The pillars aren't so high though, so maybe he has a fighting chance. You have to, I mean, pressure enough is like to extend out, but you gotta use it as like a burst skill. Liam pick up from the GG Chen though for this more solid match. Go and skip skill right now. He means like I wanted to pick him up in first round. I just misclicked, guys. I'm sorry. No, the thing I gotta see next is just. So the thing about Zenda Wu is that, you know, Enor can still tap dodge the arrows, so to speak, but he expends a lot of stamina. So if we see the first dodge happen, there is nothing happening after that. Like, he can get converted into a shot. But it just depends. Zenda Wu ultimates have been machine. The V2 would be also a great addition to kind of light stagger him. I don't think V2 even binds out Transformers. So that's going to be a case. If we see that coming down to the Enor, it's just going to be melting him down from the Zenda Wu selection there.
We'll see how it plays out.
Yes, sir.
We'll see it. Not opposed for Mint. That is one of the characters that I was a little confused why we didn't see it anywhere this year. Just the fact that, you know, towards the end of last year, everybody was trying to work on their Enor. Everybody was running that character. It was good. He was good, especially in ISO fights. He was good. It was just, you know, if he was in that third party situation, he would just get full ran down. You know, kited out, ran down right after that ult was done there for that character. But no, that's probably it was probably just in the pool due to the fact that, you know, these players needed to pick up more characters, just with the way that the hero point selections got changed, you know, from being able to have a dual pair to not. So I think that was just probably one of the main reasons why we saw a lot of him, especially on his earlier release of him being implemented to the Pro League. But what you got? What you got?
V2 Asia on the Enor 1, bros. Oh, hold your fire. Oh, so if he goes for catches on that, he gets to teleport and then restand somebody. That's gonna be fire. See, I can't wait for that. But the thing too, TT5 finally, can we get a round of applause? V1 finally making its appearance for the Zenda Woos. I swear, man. No, because the thing about the V1 is that recast, it's a direct line of sight, and it will stagger Enor for her to kind of catch another arrow, right? Logistically, she doesn't even need to hit the mark. He's a big enough target already. So by the time that he connects off of that end, we just see her melt him down. That's just an optimal matchup, at least. I kind of see it. The F2 though on the Enor is going to be a staple. We saw some players decide to use her, use Enor's F1 for some like overworld, you know, Mortal War matches, but not in the competitive league. We haven't seen it yet. Not seeing that skill just so far, but it would be interesting to see if F1 makes its appearance. I mean, it's a stamina reset. It's a way to kind of close gap if you need to on the ground or to escape. Kind of similar to like Tarka, except it's, you know, you don't stand still, you just keep moving. Now the spawn rate here, pretty invested right now in the Artisan's Grove, WBG's Verse, RWHM, GG Chen. That's Money Town, by the way. SS1's Frostmas is right there on the cusp. Try to look to that one Firefly and go straight into it from the tree line. Game 3, Morrisal Night, Classico map, stage round 1 map. We actually next season, guys, we're gonna have a new map. Next season. Can't wait. Summertime. But the other thing too is, we can't forget our roots, right? We can't forget where we start off here. Cherry blossom trees from the Azoth Peak all the way, or from now until then, we're gonna be over here to see Verse over by the Noble Cave. First Firefly picked up, and he already has initial rage.
Yeah, Fruit pointed this out. Looks like you might have been on Wolf there for just a couple of seconds, but Frost, on the other hand, a little bit of chase down there on Chiruro. It's a common armor on both sides. Blue weapon advantage here for Frostivus against the common fist plates, but you know, catches the F. Doesn't matter to catch the carousel, catches the scare rush off of this as well. The R&B's jump LMBs. Can't force out the F just yet. Now potentially he will. There it is. Throws the TP down, but the LMB chase down is there. Good there for Frostivus, and it's gonna be picking up our first blood here for game 3. It's a little quiet here, Severio. I'm not gonna
lie. Little silent.
Yeah,
It's like a children's book, bro. We're just reading page by page, layer by layer. Chapter 1, The Reckoning. You know, it's crazy, too, is that Verse taking Moneytown now by himself. I can't believe this man didn't get any contestant over there. That's crazy. Look, Zed's Winery, though, this is a spot that doesn't even leave from, like, the... No one leaves this spot, man. When you start seeing people disengage in there, they're not leaving that for, like, another 2 minutes. Frostbus, though, is kind of kiting alongside Spider here, even though Spider saw the grapple come from a distance. Able to pick up Scatter Shot, you know? How do I know? That's the only Jade. That's the only Jade that's green with the little symbol there. So easy to remember, right? I'm teaching y'all. I'm joking. Spider, though, is running purple focus, running away, you know, as it comes down to a funny run. For Frostbus, he finds blue armor somehow, some way. For us right now, Spider takes his engagement, though. Versus is going to be looking at the F2 roar, burns to the combo breaker for Spider. And this is enough for anyone, even HM, for instance, to look into for a third party, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, look at the minimap. HM's trying to go out. He's trying to go towards Verse. Verse gets a common armor. First one in to grab one out. Spider's still looking. I took his aggression onto another player, but now the no ult zone is going to be popped there. Forbidden Seal up in play. No ultimates that I believe 3 out of our 4 players had that online. You see Verse playing the outskirts of that zone to make sure he can pop that ult if he needs it, but Spider's going to eat up a little bit of that damage there from the spear. Frostbus, on the other hand, looking for the drop down. Massive pair. Oh, what? That was a disgusting parry there for Spider. Just parries, backs off. He's like, yo, you better chill on me. You better chill on me. I see that. But T25, on the other hand, to be eating up a lot of damage. Then the ultimate now invested. The V1, I don't think we're going to see a lot of it here due to the fact of the pressure here from the lobby.
Yeah, and then looking at this, don't tell me he doesn't get killed off that. Oh my goodness. No way he connects this. It does. Frostbus gets it. 2 eliminations. Hey, listen, Zendu down for the first life coming down here. 2-5 on that reset. But Verse is actually looking to juggle HM. 1 LMB was all he needed, but zone take damage is enough. Verse gets elimination. That's going to be his first kill. And still having the blue armor there, it's going to be not a real reason for him to kind of sweat this out. Getting back into Zest Winery, though, and different story. Frostbus, though, is moving south. First Romian going to be spawning in for the players versus making his way towards one in the north. As Spider's going to be reaching upon the area. Now, considering that Frostbus has 2 eliminations, typically he should be buying something at the shop before he hits the Roman Yang, right? There it is, purple armor. That's what we're waiting for. But for anything else, Asia on this Enor 1 already has Watcher's Grip, has an engraving, by the way. It's just a matter, yo, why do we see so many engravings still? Yo, can we talk about that? Juggernaut, though, on the Frostbus, as it comes down to. For us, if he ends up going down there with the fight against Enor 1, it's still in Xunhuan's favor. I mean, Enor 1 has such a... He's going to have a rough time in there, man. Like, I'm going to be honest, but we're going to have to see. T25 is the only person, the only outlier choice pick here, who A, is on reset, but B, who knows if he enters with gray armor, gray weapons. Because he's the type of player that would want to do that just to make sure he gets his entry in.
What they had, like two bodies fell right before this Yang. Not a lot. So, all the players are going to be alive. We have Verse, purple armor. We have a couple players down with purple armor. I know Frost picked one up. Verse got one. Still have some blues as we see the for Asia. But yeah, just waiting out for this first Yang. Let's see. A little bit of damage reduction here for Verse. A little bit stable there to be able to enter that Frostbus as well. On the Lee. Fist Blade's very, very favorable weapon here for a lot of these players. HM though, struggling right now. Common armor, common weapons. He ain't got no ult, man. He ain't got no nukes. He ain't got nothing. He needs some help.
I was about to say some heinous level 5 warning, chat moderation warning statement, but I'm gonna hold it down. I ain't gonna say it. I plead the 5th. Welcome to America. I'll stop. We got a chance here. RW's HM and the YTG225 are the only players with common armor right now, but hey, my man found aerial dash, by the way. So either that or Salt Smolder. We're gonna have to find out. If TG25 takes his Romy Yang, I don't see a reason why not. I think this man's gonna do it. But for Verse, my man stacked out of his mind. My man is gonna be the one above all right now. If he takes his Romy Yang, it's up against either Chen or Spider. So just seeing how these two are just kind of approaching this. Chen, though, on this Liam, I have yet to see this man pop out for it. Frostbus still has that pass ready to go, and he's going to be waiting his Romy Yang for the latter half of the lobby, seeing who is going to be the last ones to enter with the weaklings, right? Though it turns out Asia and HM actually taking the same Romy Yang. So Lonnie versus the Enor 1. Honestly, I think Asia takes this. He has ball knowledge. He might even catch an LMB like that to burn the combo breaker, like I said.
He knows ball. You know what? Oh, headshot dink though. They're from HM. Blind pressure, not a lot of HP out now. Ult's being invested very early here from HM. You see Asia just trying to kite it out. It's going to go ahead and invest the Enor ultimate there to avoid getting hit off that ball throw. There goes the TP. Gets it into the ground slam. Gets the damage. All that armor is gone now. Goes for the drag slash. Doesn't manage to connect off of this. HM now trying to kite out the pressure. Has the pillars to do so. Mini pillars, though, don't have that high advantage there. Just clip off the area R&B. Drag slash doesn't connect. Can't get the second hit off of that alone. And now F recast in. Yeah, I don't know but the Edo gets a fully stacked player.
Bro, the crazy thing is he casts the F2 and immediate got like, bro, wait, you gotta wait this out. LMB doesn't even have a connection there. The heal though denied, and Asia was able to get his full armor. There's no way we drop this, right? RMB into immediate RMB slap. Oh my god, the feint's out. And the combo breaker. Wait, F2's back up. Boom, boom, boom. You gotta force it out in a weird position, dude. There it is. That's exactly what we needed, right? That's the weird position, bro. My man's like, yo, pistol shot BM Master Asia. My man is on flight. He's on flight duty, and he ain't the pilot. He's the flight attendant. He's gonna, all right, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats down. I'm gonna take this first spin. Yo, Gold Hong Sword picked up here. He's gonna have twin shot bound shell. Solar Crystal is gonna be worked down. I don't know if he's gonna use it for fist blades or for a ranged weapon down the road. Let's take a look and see him, because there's no way this man did not pick up the Solar Crystal. I would be flabbergasted. Big words. Ruo though wins out his Rummy Yangs. He's got one elimination. Purple gold pole sword working down the F1 with the V2 or V1, I should say. The problematic situation right now for Asia. Spider lost his Rummy Yang. Oh my god, and he almost lost that. Remember, he had that Rogers grip. We talked about that earlier. I hope you've been paying attention, because this is going to be whether or not the third party happens in succession for Spider or between him and Chen, because this is a lot of plaques. There is a lot of plaques to see from this point of view.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to see where the Enor can do it, especially in this third-party situation, that being Chen. The F caught ended for Spider. Counter grapple is good. Gets the damage. The ultimate. Did he get the stack? He does get the stun in the back into the whisk as well. This is bad for Asia. This is the last thing he needed him to happen, but he is a transformer, so he is able to invest that and walk out. But Ruo starts to move on, and Chen now keeping his eyes on the Tomok. Spider with half white HP. I believe the Enor does want to stay very close here to potentially get the last hit confirmation as well. Chen not even touch here. There goes Liam ball throw. Doesn't get value off of this. Tries to go for the second one. Gets it this time around. He's going to throw him inside the fire, but doesn't. I believe he missed. Now the Yodo F called in. Ruo, the fourth party, looking at the mini map. Frostovich joins the map as well. So now lots of players around. 3 players still having to cleanse. Spider invests that Temi ultimate. But a disgusting stagger there on the side, but wasn't able to close it out there. And now we're back with Asia against Chen. Oh,
level 2 bowl sword, dropping the bowl sword. My man getting R&B though. That's it. Prosperous doesn't get the solo. Yes, he does, but he has only one way out. Up. Oh my god, he composite parried. You know what? I like the doggone for composite parries, but I can't no longer. Spider scare rushed on, gets F1 the heck out. But I know Spider looking at this shop like, yo, I can buy an armor right now to reset. But I don't think Rio's gonna give him the opportunity there. I mean, listen, no ultimate, pole sword standby. You gotta hope that he's on a Temi coming down here with an ultimate cast, because now that Spider has the kiting potential here, he is going to take full advantage of it, having a reset opportunity. Ruo getting eliminated in the back line for that Vermilions from HM, and HM not even sure he's going to come out here. Asia, for instance, is, if he has it, which he does, 40 seconds left on that Vermilions, he could just burn this out. And he goes down to Frostus. Frostus picking up his third elimination here. And Spider's like, yo, what's going on here? 29 seconds left on the clock. I need to find a fight right now. And he finds Chen. Chen doesn't have an ultimate, and he's the Liam. So if he finds his kite path right now, the nunchucks, just to get inside the building, the Spider won't have enough time to catch this, no matter how much pressure he puts onto it, because that combo breaker burn off gives just enough time for Chen to hit the obelisk of pain, the escape tower, right? He's going to be rushing himself down here. And this is ironically where Spider loves to take chases down, but he doesn't have enough time for it. And for that, last hit confirmation might be going to Chen here in just a split second. And yes, it does, giving him an extra point.
I wonder who did the race on HM. He got the elimination, but he didn't get the bloom. So someone yoinked it away from him, and now you see him still in the pocket with 34 seconds. Still finding out to try to cleanse this out. T225 very low there on the Zenda. There goes the ultimate. Nice weaves there from HM. Gets sniped down though into the follow-up bow shots into the shot. Nope, doesn't connect off of this. Has the ball throw for a little bit of sustain. Going for the goalie stance. This does get the knockback, but in the back end, Asia out there with the R&B focus confirmation. Frostovich tries to snag it up. Doesn't manage to do so. does invest the ultimate. You see him scattering out of this situation to make sure he does not get focused here. But Asia potentially going for the shutdown. You see him now crossing paths against Frostivus, going for the dagger hits. Doesn't matter to connect off of this one. Hits a little bit on the last one and the fourth as well. Now the E nor F. Not going to be in play no longer there for Asia. Does have the ultimate online as well. There goes the F. He's going to use this ultimate to avoid getting hit off that crowd from the F. Can't go up the rocks. Frostivus creating that distance. Ruro in the back end. Already posted up in the realm. See Frostivus trying to take the realm as fast as possible. No, he's going to continue cutting back. Asia potentially going to be playing the realm. Yeah, he's just going to cut his losses. Going to go ahead. Potentially get a reset in. But we are going to be having TT25 against Chen. Liam versus Zenda.
Yeah, Zenda Wu, man. Can't wait. Look at this. My man missed it. Mortal Defiance has fire arrows, target lock. I couldn't even read the J's fast enough. All you need to know, Mortal Defiance. That's all you need to know, right? But for Chen, this is a matter of just patience, right? He's got to burn the Zenda Wu ultimate so he can get a free Liam orbs, right? Combo breaker first and foremost. Seeing how the scare rush positions are, tower plays, pillar plays. Chen looks into pistol shot for proc shots. Works around the pole sword. This is a very dangerous weapon, man. It's probably one of the most dangerous weapons for a scare rush. If it connects there, he can just have to either invest a combo breaker or he eats all the damage with the follow-up. Nice ACA, nice burn on the combo breaker. This is stage 1, right? We need to look at stage 2, seeing what's going to be coming next here. Recast comes up, a little bit of heal. Early parry burns at the blistering edge, burns his combo breaker. Now the nunchuck swap out here for the gold rarity, and then the Zenda Wu ultimate. RMB connects. Wow, the shots are coming down, but this is going to be up to the RMBs. The recast is coming through here. He avoids it, gets V1 denials on one whole area. Tap dodge, tap dodge, tap dodge. Shot, and that's going to be the second orb missed on. Zenda Wu really looking pretty nice here. LMB RB grapple bump, doesn't get the grapple, burns the Mortal Defiance, has combo breaker ready for block extreme, doesn't even throw the horizontal, was rocking the RB instead. Now, as for Chen, this is all that comes down to. One scare rush, F1 burnout, combo breaker. We need to look to see what's next. Scare rush around the corners again. Blue focus reverts it, parries it, has himself to burn his combo breaker. Chen still working around the pillars, doesn't get caught in the proximity, still goes for meter dump extensions and still works himself into stone form proc. Gets RMB from T225, wasn't expecting it and getting eliminated.
No way. Full sword gaming now gets a gold one.
Another one. Can't make this up, bro. This can't make this up, y'all.
Now gets a gold one. Man, we gotta put the mask down on the Liam, man.
Ooh. Oh, Reva bomb shot, bro. Oh my god, you're about to witness some pain here today, man. Reva bomb shot got buffed, at least somewhere. And well, not buff. Let's just say it's a very annoying Jade in the right hands. I think T25 is the guy for that job. But we're out to see. Verse up against Rule, man. Who do you think it's gonna? Who won this fight? Do you think?
I didn't peep, but I'm good at the verse. I mean, Aqua's verse. Yeah. Calvert Bloom, I believe, on the dual blades. Blue dual blades in hand. Tries to cut out the pressure. See that gold pole sword though. See him quickly swapping over to that weapon whenever he wants to go for a scare rush, but no. Goes in, gets punished off of this. Calvert Bloom sidestep, beautifully done. Gold green focus now called in. The RB Minks are good. Yoda ultimate now invested verse. Gonna respond with the Aqua, so can go for the shutdown off the V2. Is able to catch her while she's over holding. See her now trying to go for the drop down LMBs, crouch LMBs. Gets a little bit of that damage. Nice tap dodge there from Verse to avoid that. Avoids the aerial slash as well. Just reading everything. Holy, it's clean. V2. Oh, doesn't even matter. Yeah. I don't know what we were thinking about.
The F1 cast, I was like, are we going to be using the reposition? But the pistol shot was always going to be ready, right? Even after the recast. So it was a lump sum exchange. Chen, pole sword again. Nightmare field, man. Chill, watch out. RMBs. F1 cast comes down. He still has a recast. Watch out. Don't release Stoneform procs out, and Chen doesn't have a lot of options here. I mean, he knows it's going to be burning this down. He even tried to combo breaker breaks hers to force out that recast. No. That's not going to work out. No. But this orb, not going to work either. Okay, well, we might have a little bit of a situation. The parries are good. The orb is not going to confirm, and that's going to be Juro getting elimination. Soblum not yoinked. He got himself F1 recast, and so has that V recast if he needs to go for a mass heal here.
Yeah, but he looks safe for now. But look, Flint nods are out. Oh, recast is in now. Players are going to start grappling in. First one, TT25. Also, I have Asia on the left side, and now it's going to be a full rain down here on Taru. Eats the blistering shot. I mean, he might have lost his gold pole sword because he's playing purple, and I think he just picked it right back up there from Rue's body. Now you see TT25 little bit of love tap there from the Uckos. Back up. Not for free, fine. You can have it. It's gonna go ahead and disperse. Everybody's gonna run on back. 3 players remain. Asia with 4, Verse with 2, T225 with 1.
Okay. That Cloud Weaver Sunwing shot has a rev up bomb shot, so has it with the Salt Smolder, has a blistering edge, kind of contest for that. I think he has Overlord too. I'm not sure. Verse Jade wise, he has Dragon-like Might, Vaja's Grip, Salt Smolder, Kabloom we saw from earlier in the Alchemy. Though what's kind of crazy is that Asia has 4 eliminations, dog, on Enor, right? And I don't know. I mean, kind of bringing him down here. He has Heft the Detach. He has another Vaja's proc. He has an Engraving, Juggernaut level 2, a Blazing Cyclone. He's kind of set. I mean, he finds a longsword to convert here. He'll go for the crafting hammer, no questions about it. This man will just go for it. The Heft the Detach or for the Blazing Cyclone. I mean, I'm gonna go for sustain at the end of the day, but this guy is also on the Enor, so he goes for old cast. It's just a whole 100% HP reset.
Get TT25. He's about to get aggressed on.
Instigation.
Oh, he clips him. Gets the damage onto Asia, taking white health. You see it now. Verse, not sure if he spotted that. Doesn't look like he's full aggressing that. T225 though drops down. Now wants to get aggressive onto Asia. What is going to be the mix up? A little bit of love taps here onto T225 for now. All players playing neutral. Blistering Edge now. It's going to be invested, but the F recast is good. Spirit Well is up. It's damage this time around from the Spirit Well. Asia now is going to continue taking white health. Drops down off that pole sword. Verse just waiting this out. He's capturing the other one. So this moment, you can wait and see it here. The damage is there. Zenda F now called in here for T225. Doesn't get the knockback there off the recast, but now it's gonna be going towards T225's way. Nearly capturing it now, but no. Verse comes in just in time. Now aggression onto T225. The Zenda Wu ultimate gets weaved out the first one, the second one too. Verse, hey man, he's just dodging everything right now throughout the whole Yangs, and now look, he even hit him. Look, he's just a ghost. Can't capture him, but the Blister Edge does clip him, and now we're gonna be back into this 3-way scrap off.
Yo, Verse just lost all his armor. Hold your fire. Oh my god. Oh my god. This man just got blown up, bro. Yo, get this guy out of here. Oh, and he got the old recast because of it. Yo, look at this. Doink. No, I'm waiting for the shots to connect here because Asia, he has F2 recast, right? He's looking for the line of sight here if he can connect it. He might not even get a chance. He's worried about the V2 more than anything. He got the Assault Smolder and he got the recast. He avoids it. He doesn't get the reset, man. That's tough. That's a recast too in the hands of T225. Grapple into the Smolder strikes in Asia. I was like, I'm gonna hold check you. RMB drop down. ER1 still available. Having a full chance to proc this ultimate, he goes for it. And the V2, I don't know. We're not throwing this in midair though, all right? Look, Skywalk, walk away. Can't only do more than that many. Gotta go right back in. Armor's reset. Doesn't even give him a chance to, man. Asia had active ultimate the entire time. The moment he heard it deform, he was going for it. LMBs comes down though. This is all about neutral, right? But Salt Smolder, though, is the only integer here that we're not calculating. That had a lot of damage. But here's the thing. Sunwing's Essence is effects. T225 still has a Mortal Defiance and has a full armor reset.
Yeah, I mean, I like what H-Shot did here, though. He just let it go, goes for his full reset as well, knowing that T225 had that arm on the opposite side. So just going to reset the fight. You see T225 now, ready to go back on in. Both players very healthy. The opener is going to be the 1-2 off the nunchucks. Gotta be aware of this pole sword, though. Blister Edge didn't have the terrain there for that. Nearly goes over his head, and the massive paradigm from A-Shao. Now the mix-up, jump LMB, grapple extensions. Doesn't get it, though, due to the terrain. Just nearly him knocking him down. The weaves here for the dagger. Tom connects off of 2, 3, potentially. Yeah, that is. The damage does connect it for T225. The proc comes in off the nunchuck. Delays it, doesn't release. Has Dragon's Roar as well there for the nunchucks. You see him charging that up. The pistol shot's not coming to play. The advantage going towards A-Shao's way. T225 trying to manipulate the terrain here to try to back on up and get a reset in. It looks like Asia is going to let one powder go through. Both shot doesn't connect yet there for T225, creating the distance. The backside. There it is. Grapple bump into the 1-2. Gets the 1-2-3. Area RMB. Has green focus there to avoid that full damage. And now opens up the LMB focus. The ultimate is back up here for T225. And this is bad here for Asia.
Yeah, but this is what I was talking about. So he avoids it. That's all his stamina burned out. The second dash, he does get connected for a little bit for the Nbpl. My man, recast is actually the way to go. Inside the LMB, immediate recast. Sunwing Essence is still up, though, y'all. He still has a chance with the Mortal Defiance, and that's at least 20% of his HP down for his opponent, but T225 goes straight back up. Recast to deny the whole wall, gets a light stagger. Has the lightning mark ready to go. If he connects it, this would be it for T225. That's all he needs. 2.0 comes out. He eats a lot of that damage. F2 cast comes out. We still got 25 seconds. My man was ambitious for that. He didn't need to do all that. He didn't need to do the F2 recast. Aja knew exactly his mistake, man. I had to slam the table for him. There's no way we're that ambitious to look for the recast. Because you can get a notice on the indicator is going to tell you beforehand. And TT5 was ready for that. Still takes the MVP.
Man, he had it, man. He had it.
He literally did. They could have gone for a reset for one armor, and then it would have been the case, right? 20 seconds off left on the Sunwings Essence means that the Mortal Defiance was still there, but like Asia, like instant recast, man, come on, bro. But let it go, you know. He did good on the Enor 1 game.
Yeah.
And a good Enor 1 game is kind of a spectacle to see, right? Though kind of getting us into the the idea is that, you know, is he still an option to come through, or is this just a personality? I mean, Aja work with it. Third-party situations for, well, the whole fight that happened at Council Courtyard, that alone was enough for him to kind of gain points on the board, like just to kind of recast and come back in there and go right back out. When Spider was trying to get rid of the Yang depletion, Chen was trying to go for Liam orbs. All that gave him opportunities to kind of seize the opportunity against anyone like the Hime, right, for instance. But for everyone else, I mean, it's up to seeing how this comes down later on. Otherwise, C25 comes out really clutch on the Zendu game. I mean, 3 eliminations was his kill count, but 5.5 points. That means he was only 0.5 points ahead of Aja, who had 4 kills total eliminated.
I also feel like Aja kind of got blessed in that first game. He goes against Alani, common armor, not really fully scaled up. Ends up winning that, gets his, you know, he starts scaling up a little, starts scaling off that first Yang. He's able to continue that momentum throughout the whole game. But yeah, I don't think I think Enor kind of works just to the fact that it's just so much like isolated fights, you know. It's a lot of ISO fights, and man, the bodies fall fast. I mean, I feel like the games go by so fast now. We're into second Yang, 4-3 players alive. It's just a whole different tempo. So, you know, I feel like you can make them work, but you kind of would have to like give up like one of those last selections that you would pick, like a Kylan. I don't know. Would have to see more.
Yeah, you lose a Kylan, Shayo, or you lose Lonnie, worst case scenario. For us, I mean that comes down to also seeing where he was using V2, which variation V1 has a lower cooldown for the spear. You're able to cast it out more times than the ultimate cast. Thing about V2 is that your ultimate focus, you're throwing the recast, you can teleport to it and then close the gap, right? Boom, done, right? Done deal. And a lot of things that you would mitigate normally wouldn't be able to mitigate against most of the time, would just come through for you to kind of catch. So looking at TT25, 5.5 points on the Zendu game, giving him the MVP. And then also looking at Aja here for 5 points in second place, Rosmus in third points with third place with 3 points, 2.5 for WBG's first and fourth. DRG's Ruro with 2.5 as well in fifth. GG Chen with 2 points in sixth place. RW's HM bringing us seventh, and then, you know, looking at eighth overall. I mean, one part of this is though is that, you know, Spider right now, man, tough. 3 points so far, right, in the bottom of the board, but going bottom to top, Jennings in seventh with 3 points as well. 3.5 for WBG's verse. Ruro with 6.5 in fifth place. This is where we reach the top half. T225, right? That game alone, 7 points along the board. RW's HM taking out 7 points as well, right, into game 3. FPX's Asia takes 10 points overall, and this one's Frost taking out 11 points. Now, you gotta listen to this. I mean, still keeping himself nice and nifty at the top of the leaderboard. Anyone can kind of catch up with like 2 games, at least 1 game at least, right? They kind of get 7.5 points, and then they're good to go. But one instance is just finding that game. We have 2 more BR rounds where you can choose your characters, right? Follow through your phase, work your strength to the character that you are given, right? So now coming down to the highlight reels, to CA, take it away.
Yeah, this is the opener here, Frostivus with the first blood of the match, being able to secure the elimination. Secures the elimination onto T225 as well with the cannon shot. Ruro gets Spider. Spider, like you mentioned, has been having a little rough start for today, but we get here. We got a full combo here from Chen. R&B focuses, or a 1-2 R&Bs there off the double side uppercut. Okay, saw that. Overall, Akko's verse. Beautiful F2 into the pistol shot finisher here at the end. Ends up taking out the Yodohime F recast there for Asia. Not bad on the Enor here for this game. Would have loved for him to play a little bit more patient there in the last and final moments right here. I mean, we gotta respect it. We gotta respect the reset right there. Gotta respect it. get a little reset in, make it 3 rounds. It's fine. It's a 1v1. But overall, T225 is going to be able to, you know, take the dub here for game number 3. And, you know, he went into that last final moments of that game with only 1 elimination. And, you know, he ends up taking the MVP plus the kills. I believe he got 3 or 4. Let's see. What do we have here for T225? 3. 21,000 damage. Had the damage there off the pulsar. Was just not able to really put up the final hits, but it didn't even matter. So ends up being the last one standing. Takes the second MVP here for the 2026 spring split. But yeah, I mean, a guy like Spider, he can be in last right now, but you know, he's not. He's not. What am I trying to say?
What can I say?
It's not nah, he's
3D painting, bro.
He's a guy that can just have a pop-off game, and you know, he just shoots right up on the leaderboard. I mean, with this new structure that we have, it's not a lot of points that really differentiates there from 4th to 5th, especially right now. It says 7th or 8. Sorry, he has like 3.5, and then 4th is like 6 point something, I think. So it's not like a big crazy lead that they have. So everything is possible here for the remainder bottom 4 still. We are going to be going into a quick interview with one of our players. When we come back, we are going to be locking in our 4th game of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post Game Interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player. Let me say hello to our audience, please.
Hello guys, I'm Frostivus from Team SS1.
Welcome to Post Game Interview, and I would like to say, long time no see. And I would like to know, because when the game 3, when we are doing the band pink, you look like really amazing at the time. So I would like to know, so what's the communication between you and your coach? Anything fun?
We were both surprised the moment we see Enor was picked first, or like in the first 2. We were like confused. I was like thinking, what is this? Who picks Enor in the first 2? But in the end, I know it was Ajao. Maybe he just wants to have fun. So I guess, yeah. And I got lucky. I can pick Lee.
So you think maybe he wanna have fun, because we know now he is the top 2 in today's scoreboard. So how do you think about this player? Like from the last week when we have the first stage grand final, from that time to now?
I think Ajao is like he's always good at fighting anyway. So like no matter what hero he plays, he can always still fight. And this game he just beats everyone apparently, and gets top 2.
Okay, I think it's time for us to move on to next part, answer for treasure. So let's see the question together. Yes, today's question is, how many kills did Frosivus get in game 3? Okay, so let's back to because we're talking about like first stage grand final, and I would like to know, so did you like analyze and pay attention to the grand final? Anything new learned from them?
This recent final, it actually ended so much faster, like in game 4. So there's not much data to see, but I think the strategy is still the same. And recently I've just been like practicing my 1v1, and I think that's currently the most important. As long as you win your fights, you can get points. And so yeah, just practicing your fighting skill is currently the top priority.
So do you think there's any problem for you because of the first stage that you didn't qualify for the grand final in the first stage?
Yeah, I can definitely feel that during that time, my 1v1 skill wasn't that good at all. I was basically like just making decisions so much faster compared to other players, and so that's what I've been working on.
That's great, and now I'd like to say cheer up. Okay, I think I'll please prepare, and please count in the number, please.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. So the answer is...
The answer is B.
Yes. The answer is B, and congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, at last, because we just talked about the first stage, and now I would like to know, so your target for the second stage, and maybe for the ambition for the whole season now for you?
Always qualify, at least top 4 in the qualifying stages, and just go straight to grand finals if I can.
Okay, I would like to say cheer up, because from the first stage, maybe learn a lot from them, and cheer up in the second stage, and we are looking forward to your performance together. Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. My name is Creatives. I'm here with Severio. We just saw 3 games being played out. Enor picked there for Asia for game 3. Beautiful to watch. Was able to make it to that top 2, but T225 is the one that ends up taking the MVP for that game on the Zenda Wu. Being able to stay composed there, even though he had, a little bit of disadvantage there, but the mix up there from Asia, getting a little too antsy there on the F recast did cost him that final fight there for himself. But overall, standard showcasing from what we've seen here, Severio. Nothing too crazy that we can really pick at and try to say what's too different. But overall, I feel like we're seeing the common rotations of what we're going to be seeing throughout this whole 2026 year. Yeah, I don't think we would. I would add anything to the top of just we have our martial arts that the fair is being played out, which it's standard and makes complete sense why these players are playing that character. Probably just Justina. We didn't see the Justina V2s being played out in our game 1, but overall, another Firefly map. Yeah.
It was crazy too. Frost was said in the interview about one crazy pick, but okay. And just making sure you make qualifiers. I mean, top 4 would be a huge standpoint, not just like into qualifiers for LCQs, but also like for grand finals. I think placement for that is a keen goal, right? Make sure you top 4 the best players in the world, right? For the Chinese side. Now, for one thing is for certain, I was looking at for the hindsight basis of what we saw from the Enor. Yeah, I mean, recast comes down, combo breaker is still available. I'm still worried about the Mortal Defiance kicker, for the Sun Wings Essence. But the other thing too is that, have we seen much flag play? I don't think we've seen a lot of flag play, to be honest. And I think the reason for that is just because once a kill is had, soul bloom pickup has to be prioritization at that point. And then at that point, you lose a flag. I mean, it's what can you do? Though we would want to kind of make sure, looking at this picks pool, I mean, listen, V1s and the Wu is being used from T225. It works. It worked in his favor too. Somewhere he had an area denial for the whole wall. He had it for himself to lock down in the Rum Yang, outside of the Rum Yang, and just overall, even after the ambush that happened onto the Sunwing's Essence, I mean, we saw Verse. I mean, went from 100,000 HP to like 2. He took all his armor off with 3 blue focuses on his Mortal Defiance, or not the Mortal Defiance, but the Blistering Edge with the gold pole sword. That scaling enough is enough to kind of knock him out. It was really unfortunate. I think one thing for certain is that Kylan kind of still has that appropriation of just being, if he ults, just lobby him out.
Yeah, kind of works like a transformer. Just stall it out, wait it out, rain down, pray to get the last hit, pretty much. We saw the commotion there from our second Yang, where a lot of bodies were dropping. Fortunate enough for Spider, he was not able to cleanse out that Yang depletion, and you see him there in the bottom leaderboard. Our stage 1 winner, currently in 8th place, but like I mentioned right before the break, I wouldn't be surprised if this is pop-off game right here. I mean, he's just a guy like that. He just flips on the switch and just completely shreds the lobby, and off of that alone he's got to be careful when he does that, and when he's on that, you got to be really aware of him when he's in the server. Another player like Verse as well. Super aggressive players once they get their fittings on, and it's very hard to try to deal with them. But game 4, second to last pick selection matches that we have. Our last game will be game 5, and then in our game 6 we have that mirror match for today's. And I think no, it's been a little different because we've had some weird picks in our first round selection. We had an Enor, and then we had a Yodo.
GG Chen, second pick, yeah. So Akos right now in terms of prioritization is taking the cake. The only thing next is if he takes it one more time, that he's guaranteed for the Miracon pick round. If a Shunhuan gets chosen in the first pick phase this next round, then it's a time. We have to see what happens in game 5. But regardless of that, we're having to see Holoroth here. We're going to be in Starry Night. We're going to be bringing ourselves to game 4. So whenever think of Holoroth, think gold focus or gold weapon, salvation podium, drop, right? That's one of the biggest objectives that comes out of Holoroth. Besides that, it's just impeccable macro knowledge. Figure out where you want to drop, get all the loot that you need, have a sip of coffee at some point, right? And then just kind of cruise on. But the thing is, Fortress of Kaviani and Starry Night, that's 4 Fireflies off the rip. Some players love to take that drop just because of the initial rage that you get one Firefly, go back into a fight and come right back to those Fireflies if the other players aren't already on it, if they're already getting hunted down by their fellow peers, for their competitors. So let's look at GG Chen. Having Yodohime first round pick, he's on 4th phase. He's now from 4th phase last game. Now he's up to 3rd phase. It means that Yodohime is technically an available pick option for him if he doesn't get picked up sooner here. So for anyone that's in the 1st phase right now, I mean, we saw Frostus was able to pick up in the 2nd phase Xunwan Lee. He could pick up Xunwan Lee now in the 1st phase, no questions asked. He is the first person to be able to choose in the selection process, right? And that gives him an opportunity to have this key component in his arsenal and bringing it out to play. But we're going to get our pick bands going on here for game 4. If you guys are unfamiliar, 8 individual phases come down here, 8 individual characters. There is no double picks. If you guys are old school and you're coming back to the game, welcome back, welcome back. Though, just getting us into the new rule set, 8 players are in the lobby as well. No longer 12 players in the game in the mix. This is coming down to Spring Split Stage 2 for 2026 of NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League.
A lot different. Very, very different. Tempo's different. Yeah, I mean, everything overall, just hero selection is different. Just everything got fully changed out. Me personally, I don't think it's perfect. I think it still needs to get a little bit tweaks. But overall, it's looking, I don't know. From what I've seen today, it's looking slow. But I mean, you can't really judge it off that, just to the fact that you don't have a winners bracket here. You don't have a winners final. To really match up to the best 8 players in the game right now. Obviously, 4 players are gonna be dropped down to the losers bracket, and there it is, what you mentioned there, Severio. Frosted is gonna be locking in that lead for that 1st round selection. That's gonna be a toss-up there. I think it goes down to damage, combinations. If we continue the same trend, if game 5 just gets a random pick, but the Aquas is being slotted in there for that 2nd round there for HM, which happened last game as well. Overall now for Ruo and T225. Yodohime there for Ruo. T225 potentially being able to lock in that double Zenda Wu. Just came off a dub from that as well. So if he wanted to, he could. Have to wait and see what he slots out. We can go for that Lonnie as well. Yeah, maybe to Molk. Yeah, Lonnie. Standard. 5th and 6th. Lonnie out the way. We are going to be having the Tumult potentially getting slotted in, as well as the Zenda Wu. Lots of these players have been, I think, been playing in a lot of time with her. I was watching Spider stream yesterday, and that's all he pretty much played throughout his whole stream. And there it is. As soon as I mentioned it, his 5th selection is going to be that Zenda Wu, and I think he's a V2 enjoyer, so we are going to be seeing back with that V2 there for this round Zenda.
Oh, my man said, I'm about to launch this bind and not gonna hit nobody. I swear, man. So Chen is gonna get this to Mulch. This is gonna be his alone. Kind of seeing if in terms of Hall Ross spawn and where he goes. FPX is age out, man. Look at this guy, dude. This guy said Hottie. I'm like, all right. This is this is the 2nd time he chose Hottie in the entire between stage 1 until now. Yeah, this is the 3rd time. So bringing us down is like, real rest in peace, my granny. She got hit by a bazooka, kaban, kaboom, kablow, bro. This is what's gonna happen to him in the Rummy. He ain't get Zenda Wu, bro. He didn't get long. But actually, let me rephrase that. Okay, so hold on. He actually did not even by a hair, like by a lot, beat out Zenda Wu inside the Rummy. I couldn't remember against who. But the crazy thing is that he was playing Hottie in that pick selection, man. And the crazy thing is that she doesn't really need to worry about him, right? Until he just starts closing the gap on her. He doesn't have to parry anything. I mean, if you could parry her arrows, that would be OD. But for him, he running V2 means that he just will go ahead and launch past her, right? Tap dodge the arrows in close proximity. But she did get that little buff with the proximity of the arrows, at least the marking, to be a little bit better. So for right now, in terms of the Hottie, I mean, he can probably lock her down if he has the right gear set. I'm just worried about, because in Hallroth, it's just whoever gets that gold weapon first, takes that to the first Ramyang, you're going to take 8,000 damage. No questions asked. 1 blue focus with the R&B, and then you're going to be like, okay, what do I do next? Do I have to reset? Do I take a pillar? Do I start disengagement? There's actually a good conversation point from a friend of mine. He was talking about going ahead and making, like a person that takes damage doesn't mean you have to play emotional, like to kind of go back, like, oh, you're going to do damage to me? Well, I'm going to try to do damage to you. No, it's about the kite game. You're at the long haul. It's whether or not they're going to be able to look after you and chase you down if they can in the first place, or if their chase down is not as strong as you might think they are. And at this level in the Pro League, some players kind of lack on that front. But right now, CA, that's just going to be the case. You know, like I said, coffee sip at a time. They got to keep moving.
You got to keep moving. And I think that's one of the things that I really noticed that we kind of don't get a lot with this new format. I remember the kite game was a very important thing that these players had to really work on, especially in the situations they were put in with 12 men in the lobby. It's just so much pressure from 3 to 4 players. But yeah, overall, I feel like that kind of got minimized with just the fact that you lose 4 players. A lot of the fights are a lot more isolated, especially in that early game where you don't have a really congested of players in one area unless the drop zones, how they have been. Even though for that Celestial game, we didn't have a lot of fights off rip. The players were playing a lot more for that first Yang, but the scaling wasn't really on par with how we have for game 2. But, you know, we're going to have to wait and see how it develops, how it unfolds overall. Let's see, heartbeat monitors. Who's the highest one now? A Zhao, A Jim, both at 120 plus. Spider now matching that. There it is, drop zones now. We're going to have Verse, FPXEQ, and Spider all landing in that same location. T225, RW as well, potentially contesting there for that puzzle. Frostivus, a little bit of a lone wolf there on that bottom left hand side, but DRG and GG's Chen gonna be contesting there for that drop zone on the bottom left. All right, let's see. Fireflies are intact. Possibly T225 could go straight puzzle, go back down.
Yeah, he could. I mean, he only needs 1 Firefly. He's in there. What's kind of crazy is that no one took the Fortune Kaviani. That's just going to be a huge reset for everybody later on, you know. So whenever we get down to this is going to be up to game 4, seeing how these first off drop fights happen. I didn't take a look and seeing about it, whether or not this, you know, whether or not FPX's Asia wants to kind of take this smoke. But here we go, starting us off, TT5 against RW's HM. Round 4, Hollow Starry Night for today. My man gets a nice LMB catch into the RMB. I couldn't believe it. TT5 though, taking a holy F2 into the face almost, and catching a nice cross parry out that 1.0. The jump LMB to RMB, doesn't even hit the grapple. I lied, apparently he does, and now it's gonna be old toss.
Yeah, he gets the stagger just in time, but no, HM there with the V2 does manage to connect there onto T225. On the ultimate now called in, looking for the ball throw, goes for the TP, doesn't manage to find the distance due to HM being able to kite out the range of this Lonnie ultimate. T225 though, trying to capitalize as much as possible, but goes up to the air, gets caught off the V2. HM now is going to respect the ult, knowing the ult still has a little bit left on that timer. Weaves the last hit, no, gets caught up, but no, he goes way too high up, doesn't manage to get the damage, but the prio off of this is good. Into the swap there, into the great sword, and TT25 starting off hot here for game 4, once again picking up the first elimination here.
Yeah, Bayern comes down here. There's going to be the recast from Asia. He gets a little bit of healing because of the ult cast from the Hottie. Now it's all about the armor swaps if he finds one. He is spacing out though, completely taking away himself not to stay inside of that building. Now bow shots, pistol shots, anything like that comes down. He still needs to look for an armor reset. He has 2 gold troves and not a single one of them had a blue armor tough, but he doesn't get a full common armor reset. He is looking to pass this. Verse pushing himself to the sideline. Spider taking the Fireflies in the zone. Now for Verse right now, he knows it's going to be a case for where Asia is looking for the reset. But one thing is now coming down to the levels in which who is his target. Prime target Asia, or looking at Spider when he comes up out of the zone. Because like I said, I mean, zone take damage aside, it's not going to take a lot to kind of worry about. But for Spider, I mean, look at the Verse, man. He's going to be looking him down. Boom, LMB. Oh my god, he holds LMB. 1, 2, 3. RMB is avoided. Zada Wu ultimate not ready. The parriers are good. The combo breaker is a realize into wave 1, 2, 3, aisle 3.
1, 2, 3 on aisle 3 gets caught up. That's good for Verse, bad for Spider now. Verse Yang about to start forming up now, I believe. A couple of seconds. We have Verse still with that common armor, T225. I'm seeing if he got what he got from puzzle, if he solved it already. Still with that blue armor. Still see blue weapon as well, so no, puzzle still has not been solved. See him waiting that out. Chen and Verse getting active. Verse once again catching this time around. Chen in the corner. The blue fist blades applying pressure. Purple longsword would engrave it again. Once again, it's an engraving day. Everybody's getting it off rip. Yang now starting to form on in. Chen trying to cut out the pressure here off this Verse, but can't get on top. A little bit of movement error there. Wasn't able to get on top of the terrain. You see Chen now getting caught off the prio, forces out the 10EF off of this alone. This is good for Verse. Tries to go right back on in. Verse now avoids the whisk. The pistol shots are good there from Chen. Jump LMB. Good damage. Good parry there for Verse. Snags up the purple longsword. Now the health advantage still going towards Chen's way. Knocks back there off the Kylan F, but needs to be real careful not to get eliminated off of this. Common armor swap is good. Chen now overholds. Got to be careful not to release. Doesn't release is good for now. Verse not being able to get back up does get a little bit of a little secret spot there on the top of the roof, and it looks like he is going to be storm camping him for now until we have our first Yang. Oh, gets the parry too.
Yo, this song's, oh my goodness, he's gonna look for another immediate release, and yeah, he got baited for it. R&B doesn't connect off of that though. The fist blade's a little bit tricky around this corner. This is gonna be an old cast from Chen if he really needs to. There's gonna be the combo breaker from Verse. Now R&B catches doesn't really matter in this scenario. It's about ult for ult. Now Verse is level 2. Oh my goodness, no way we just gave him that. Verse is actually gonna proc out the Keelan guard, tap dodges right back in, immediate slash. Couldn't go for it. It was a little ambitious. If he went for this one, that's crazy. That's crazy that we allowed that. Chen allowed it to go through with it, getting himself to get eliminated in the process. I mean, 1.0 slash, I don't know. I mean, he had to walk into the zone. I don't think Chen really realized that he was gonna take that risk, and he did, right? Coin flip toss, take it, leave it. Lava Bomb will take care, behave. Now, one part is TT25 has a gold weapon now from that. Gold staff is going to be picked up from this from the chest in the center with the salvation podium being puzzle solved. TT5 also able to get suddenly shot, but he doesn't have the jade, or he doesn't have a musket yet. He does have for flying knives. Now flying knives, Lonnie, dangerous combination. The fact that he's on at least purple rarity for weapon rarities, at least, that's good. TT5 puts his run Yang at ease. At least for damage dealt. As for HM though, having himself on this Kylan now, or at least to kind of work this Akos, I should say, still having a way to scale up here is with the purple staff. Now, Jade's wise, he doesn't have anything crazy. You know, it's just going to be what he has on front. Frostmas on that Shunhuan pick, he's going to have himself out here for blue rarity weapons. But Jade department wise, he's got something up his sleeve. We're going to have to see and see what that shows up in the Rum Yang. So it's got a shot, not going to do much. Never mind. But he does have full mitigation, and that's actually a point. Inside of the new meta, at least the changes that they made for mitigation right a while ago, it is not imperative not to run in mitigation. Even if you see attack, even if you see HP, take mitigation off Riv, make sure you have that as soon as you can, right? That's just the state of the game. Because taking 24% less damage overall, I mean, that's one thing. Spider, on the other hand, he's going to have 12% attack instead with 6% mitigation. So for him, he's going to hurt, he's going to make up for the purple rarity loss of damage, but he's going up against Verse, who's taken to the skies the Kylan on the purple armor.
They gotta be real careful. See Verse now. Playing up high. A little bit of a pistol mid action there for both players. Trying to find an opening. Tries to top off the armor. Verse though. Not gonna let that happen. See Spider playing around this pillar. And Verse just kind of caging him in here. Oh, releases gets parried. Verse now with the opener beautifully done. And look at that with no damage reduction. Completely shreds his blue armor off of this long. Go for the jump LMBs, gets cut off the prow off of this, has the F to stay safe from there. Skirmish gets weaved there, goes for the Engraven Showcase. Now Spider knows it. F called in, no, that's the ult from Zenda. What's the F, sorry, that was the F. Spider looking for the 1.0, doesn't manage to connect off of this alone. There goes the ult. No sound cue for me, but you guys have it overall. Let's see it. Looking for the dodges. And this is rough, right? If the Zenda's not able to get the damages through the pillars, I mean, she kind of is just useless.
Real is. Yeah, and this is the thing. Now he has to look towards using his arrows in the right manner, like the R&B. Now he burns Combo Breaker. He's still got another cast on the arrows, but the Keelan guard, I mean, that's going to come down to this. Verse catched up here. R&B 1, 2. Doesn't get much after this. Holds it out to R&Bs. Nice engraving. My man got it. Combo Breaker still available, but that pistol shot, that's going to be a chase down from Verse. It should be, but he is going to get an honorable reset. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. This man's going to go ahead for a reset on 2 armors at least to kind of see towards this with a half pot. That's a parry. That's an extension of engraving. Taking him out for dinner and letting him to take the bill. Listen, Verse gets himself A, golden fly knives, 2, explosive armor. Yeah. I can hear everything coming down here for Verse. It is loud, and it is great because now that TT25 is going to have an even opponent out here, he himself has also won the Rummy. All
right, let's see it. TT25. On for the grapple all in Bs. Trying to find the pressure onto A Zhao. Gold staff off that puzzle solve. That's gotten two eliminations off of this. And also won his Yang, so gonna have the Vermilion's Bird Smite. Spider, on the other hand, gonna go ahead and swap off a little bit of these shrubs. Go ahead and wait this out. What do we have? Ruo close by. There it is. I hear it. I hear the people in the backside. They are able to back on in. We might have a little bit of aggression. HM with that gold fan. Ruo still with that blue armor. Might have Yang depletion, didn't really peep. I think he does. And you see the aggression now from Verse now. Seeing the blue armor, gonna go ahead and invest the aggression onto him. The Yodo We force it back on up. Just 3 hits, just like that. The blue armor is completely gone there for Ruro. Going for the LMB. So Yodo F now coming back down. Does manage to create the kite beautifully there to avoid the full punishment there from Verse. And now these 3 players in the outskirts, Spider being one of them. See, wait this out. 126 left here for Ruro. Try to cleanse out the Zane depletion. We got a little bit of bounty there from Ajon to Frostivus. Verse, though, being very aggressive here into this game for HM as well. Fully kitted out on the Akos, playing very patiently. Spider, though, needs to get aggressive, chooses Verse out of the bunch. The aggression now is going to be thrown towards both of these players' way. You see HM with a cannon. Trying to lay down the pressure here off the cannon shots. The Zenda ultimate was already invested there from Spider. Verse, though, eats up a lot of that damage. Purple armor nearly gone. It's time to go for the full reset, but Spider as well tries to back on up. The shutdown does not connect there for HM there off the Akko's F, but the ultimate still online there for Spider. But this could be very bad here for Spider once his ultimate runs out, which is now.
Gets a bind though. Even though Verse has his combo breaker ready to go, he's going to be the optimal target to go right into Spider's hands. See, now the combo breaker is still available for Spider. He still gets a chance in recasting it a little bit. He heals, but the explosive armor procs, the knockback, unintentional. And the Scare Rush game is going to be, has to be on fly. 80 seconds left on the clock for that Yang depletion. Still no armor in sight. As for this, he finds one. Just doesn't say it, man. That's crazy. He got the OUG, you know, badge, and then boom, all of a sudden armor starts spawning everywhere. Frostbus though, I don't know. Ruro, kind of looking at this ambitiously. I mean, he's got this, right? I mean, it's a clink off at this point. Oh, gets caught into R&Bs. All he needs is one good blue focus, right? Because he doesn't even get the parry he was hoping for. If Frostbus gets his elimination, gets rid of his Roman Yang depletion. He's in that. And for everything coming down to this, oh yeah. Spider, 50 seconds left on the clock, gets almost grappled, pushed off into the cliffside, and still gets horizontal off in there. First, wow, R&B almost avoided there, man. My man looking around this like, whoa, what's going on here? Asia, the menace, the parries, the jump LMBs. My man goes around here, but the kill steal of Sensory is going to be had unless he gets his F1 kill. That's Frost. And Frost is going to come down here with 3 kills, and he's walking away from that kill like no problem. I'll take the money off of that, thanks. 39,000 Dark coins. More to the fines, though, is just shy of that for 40K.
He's gone. Did his job. Now he's going to try to post up for the second Yang. Just not Spider's day. I mean, it's just rough there for the Stage 1 champ. You see it. Not being able to cleanse out that Yang depletion just puts him in a very bad predicament there to get aggressive there. And one of those players being Burst, which was happy to take the aggression there. But overall, Frostus takes elimination. This was a replay from our Yang where TTT5 ends up winning it. I mean, he had the gold staff advantage here against Yodo. Ruro. Going for the overhead. Goalie stance. I believe did not clip, but now Yodo ultimate does get the damage. Oh, gets the full stagger and damage there in the corner. Good damage. Still ends up winning this though because he gets the full TOD off the ball throw. Beautifully done there off the gold staff. Being able to turn the fight around there. TT25 now waiting for his opponent in the second Yang. We got Verse and Asia. Hottie versus Akos, or Kylan, sorry. Asia with the little niche picks for himself of all these games.
Oh man, he eats one engraving, he doesn't care. He has Sky Punch. Watch this, watch this, watch this. He said, whoa, you got what? I'm gonna throw another engraving, bro. Verse? I mean, this man is just scaled out. I don't know what to say. I mean, he's got himself out here to look at the Scare Rush drop down R&Bs, but there's the Sky Punch. Look at this. Doosh, doosh, doosh. Crouch LMB. You got hands? I got feet, bro. I'm gonna throw them. All right, listen, stop, pause. But I know that Asia has himself over here. We're going for a reset. I got feet, bro. I got 10 toes. I ain't afraid to use them. My man's looking for the 1, 2, 3s, throws a vertical, catches him in a dash, has combo breaker still. Look at this. Looks to fainted out. I don't think he's gonna be looking for a cross, is he? Oh my god, this guy is crazy. He's spasmatic. He looks at the combo breaker, he's like, I don't care about it. And he still invests this chase. He jump parries, he has no fear. He triggers a Grace Sword into this. LMB catches up to the grapple extensions. R&B, will it restand? Will he just need the blue focus horizontal? Yes, that's it. And that's Asia taking a hottie victory. No OCAS inside. He just throws flying knives on the ground. 2-piece for the homie. The fallen heroes of the Nbpl, basically. But you know what? It doesn't matter. This guy's already cooking this hottie match. He's got Hong Sword. He's going to get himself an Armor Pierce and Alchemy, which, by the way, you know, whatever you want to build Alchemy for, there's not a lot of fruits now. I mean, the circle, actually, you know what? With the new changes, maybe there is enough space for him to go out. But for Asia, having 34,000 Tartai coins means that he's taking an immediate ticket to the shop to see what he can purchase. Frostbus on the outskirts over by Jin Armory. Thorny Roller. Looking to have this with a twin shot, having aerial dash, having scatter shot. And he's still looking for a Hong Sword. He just can't get the catch.
I don't even think I saw ever ult there from
From Asia?
Yeah. He didn't care. He really in there. But TT5 on the other hand against Chen could go for the timeout. No problem. Going towards Chen's way. 1, 2, 3. Doesn't catch. Jump on limit is good. All he needs is nope. No focus attack connects. All he needed was a focus attack. Both players are going to time out. So we're going to have 3 players with that Yang depletion. That being both of those players, Chen, TT5. And now verse Asia with gold armor. Gold flying axe pairing out TT5. See it now. Only one player with buff. Asia. Had a great game for her. I mean, chilling. Only one, but still a couple players remain here in the situation. So still having a lot of time to pick up more eliminations on the board. See him now. Gonna wait out the commotion, knowing those 2 players just timed out. So we are gonna have some aggression happening here towards somebody. Just a matter of moments. See both of the souls gonna potentially just spawn next to each other and duke it out. Yeah, there it is. Temi and the Kylan. We're gonna see Odolani, sorry. Chen doesn't go for the full aggression off rip. They have a little bit of time to work with 4 minutes. Can run down the timer just a little bit, but Versus here as well. Hearing those resurrections, knowing that these players also have that Yang depletion. So it's probably his best bet here to try to get into the third party. Doesn't want to be the main aggressor, but somebody like Frostivus against HM, you see him already poking there. Side of the terrain, HM. Akko's pick for this game. Riding the wave, riding the storm. Asia though, waiting and lurking. He's like a hawk, just waiting out, seeing who he can try to full commit onto. Potentially start rotating back to see if the Yang depletion players have started to get aggressive, which we have not. We have not seen the aggression yet. Both all those players are still just roaming around the top right. As we see, T2-5 has cut that line of sight there. You see him dropping back, but now Verse and Chen's gonna get active, and you see Asia completely rotating on Nin. It's just a matter of moments. Just a matter of moments.
Yeah, moments, man. It's like milliseconds on the hour. Calling Matthew McConaughey, man. He's all right, all right, all right. I need to see what's going on here. Versus actually skywalking with the dual flintlock. Someone call 911. This man's in an emergency. We gotta get that weapon out of him. Unless he has Revel Bomb Shot, right? But here's the case right now. 4 players are around this area inside of the Pinnacle Town. The thing is, 3 Yang depletionists, and it's a pretty hefty reminder that after 2 minutes and 40 seconds, both Chen and T225 are gonna be out of the lobby. As for Verse, he's one of the lesser timeout. He's actually he's probably at 1 minute right now and 20 seconds. At least for HM and Frost, they're going to bush it out. They don't really want to take any sort of instances of aggression. I mean, there's a lot of thirsty players out there. Best case scenario is that they run the depletionists fight themselves. So, with Chen being in the mix, Verse is here. He's the one with the lower timer, like I said, and he's doing some good jump LB catches here. Right? Skirmishes comes out there, maybe look for the flow. Maybe he's in the flow state, question mark, mention. Let's see what happens here. Because Chen, RMB comes down. He doesn't get any parry because he was trying to look to escape. Forces his ultimate out here versus like, yo, remember what happened earlier at Moonfall Pass? Do you want to see that again? Having this RMB, though, from Chen, we're going to have to wonder if he is going to escape out. Good decision making. Asia with Palm Lightning now on those gold flying knives, by the way. He is going to be looking at T225 in the distance.
Yeah, whoa, he gets a little bit of gets stuck there in a little spot. Bottom side now. Rotate backs on in. T225. Not full committing. I mean, 38 seconds. I mean, we gotta get active now. We gotta get something going. Somebody has to full commit. Gotta find something, knowing there's a lot of players around. Either that or we just run inside the zone. One or the other. There it is. Verse being the first aggressor. Going to go ahead and fully invest his Colin ultimate. Palm Lightning there from Asia. Slash is not connecting there for Verse though. Oh, what's there beautifully done from Chen, and now Verse could be put up in the back end there. Gotta be real careful trying to catch Chen in the corner. Chen eating up so much damage here. Does manage to live it out just for now. Verse with 7 seconds though. Vanguard Prague, Asia now in the pocket, and I think that might be enough if Chen is not able to get the last hit confirmation. And Asia, what the F, gets the kill confirmation. Now the aggression going towards Chen's way from TT25. And I believe Asia and Frostivus both are going to start rotating on in as well.
Skirmishes comes down here. T25 gets elimination. That was all it needed. Look at Frost. LMB. No RMB release. Oh my god, he releases those, man. Oh my god, he jumped RMBs. I can't believe it. Yang depletion comes in here, so he needs a solo now. After T25, this F1 from Frost was used in anticipation for him to turn the corner. It didn't happen. All right. He got himself out there. Scare rushed out. Now HM is with this Spirit Whale buff with the Mystic Might. FPX is Asia with the Yang Spirit Whale, so he has the Mortal Defiance to siphon as well. That was a beautiful Scare Rush from HM, and he F2s his immediate, burns a combo breaker. I think this is going to be a lobby situation for TT25. Listen, he has ultimate at 75%. He's got to kite it out for a couple more seconds here, but he obviously still needs a heal. So if he finds any armor swaps, that's going to be his first priority in the system.
Yeah. But it looks like right now it's just timer's gonna be on Frosty and T25, so just due to the end depletion, you see T25 is eating up so much damage. He gets lifted into the RB on the top side there from HM. Frosty gets the bloom, but HM gets the elimination, and it's pretty even across the board right now with 3-2-3. Frosty, Asia, and HM. Pretty close there. The top four. What do we have?
Man, that man has Mortal Defiance first off, but he also has a longsword tome, right? Moonbane's Wrap. That's that stun. HM has stanchion, martial will form, hook, and explosive armor, and a quick charge thunder call. So that's his main primary jades. Still having this in hand, though, I mean, Mortal Defiance is a menace because technically H has 2 Mortal Defiances, right? It's going to proc the Sun Wings before that. Twin shot, Sun Wing shot, arrow dash, scatter shot. That's all we got from Frostus. He hasn't yet to find a Hong Sword, which I know he's looking for. I know he's looking for the Hong Sword. I would be hoping to see that long Hong Sword too. And the arrow dash in this terrain, this is where we saw flash front on round 4 for stage 1 finals, right? We saw that coming down to Spider utilizing it in such a way that to kill off his opponent with his Wang Liang. But that was crazy, to be honest, first off. But we're going to have to see Age Out taking the time to loot this body. Nothing really of note there to kind of keep in mind since Frostus was able to loot it out. He was able to kind of go in there real fast and come back out. As for Age Out, 3 players left on the board. This is that slowdown area. This is what we're talking about. Having this to be said, all the players are ready to go. All of them don't have, all of them are clear of any yang depletion to be kicking in here. The only thing we're working into is finally, right? Yo, a round of applause. Last circle, right? Final circle fight. And this is going to be going down in 4 minutes. Unless, some little shenanigans here. I'm looking at you, Asia. My man's going to go ahead and go full 8 mode. But he still has an armor reset. This armor reset, at least if it's still there, I'm not sure. Yeah, it is still there. So for Asia, he could still take a reset if he gets fully invested onto him. Or one of the players could be showing up here to try to invest to pick it up, right? He can't damage HM because if that thing is available for HM to pick up, then that's just it, But there's not enough time from the time that the Spirit Well buff has been picked up. I think it's like 4 minutes until someone can actually pick it up. Someone correct me in chat. But one thing is that Frostvis is the only one here without gold armor, and this armor reset isn't going to be up for like a lot of time, for enough time for him once the circle starts collapsing.
Yeah, I mean, you see it now starting to spread on in. So Frostus is going to start rotating on in. HM playing on the top side. I don't know. This I remember before we had that Bane added just so we don't have this type of downtime, in the situations. But losing 4 players, and this happened last game too, where it was a little bit more aggressive last game just due to the fact that the players who had the aim depletion actually got a lot more aggressive, opposed to this time where they stalled out the timer a lot longer. And now with 3, we're back to that OG long downtime until that zone fully closes. So it's just a little weird to see off of this alone, but we're just gonna have to wait it out. LARP sesh, everybody just gonna they're not making it easy for us. They're like, nah, y'all want action? Nah, not today, man.
Not today. That's when the Tarragon gets. Yo, let's talk about the new character.
Oh yeah, true.
Yo, she's gonna be cool. I'm not gonna lie. Support unit that does a res for ultimate, temporary position swap, or actually, okay, Stick of Yang Zen actually picked up on Asia's body, by the way, as well as having the. I don't think he's gonna be running it out, but if he does throw the Sky Punch, if he finds Fist Blades, but he still has the engraving, still got that down, and of course he still has that armor pierce, but he ain't gonna use that, or the meteor, but he's not gonna use that. But yeah, Tarragon gonna be showing up here in around 2.5 weeks time. She's gonna be having range res. She's gonna have a delayed swap. Like imagine V2, old school V2 Wuchen, right? How his F2 is, right? But how I grouped everyone together. It's gonna be a delayed, swap. So once she confirms everyone gets swapped over, and then all of a sudden it's just gonna be Where's Waldo and connections on ultimates. It's gonna be a fun time. But she also heals. She gets barrier. She gets a shield. That's going to be part of her skill set. Little teaser there. But we're going to have to wait until what her final kit looks like in a couple weeks. Once we get that video going down here from NARAKA official, we'll get a chance to looking over that. But 100 seconds left on the clock. Gap session's over. This is going to be coming down to just positions on ultimate cast. Like I said, who do you think takes the bag here, man? Because ultimate cast, I'm looking at Hadi, and this man's still alive. Like he's still in there.
I was gonna say that. I mean, Asia can just fully cut out that pressure over there from the bottom side. HM has to pretty much nearly stay just low to mid pressure there on the Akos, but the terrain's it's a little difficult here to determine how HM's gonna play this out. They have this top rock, but it looks like it might be pulling the top of this hut where Frostivus is at. Frostivus on the lead could potentially stay up, but I feel like the Hottie just has a little bit more of the advantage here in the situation, just to kite out the pressure and then rain down pressure from after taking up a little bit of that storm damage. She's gonna be able to just sustain all that and just apply damage at the very end. So I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see how it unfolds, but I'll probably give it to the Hottie.
Yeah, the audio me goes down here with the Mode of the Finance proc too, and that's just like HP boom. It's funny too because usually we would see players with HP Soul Jays at this point in time when we reach the endgame circles.
Yeah.
They take the prioritization and mitigation so heavily so that any last 5-minute ditch efforts of finding HP Soul Jays would possibly work in their favor. Cannon shots are connecting though. HM is going to start this instillment of violence. Last 20 seconds on the clock. Cannon shots are on Frostivus, who has advanced. Looks like. I mean, he's kind of taken away. But one part of this is coming down. Last second comes through. Kylan Ultimate doesn't care. I mean, the zone doesn't care about Kylan Ultimate, or the Akos Ultimate, at least I should say. I'm sorry. Frostivus, though, gotcha, the Shunwan hit. V2, last hits. Did he get every last hit? I think A-Shot might be the one go through. No, we timed out. Everyone survived due to that. That's crazy, bro. Everyone timed out. No one got first place multiplier. Or not multiplier, but the placement points themselves. They only got 0.5 as a result, man. That's third place. That's what happens. HM taking that down. I mean, he should be the one that comes out the MVP. Yeah, it is. So that's going to be his victory. Not a lot of points, but still, more than anything else, he didn't go down in third place when his opponents come up to +1 or +2.
Surely we cooking up in the patch in the back end, right? Surely, right?
Topics.
Like, come on, man. It just throws me off personally. It just completely throws me off. Just how we're going in there, just full stall out for what, like 4 minutes just to wait for the zone to close out, and then we end up with a 3-way tie. Like, it's just, I don't know. To me, it's just weird. It's just super weird. But hey, hopefully they cooking up something in the back end. I think it needs a major rehaul for solos for sure. I think this system has to get completely reworked. I don't know where, but they have to cook something up. Just the way these matches have been playing out, the way 2025 was at the end, it was probably the most exciting I've ever seen solos. It was very competitive. It was a lot in the players' hands. There's so many situations that these players had to live out. It wasn't just a standard isolated 1v1s. It was so much more implemented into the Pro League, which I feel like we just went back in time and lost 50% of it. Honestly, I just don't think we should be having that. Yes, it's just day one of Group A, but definitely something has to get changed up. But overall, let's see what we have for the answer for treasure for everybody at home. If you guys are watching on YouTube, so swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. The question is going to be, what Spider's average skills per game? Ooh.
What? I don't understand. What are we trying to do here? Trying to hit us with the stat questions, bro? Yo, I couldn't even understand. I mean, someone check the last round and see what happened there. Spider's average kills per game. You kidding me, bro? This is a 0.6 difference. Y'all gotta maybe remember, did he go low or did he go high? Like, what's the middle ground, You got a 50% chance, right? For us, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you that number, man. What is that?
I couldn't either. I think you only see it when we have the player cams in the beginning.
No, but that's on the character. That's on the character, though. That's on the specific character that they have a choice. Oh no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It's literally like bro. You really gotta pay attention. I don't even know myself. I don't know. But yeah,
I don't know.
Game 4. We're gonna be moving into our last Firefly map of the day. Top 4, very close. I think it was like 2 points difference right before that end game. So now with we having our winner there for game 4, maybe like 4 points, I would say, maybe 5. It's super close there in the top 4. So we're gonna have to wait and see how our overall standings look. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's just sad to me. I know I've been yapping about that like since the first day, because the tempo really threw me off the first day I casted solos. It was just completely rehauled, and I don't know. It's just I'm not a fan of it. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel that. Yeah. Because 3.5 points, look at this. Not a lot. It's not a lot, man. And also, what's kind of coming down to this is Frostus with 3.5 as well as the TTG5. So it was just a matter of having damage. I honestly, it is damage. Every single one of these, or at least the kind of look at the age out with 2 kills, it was between him and Frost. Just straight up did more, right? And then having this to come down to the points, when we had the 5-man wipeout, right, in the first stage, due to Yang depletion and all that stuff.
Oh, that was wild.
That was wild, right? Everyone just got obliterated. The only person who really got real points was Arano to kind of go through there, but obviously with Lines of Space, right? So whoever kind of slow stretches their kills, right, they won't, you know, with others, that's just going to be a really like lug, you know, type of round. 14.5 for Frost was in first place. FPX's A-Shot was second with 12.5, and then 10.5 for both HM and TTG5. These guys are the barriers right now. 2 rounds left to see if they can make it to the top 4 and stay that way, because Verse right now, 6.5. Alongside Ruo with 6.5, and then 4 for Spider. It's kind of looking like an angle that might be a little loser brackety, but we got 2 rounds, right? Make it count. This first fight though against Spider, that was crazy for Verse to catch this 1-2-3. I couldn't even think he would get that, man. I'm be honest. But then Frostbus was looking at this last cast against Ruo, who got a little bit of the healing, even with mitigation. My man was having the anime fight, bro. I don't even care what you say. That was legit. That legit was sick. You know, the turnaround and all that.
He just started kicking mid-air all the way down. That was fire too after the kill. That was clean. You see him though. Big game here for Frost. Picks up that elimination, snags up this one, runs away to avoid getting prioritized there from the remainder of the lobby. This was, I believe, second Yang here for Aishao, the flying ice that he snagged up there from Verse. And this was disgusting there. I mean, TT25, I'm sorry, man. You didn't deserve that. Got uppercutted there by Frostbus on the top end. Just eats up an R&B focus on the top side there from a fan. Just gets shut down. But HM, it ends up being our MVP here for game number 4. On the Akos. You remember when Kai Bao ran Cage in solos?
Yeah. And everyone decided to run it the next day.
They were
of course.
like, yeah. It lasted like a week or two.
I was listening to that on my, when I was driving. I was like, yo, this is crazy. What's happening here? When I watched back on that VOD, I was like, this is nuts. But we're going to have Marshall Wolfram Hook bringing that from HM. You know, we saw nothing of that. We didn't see any halberds. All we saw was his ultimate, his F2, cannon, fan. That's all he got, man. I got my mug right here, bro. I'm drinking like cafe. But one part that makes this kind of sketchy is just this round is just really low in points, man. I mean, there is a lot of room for bottom 4 to catch up. There's just too much room, right? There's a 4-point difference between 5th and 6th place, between 3rd and 4th place, right? And even the fact that Spider's at 4 points, I mean, all he needs to do is make sure that TG5 and HM don't have a pop-off game. They can die after 1 elimination, maybe 1.5 point placements. But then after that, he has to go crazy for it. Even GG Chen could have that opportunity. Now, the GG Chen option, he's in the second phase. He did choose Yoda Hime off of that first round, which was for the pick ban phases in round 2. Though giving Spider here a little bit more breathing room. I mean, this is coming down to Spider just kind of working into, I think he's actually in phase 3, right? So he's actually able to kind of hide himself out if he wants to pick out the Tumult, if it's available for him inside of this next round, which is Midoriya Ventide. He could also try to contest for TG5, maybe inside of the area for Arcadia if he wants to go for Bullpines. Other than that, he's got a lot of objectives to work off on this. Because once we go into Midoriya, you either go ahead head to toe in Imperium or just take your chances and just making sure you get that puzzle done, especially for Bullpine's essence.
Do you prefer only having one Hollows? One Holoroth maps?
No, I feel like Holoroth has better options to kind of be the multi-map, just because like the Salvation Podium. I like Salvation Podium coming through. Plus, if it ends up going through, Holoroth is also a big like loot spawn map, right? Because when those area of effects happen, Windstorm, Ghastly Mist, which is only in the Dawn.
Starry Night.
More like Starry Night. I mean, we're in Starry Night. It's a one and done, right? Once you hit the map for the nighttime. If we had another Dawn map, we would have the Windstorm, which spawns troves. Extended grapple distance will give players enough chances to kind of space up to kind of close the gap to go from point A to point B, if it's in the right terms. And if not, they just loot that up, right? Heavy respawn, like that's what I was saying. Like if you lose your first fight, if you lose your first Romy Yang, especially after the first fight, though, you get to take the opportunity of kind of looting that down, seeing what you can get trove-wise, right? Gold tropes are going to be spawning in there. You'd at least chance it. You put yourself in a spot of just gearing out. Other than that, though, Midoriya is all about those floating platforms, you know? Once those spawn in, they disappear after a certain amount of time. So if you don't take your chances of running into the zone for it, if at worst case scenario, after you first fight lost, those spawn in right at the first Rumying as well, right? So you just have to make sure you go through that first, and then you head to the Rumying second, or you just lose out on it and, you know, other person takes advantage of that. later on in the match.
I'm surprised that we didn't have anybody contest the Volpine. I mean, Wang Liang is, one of those players who he would full commit to that every single game in Predoria, right? He full, whatever he has to do to try to get that Volpine, he will do it. And you've seen him be a big decider here, especially in his games. When he goes into that first game, he takes the Volpine with him, and he's ended up winning a lot of his games just with proccing the Volpine just like that. So, I was a little surprised that we didn't get that for our set today, but we might see it for our game 5 right now, but I don't know. We'll see. I also think that Holoroth should at least replace one Celestial or Morris Isle. Sorry. I don't know. I just feel like it has that versatility, like you mentioned. It has the good trope spots. It has all the environments. A little bit different. Yeah, the Morris Isle is the OG, but a lot of these players prefer to have the original map in the pool, but. No, it gets me thinking, like, how is it going to be whenever we get that new map? Are we going to substitute either a Predoria or a Morris Isle map for the new map in pool? Obviously, it might not happen off rip. Things have to get slotted into the Pro League. But, it's just something to think about how that's going to be playing out there for the map pool. I do like the full Firefly maps from 2 to 5. I think it's a really good change. And the game 6 is, even though it doesn't have Fireflies for game 6, the majority of the times that I've seen the game 6, they have been very aggressive as well, just due to the fact that it's a mirror match. And at that time, game 6, the players are just full on W keying throughout the whole game. So I don't hate it not having Fireflies. I really do like being 2 through 5 with the Firefly maps. But yeah, Spider, I still want to cut him out. I think this is a big major round for him, though, to try to stay in that top 4. I think it's still possible for him. Like I said, he's a player that can just quickly turn on the switch and just have a crazy pop-off game, a 7.5 plus game, which can just shoot him up in overall standings. And in game 5, that is something that he's looking into. And I think he's currently going to be in that second round selection, so 3rd and 4th, to be able to see what character he's going to pick. I don't think he had a good round 1 from game 1, so I don't know, or game 2 I should say now. That's BR, but yeah, overall nothing too crazy into the picks. I think we're starting to see people either go for the Zendo, the Lonnie. It's been in that slot, and even the Yodohimes, right, is what we're seeing being contested for that 3rd to 4th to 5th selection for these players. So I feel like it just might be something they're a little bit more comfortable in what maps they want to play it on. Depending what game it is, so on and so forth. But yeah, the Liam pick from earlier really threw me off guard, though. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that character still has it.
Yeah. No, it also comes in because it's gonna be Chen and Spider in this phase too, right? I was gonna looking back. I was like, wait a second, these guys are already in the same phase. It's gonna work out. So this is gonna be an early round pick. Selections right now is just gonna be up to whether or not Spider wants to kind of burn out this choice of having the choice of being able to pick up Tumult early, or being denied it altogether. It's up to Real, it's up to TG5 there. Since it comes down to these two, Tanako, Shunhwan, not angle for them, having them to work it into Eventide is going to be, or at least in Midoriya Eventide, this is going to be their choice picks. Now for us, I think in terms of the lead, I think we're tied for first phase between Akos and Shunhwan. So between the two of them, we're going to have to see. One choice above all comes down to these two players if we get one or the other for our game 5. And this is really going to be coming down to just the elements of surprise, right? If you are the first person to choose, the second person knows exactly who's being chosen, right? Like who knows, like who exactly who you are, right? The other aspect is that the final person is known by the 7th person to choose, right? To know who they're choosing. It's just surprising the lobby when you start seeing the kill feed. But for us, the Yodohime lock, we know. Now for this, Zenda Wu picked up for Ruo. He might be going for it right now. I mean, this is going to be an option selection. Yes, he does. First phase, first time actually Zenda Wu first phase. That's actually kind of crazy. Now the Akos Wu pick means that TG5 has this in the bag, lock him in and then forcing him out. Shunhwan for Spider. If not, he still has down, right? He still has this down to a Tumult Changle. Regardless of this map selection, right? I think he just kind of takes this into chance. If he gets Shunhwan though, Shen has an opportunity here to pick him up too, like for the Tumult.
I think that Zenda being called out for first selection really throws us off of what we get for game 6, right? I mean, I think every single game we've had a different character being selected first, so it's gonna go down to the numbers for that game 6. But you see it now, Yodohime there for 10 for our 4th round. We still have the Xiao out for A Zhao. First, potential Temi. I don't think he's had a Temi game, so this could be his Tumult game that decides to go with. I mean, anything goes at this point. Last game you can select. It's going to go with Alani for his 6th round. 7th and 8th. Temi still up. What are we missing? What am I missing? A post from the Temi.
Oh, well, the Shadow's already chosen, so it'd have to be either. It would have to be the Kylan, right?
Kylan.
And it could also just be, I mean, personality pick out of here. Tumulch. Yeah, no, it has to be Kylan for Remo. Remo has to pick him up.
Yeah, Kylan. That's what I was missing. I had a brain fart.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you feel that Kylan does? I mean, from what I've seen today, I mean, he kind of struggles a lot still.
I think he takes early fights off really well. Just kind of having the unsustainable, like he doesn't take a lot of damage, so he can just like out-sustain with like push, like just pressure. But after that, once you hit into endgame circles, he can get pocketed pretty early. Yeah. So if Huima gets himself into a good spawn, whether it's something with the notion of, yeah, I'm gonna get some fireflies, because by the way, Dusk and like Dust Time and all that, Eventide, that has some fireflies. Not every single spot is going to have the drops. But for us, for Kylan, I mean, if he goes off of Misty Glade, which is like with 3 fireflies, if he gets himself into just one off drop fight, wins it, takes another initiated fight off of somewhere else that he knows the spawns are happening, he can do work, right? It's just, it starts to steep, right, after Rum Meeting 2. Everyone's geared out, first Rum Meeting winners aside. If he doesn't win it, if he doesn't lose it, right, then he's able to scale up. And if he does win it, I mean, he's able to stay at least at that point. But once we enter like Yang, Spearwell, and all that, you see it in Morisa, right? It's quick to get turned on as a Kylan. Verse took a full blow perfect timing. He took a full blow 3 times in a row from Morris in terms of taking that down, and then all of a sudden he's target prio. He doesn't have anything left unless he pops his ultimate, in which case doesn't really want to find the need to do that.
What place is Versus right now? You know,
Overall,
it's like 7th, right? Or 6th?
7th, yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah, I'm looking into it. But skill selections on this, V2 on Ruo. Well, GG. But no, it's gonna be up to seeing if this is this is combo breaker on Chen though for the Yoda Heatman. So bringing out the combo breaker, I mean, I'm okay with it. This is his double pick, by the way, in this era. So having this to be made, I mean, I just need to see the spawns, to be honest. I need to see, okay, so Spider and Verse, we need to see both of their spawns, right? What's going to be between WPG and OUT? It's kind of weird to say that, but having this to be on the logos, we're going to see the standings right now. Verse is in 5th place, 6.5, alongside with Ruo with 6.5. Next up, TGG5 with 10.5 and Huimao with 10.5, right? That's 5 and 6 versus 4th and 3rd. Heart rate meter-wise, the only person here is popping locking is HM, man. Panicking. So, WBG's Verse, north side of Twilight's Pass. Possibly just going ahead and dropping into the Ancient Stockade fight for sure. Spider is also on there. Asia is already hot dropping in it. GG Chen on the eastern end. For anyone on the northwestern side of Imperium, that's going to be HM taking 1 Firefly and a Pendulum, the Catapult, to kind of launch himself towards the fights that may be presiding over in Ancient Stockade, or he heads up north, Arcadia. We got to see how the circle ends up, because if he gets Arcadia, if he gets a blow by its essence, he's on it. SS1's Frostibus and T225. T225 option selectioning on the Misty Glade for those Fireflies, as mentioned. And then looking at Frostibus on the Twilight's Pass, with a storefront, he's going to have a lot of gear in this pool. So, for this fight, Game 5, this is a slight determination. Who is going to get out of this latter end of the leaderboard? The scoreboard is kind of rough, but it's not impossible, all right? Heck, it's a lot easier than we've seen it before, right? We usually see like a 5-point or like a 5-point minimum difference. We're now at 4 points. That's 4 kills. That's 2nd place and 3 kills. That's all it need to come through. And then Game 6, results going to lead into Akos or Xunhuan. We're going to have to find out. Game 5 begins here. My name is Severio alongside our creatives. We're getting to stage 2, day A, Group A for a split, and seeing how Ancient Stockade with 4 different players spawning in one spot.
Hello, froggies. Or he had some green on his weapons. I don't even know what that was. Overall, let's see it. Drop in Verse. Being able to snag up the blue armor. Potential 3-way scrap off Asia Chen. Also Spider. Spider needs a pop-off game. Needs to be real careful how he engaged. Needs to be really smart about his engagements. And see him now. Not trying to run into Asia just yet. Gonna wait and see. Knows couple players spawned here. Nobody wants to be that main aggressor. Chen on the Yodo. There's a couple of resources there. Let's see. I don't think we're getting an off drop fight as well. So HM, everybody's pretty much around this area. We have around 6 players here. So 2 other players are scattered out. What do we have? 6.5 for Bird, 6.5 for Ro. Spider with 4, Chen with 3. It's still close, right? I mean, you need a 6-point game of your Spider, of 3.5 of your Verse. I mean, it's not that much of a crazy difference there for that 4th place spot. So it's really gonna come down to how you play this game 5 and how you maintain the game 6 if you're in that bottom 4. But I mean, looking at that bottom 4 versus Spider just being there is just like, okay, like something can go down.
Yeah, look at these guys. They're taking a fight against each other, bro.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Wait. Oh, we get that. R&B. Switch to Flying Knives, right? You got to switch to Flying Knives at one point. LMB comes down here, though. This might be a catch off of F1. Oh, he avoids it. Jump LMB. Immediate tap dodge. My man's looking for the R&B again. This is going to be versus R&B, right? Okay, I thought so. But there he goes. Finally switches over to the right weapon of choice. Has Lonnie ultimate ready to go. Takes a full horizontal. This is not good. Okay, I lied. Apparently, this is going to be even Steven fight. This is going to be a chance right now to see whether or not the Shoot on ultimate comes out from Spider, and it does not. Honestly, I don't even think he would have gotten any value on the Shoot on ult, to be honest. So it's kind of good that he safety netted it, not casting it immediately. Frost, bro, another engraving, bro. Can we cat it up to the, yo, can we put a counter on the chat, bro? Come on. Yo, TG5 though. Yo, disengagement. Oh, TG5 didn't even use it. Did he forget? I think he forgot.
I'm not a fan of it.
What, disengagement?
I hate it, man.
Oh my.
I hate it. I was literally just thinking about that. I'm like, man, what are we doing? Like, I get it, like, you know, but I mean, this is what you want to see right here. Just straight neutral 1.0s. Come on, man. And let me prowl again. Has to go for the focus here due to the green focus. So it's enough damage there for Frostivus to be able to snag that, but
you know what's crazy too? He dropped his J, so he has that to kind of hold on to, you know, for the engraving and all that stuff. But regardless of that, versus bought an armor right as age up here tier, and it comes down. So you know it's kind of tough too because disengagement, right? We went through the cycles of having disengagement, whether or not it was going to be, I wouldn't say banned, but like, you know, it wasn't like activated. It was in the game, but it wasn't activated. So for it to be in the glyph store system in a position like this, at least in the competitive environment, I mean, even players in the open BR are going to be using it just because of the off drops. So just kind of seeing, like, you know, Kingdom Come. But I think in in Chen's case right now, for him as Yoda-Hime, I think that's also a really strong, like, if you have it, if you're a character that doesn't evolve around it, it's kind of like anti-Heaven Step, right? Like, any character can do Heaven Step, right? Unless you want to extend it with certain characters. In this case, any character can break out of a combo. You know, and that's kind of rough because, you know, skill set players, TOD gamers, they won't have the necessary, you know, functions to do it. They just got to go for quick blue focuses and walk away from it, you know. Unfortunately, they have to play optimal, you know. Kappa.
But League has always been like that, though. It's always been a very optimal play style. Like, you wouldn't really see a lot of extensions. But, I mean, you started really seeing it get shut down when, you know, I would say that the very start would be, I can't remember if it started off with the katana height being nerfed, and then if it was not that, it was the longsword infinite getting nerfed, you know? Which, you know, respectively, it should have gotten nerfed. It was way too easy to do. We would see it every day in the Pro League, just stack up on grapples and get a longsword, and you would be able to TOD somebody off of cooldown. So I respect those, but I don't know, just the creativity that you're able to do now in the Pro League, right? The F bait is a lot harder than in Pug. So
yeah,
being able to catch somebody like that, and you know, you got to terrain manipulate to try to get a full extension off of that. We wouldn't even see crazy ones, but now you rarely are going to see anything insane. Stage 1, we saw some players run green focus, some didn't. But now it looks like everybody's running it. Let's just see it here. A little bit of commotion here for Verse and Ajiao. Ajiao does manage to go inside the Yang. Verse could go ahead and take his reset. Going to back on up. First Yang already posted up. Yeah, we're going to wait and see who we have for our first round selections of Yangs. T225. He's been chilling all day. T225. He's been playing the end game. He's been try to go inside Yang. He scaled up perfectly in the Holoroth match there with that gold spear, and you see him. He's playing a lot more conservative. Make sure he doesn't lose his life early, and doesn't want to lose all that gear that he's scaling up there. Because I mean, a lot of these drop zones that we had for today has been, there's been a big commotion of players in that same area, but not a lot of aggression as we saw here for this one as well. We didn't get to see any aggressions until we saw Spider and Verse go at it on the side terrain there. But you can tell that these players are respecting the gear, and now we're gonna have Ro going against Asia for this run.
Yeah, and drop down into the R&B. 1-2s comes down here. I know Ryu is like, yo, why did I eat all that damage? LMB comes down here. He's got to burn the combo breaker. He looks for the LMB after this cast. The R&B tap dodge, repair dodge roll is good. And he spaces up, which is good. Pistol shots come down here. R&Bs might be next. At least for everyone coming down to that parry, this is going to be Asia's diminishing return, because look at this. 1-2s, R&Bs, walk out. 1-2s again. Thinks about activating ult, goes for it. Uppercut converts the combo breaker into 1-2s, and then all of a sudden, this is where we see Zendawu kind of falter here, right? B2 recast, bro? Like, we ain't going to do nothing with that. That's going to be the worst case scenario, right? The last shield throw, though, is avoided. Wait a second. LMB uppercut. 1-2? No, we got the combo breaker ready to go. He's already burned all 3 shield blocks. But that V1 is going to cast throughout the middle of it, and that's going to be up to this. Now, Spider up against Chen. Comes down here for Chen. Having this in terms of tap dodge city, his ult is ended. He has nothing left to go through in the tank. He is going to heal around the corner, though.
No way.
He looks for LMB. Ain't going to get nothing. Uppercut's good for the swap. This is going to be a nice 2-1. Oh, LMBs. Okay, he jumps. Good catch. I mean, a good thing for Chen to do that, but 1-2s, that's all necessary. F1 won't be enough. Once he catches one little stagger on the R&B, that's all he needs. Chen gets himself out here. Blue armor, hoping to get this going. His gold fan now. He's got himself out here a warrior. I mean, he has a warrior pace. Infernal slash. I doubt he's going to be using that. But that gold fan definitely going to be a big upgrade. And the Slur Crystal, I mean, do we use it for any of our ranged weapons? Do we use it for our dual blades? I mean, we got a pretty good setup here. If he decides to use it for that, that'll be, kind of the case. But honestly, I think it's just going to be for swaps. Big time for the katana. Let's see what he gets into purchase cycle, because he just opened up some slots. He got the crafting hammer. Going to have that Hong sword. Honestly speaking, though, what's your thoughts on Hong sword versus katana? Where we get the conversation.
Hong sword against katana. Man, Hong sword is always Hong sword has had that versatility of you get the shadow dash, and I think the jades for the Hong sword are better as well. They try to give a little bit to the katana, but I don't think it was enough to really compare to the Hong sword. I think the Hong sword is just a lot better. You still had the staple 1.0 off of grapple 2 just with the R&B opposed with the LMB or R&B that you had with the katana, but I feel like it doesn't even matter at that point. I think the stab from the Hong sword is just gives you that mix up as well. You can fake it out if you want to shadow dash. You can release LMB after as well, try to catch it, and they go for a tap dodge. I just think the Hong sword just has a little bit more to its kit, which it makes sense, right? It is the generic weapon of the katana. But overall, I don't know.
Yeah.
I keep thinking about what's better, longsword or whip sword, because both of those weapons are very similar, obviously, right? But do you just want to have that range of the whip sword? But it kind of just lingers there, right? Being able to just stay in place, opposed to just throwing the slash out like the longsword. I think that's my question. Like, what do you prefer, longsword or whip sword?
One thing is that whip sword has one really big strength about it. It's extended height, pushback. So like the R&B, you push back, you can get a guarantee. I mean, even with longsword, you can get guaranteed range shots. But with the whip sword, you're able to keep someone afloat for a while, right?
Yeah.
And that launches further. It's one of the more strongest points of CECs. The horizontals, I mean, the thing about longsword is that it's equal to both terms. I feel like the catch for the LMB or for the R&B is just one thing to next. Talking about LMB catches, hold on a second. Spider actually almost got that out. He's gonna have to escape having this, because there's no way we're going through. For Spider, it's gonna be a meltdown, man. I don't know. I mean, he's got ult cast. He's looking for an armor swap on the rundown on the left side of this. Finds it. Common swap. Has ult cast to mitigate that jump R&B, which is good. I like that. The only question is, the only outskirt fight here is his poison. Poison's gonna be the only thing that's gonna be his downfall, because there's so many poison jellyfish on this end. He gets caught with a bow shot. Thunk, he tap dodges it. He doesn't get the hits off, so he can't get that heal back, or at least not even that. He couldn't even get the meter to be filled up for his second recast. He's almost getting skill rushed by the entire lobby, bro. The entire lobby's here at the Honor Temple. This is crazy. As Frost comes down here with the Yang depletion, he also still has that V2 cast ready to go, but Here's the thing: you're gonna use it on the top floor, or use it on the bottom floor. You know, it's like a WWE match, man. So one thing is coming down to this: LMB doesn't get the catch here. Spider's still burning time. 30 seconds on the clock. Has Frostbus in his sights. Knows that one of these players, are gonna be wanting to try to get this down as soon as possible for himself. It's just a survival route. There's no blue armor. There's no swaps. No nothing. DRG Rio goes down to the depletion. Right, our 8th player, first off in the whole round, and we still have it between these two and seeing whether or not Frostbus has 40 seconds on the clock to pick up this Soul Bloom. Oof. Tap dodges, picks it up. I couldn't believe it. You couldn't put any money on that to say that, yeah, Frostbus was going to get that Soul Bloom with 4 players right there.
Wow. Does it again, and he's able to back on up and just see how the momentum's going throughout the fights now. You see here, he did get a little bit of grapple bump, but it doesn't even matter. He is going to be able to snag up some of those resources there from that Chobe, and then players are going to start rotating on into that second Yang. Chen and TT25 already posted up for this. Alcos v Yodo. Was this Engraven? I think it was.
Yeah,
we saw this earlier.
He's got 12% attack, bro. What? Yo, this Engraven is about to do some melt damage, bro. Yo, it's kind of rough, though. Cannon shots drop down. AC 130. Let me see the R&B catches stuff. I know TT25 was looking at this from a cannon angle, but Chen is kind of matching him out, you know, bar for bar.
Bar for bar. Oh, releases parry there from Chen. Be able to capitalize off of this, but no. Has the F combo break there to avoid getting hit off of that F2 there from the Akos. There goes the ultimate. Weave, weave, weave. You see Chen though playing very passively. This is good for him. The Yoda, he has to try to solo as much as possible. I think he now invests the ultimate. Going for the drop down, LMB focus. Doesn't manage to release yet. B2 doesn't catch as well, and TT25's now ultimate is gone. Gets clipped off of this and has to live out the pressure here of the Yodo. Just gets stunned and staggered on the ground. Can't even move. You see him there in the player cam. Not happy about it. And you see now Frostbus against the Lonnie, or yes, Lonnie verse. In the pocket. It's gonna be good now for them too.
Yeah, Whisk throw though. I don't know if Frostbus is looking for a whole horizontal crash and limits to the RMBs. Works it out for the RMB hold. Ooh, he burns the combo breaker. Very nice. I know that Frostbus is looking for this reset if he could get it. But he gets horizontal on, and that was it. The moment he ate that horizontal, that shotgun burst was enough to come through with this. So first coming down to that, gonna have himself out gold armor pickup. He's gonna have a stick of Yang Zen, gold Hong sword, switch dazzle, which I don't know if he's gonna pick it up because, you know, switch dazzle is good for the dual flintlocks. That's like probably one of the only qualms I have about the dual flintlocks is it's only good if it's a jade weapon. Honestly, like, it's a jade weapon. You get Rev Up Bomb Shot, you can proc staggers for free. If you pair it up with Switch Dazzle, you can proc all of those shots at the same time. And if you get Iron Lotus Bloom, you can stack the Rev Up Bomb Shot and then shoot them 3 times, and they take like 1,000, 1,200 damage. It's like that, bro. It's crazy. It's sick nasty. But you have to get the jade setup. And it's such a rare jade setup. You're not going to get Iron Lotus Bloom for nothing.
I've never seen it.
You haven't seen it? Yeah, dude. It's so rare. I mean, you either look at the shop for a purchase or you can Portal to Finance. Like, what's your bargain price, right? For everything else, you run the RNG of it, and then, you know, but just by chance having it, you can probably close gotcha somebody, but you're not blue focused when you slide shooting. So depending on how you'd want to operate off of that, you'd have to see if you're given the opportunity to do it, B, if the lobby allows you, and see if you even have it in the first place. That's just RNG on top of RNG. Frostbus though, man, let's play with Devil's Fate, man. Man said, lucky die. Let's blowing those die, honey. Let's see what happens here. 5 seconds left, almost. For him, HM. We saw the cameraman was looking at us. Yo, this guy is right over here, dog. And I'm like, you can't talk to him, man. He's deaf. So now it comes down to everyone encircling this area. Poison shrooms, terrain difference. Whether or not you're in the top or you're on the bottom, you either going to be blown to proportions by the lobby or you're going to get poisoned out. Pick your poison.
Neither, hopefully, but
neither. Option C.
Yeah.
Neil deGrasse.
That's not an option there for Frost for this time around. He has to deal with the pressure of that Yang depletion, as well as CT25. You see him already trying to start a fight there inside the temple. Asia, on the other hand, tries to kite out the pressure. Has the common fan just for movement, I believe. Make sure he has that fast scare rush in play. What do you think is gonna be like? You think Nunchuck can have a con generic? What is the equivalent of Nunchuck?
Steel Mace, GG.
Steel Mace.
Yeah, just have a mace on a ball, bro. Call it a day. Nah, that'd be crazy cool. Maybe Tonfa.
Like dual axis.
I don't even know. Tonfa would be cool though.
I mean, that's like Halberds.
Yeah, that is kind of over. Yeah, GG. Yo, chat, get us some options here. What's a physical blunt type weapon that nunchucks could be in contention with? Thoughts? I couldn't tell you. I was really hoping to see a whip sword. Not whip sword. I was really hoping to see from the long sword to be like the rope sword. I think they kind of had that on the tassel. But, you know, we got whip sword. We got the fantasy-esque weapon. That's okay with that. I'm okay with that. Though, what would be kind of the case is that content generic is going to go crazy. Because the nunchucks has one of the strongest weapon passives of all time, right?
Yeah, the proc
extreme. So if you start having the biting fury and you start building it up, that's just by base damage taken or doing damage with blue focuses, or even just doing damage in general, right? So seeing how Frostmas comes down here, my man was ready for that barrier. I felt like he was. Tap dodge, triple tap dodge, horizontal release, gets it. I really think he could have thrown that whisk on that, to be honest, and forced out T25 ultimate. But you know what? Gives Chen the opportunity here. T25 clinks off here with the engraving. Horizontal connections again, and I don't think he's just giving them to her free, but for Frostmas, it's now his own deterrent. And now for GG Chen, this is going to be an RMB, almost caught in the blender, casting out the ultimate, and he still takes an opportunity to go for a reset here, but the lobby is already on his tail.
Yeah, that's rough. No time to breathe. Opens up with a pair, but look, first with a flying out there from mid-range, just doesn't have the space to do anything, just the whole lobby looking at Frost there, so he is going to be eliminated off of this as long. T225 still having to try to cleanse on out, so the pressure's still going to be in play here in the Mercury River. You see Chenda being that third position there, just applying pressure to these players whenever they start moving in. And look, all the other 4 players against this one, T225 gets shut down there by 10. Asia going for the reset. 4 players still remain in the lead. Verse and Chen, this is a good game here for Verse. Sorry, we have him here with 3 eliminations, 3 overall game score. T225 though being eliminated there could knock him down there to that 5th place positioning. So game 6 there for T225 and Verse are going to be very, very crucial depending how far apart it gets. Even so though, if Verse ends up getting 3 eliminations more, it's not going to be too much of a difference. So to be close there for both those 2 players. Player like Spider just had a rough day, hasn't been able to find his fitting. You see him there in 8th with 4 overall game score. Just rough. Oh, 2-2 split on the Spirit Wells.
And a Forbidden Seal active, bro. Talk about crazy instance. I mean, I heard the Kylan ultimate in the background, but the fact that the Spirit Wells on both of these, HM still comes out on top. And he was a Kylan that had denied his ultimate. Just crazy work. So what's going to happen here? I mean, did he get faster clear on that Spirit? Jabbing reveal from Verse is going to hurt. You know, we're going to have to space that out first. At least just kind of wait this out, because Asia has no fear here. He's still going to go in there. 1, 2, 3, holds blue focus, avoids the jabbing. Number 1, Spearwell's giving up to HM. He's going to be working down here. The white tag is prowess. Now the aura is active. And Verse is still looking at this. RMB connects. Cannon shot connects. This is old cast right now for Verse if he wants to kind of space up there, but he's still going in. My man is still going in. Asia's a curl. You know, I'll take the cookie cutter crumble. Cake, give me that order now. On Jiffy, bro. Look at this. Asia doesn't care. He will take this down. He will go for this kill. This is going to be earning out for the soul. Ooh, for the Forbidden Seal. Doesn't matter. As long as Verse doesn't press F to go in that direction, he'll be okay to kind of go ahead and cast this fight on the outskirts. There he goes.
Yeah, that's rough. It's bad here for Verse. I mean, what else can you do? Try to cut out the pressure on the top side. Asia was already waiting. Even though now you see Asia still applying the pressure. Lonnie ball throws are gone. Shayo has 2 more. So I'm waiting to see how he does with that. But HM, on the other hand, very healthy, gold armor, everything intact here for HM. Has had a decent day thus far. Currently with 13 overall game score, so still trying to rack up more points there to stay in that top 3 for himself. Overall, Asia though has been throwing us off a little loop, but not this time around with that massive parry onto Verse. First was out the Lonnie F. But yeah, Enor pick, Hottie pick. He's just been doing his own thing, and I like that.
Yeah, it's good work in here too, and considering that he's still alive in this game, he's still kind of working. Both he and Versto are going to be at death's door for HM, and HM can catch an MVP here. I mean, that's 2 in a row, back to back. RMB go, hold tech comes down, gets almost caught into the stanchion. Are we still going to be in this? I was hoping he didn't release that, but at the same time, I was like, no. Seeing that the combo breaker comes down there for Verse, saves both the days. No parries off the RMB. Mortal Defiance proc reveal. Verse is eating all this damage. Oh my gosh. 2-piece. My man said, let me take off my headphones slowly because I just committed double homicide.
What? Wait, how does
Crazy
that
work.
win? Oh, okay.
Nah, I just took a sip of water. I'm thirsty. I'm thirsty.
I'm thirsty. Oh, okay.
Wow.
HM. I mean, that looked kind of free. Not gonna
It was. I mean, he took the kill off of against Verse in the back line, or not the Verse in the back line, but he took the kill in the back line when he got the spear wheel. For him, just being able to get that buff, right? White Tiger's prowess, healing over time, a reset for Ree, like that's just up to the case. I know that Verse was kind of working down to the edge of the spear, the edge of the Forbidden Seal to kind of have that cast out. Forcing Age out to be like, are you going to be emotional gamer? Are you going to want to take this fight? Which he does. He still goes for it. Still having the shield throws that were kind of, to be susceptible to casting it and getting tap dodge, which it works, right? That's what happened. But still playing in this kiting game, like you said, like we talked about earlier, the players ended up having to chase down, right? That's some of the things that they've learned to cultivate over time because of the 12-man lobby, at least for a long time, right? So having to get chased down by 2 or 3 players, right? Now it's like 1 or 2 players. Now it's kind of the case where like you still have a little bit more room to breathe. The only difference is, though, in this case, HM still having the White Tiger's prowess, having the scaling necessary to kind of keep him to the end game lobby, and both targets right there in front of him, right? White Tiger's prowess with the hit off the kill confirm, and then that's just it, 20% of damage on the HP threshold, and that's just, I mean, that's deletion. But we're gonna get ourselves right. Double HM or double RW's HM's MVP back to back. Is Manson in the position right now to be in second place overall? Actually, I think he actually takes his position to take over Frostmas in terms of the overall leaderboard. So now he is in first place overall.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. Looking at that, and also TT25 and Verse, how close those two are. Verse to get eliminated shortly after TT25, but it's still super close there for that top 4, right? You want to be making it into that winner's bracket. Just continue your smooth sell throughout stage 2 to make sure you just don't get put into that pressure where, you know, one more loss and you're done. So, you know, you want to try to ride the wave, you know, to stay in that winner side as long as possible. If you're able to go ahead throughout the whole stage 2 like that, it's what these players ideally want. But, you know, that's the name of the game. Yeah. I really don't have much to say because I don't know. I feel like every single day I cast solos now, it's just different now. It just seems different in the fact of like the tempo, what we see in game, which is not bad. I don't think different is bad. I just think it just changes up too much.
Every game is unique. It feels like on an 8-player lobby, at least now.
Yeah.
I feel like the spearwell, the equal spearwell though, is kind of crazy work, man, right now. So yeah. It's for some reason, I'm not saying for some reason, but by the time that we entered into the circle, the spearwell is real close to the Yank spearwell. There's not a double contest, like there was a double contestation for it, like the 2 people were contesting for it. And at the same time, just having their own individual fights, there was no real, like, you know, kind of issue there. And then having a reset for anyone that wins that fight, right? Because they end up getting all the resources there, that's on the body, and then on top of that, on the spearwell, or just whatever comes alongside with it. That's just another thing too to see. But for the chase downs, I mean, with the 3-man lobby, the person that comes down to it chases the one guy who doesn't have a buff with the other guy who has a buff, right? For us, it's called buff rose, right? Highlight reel comes down here though. I know this first kill against Spider was kind of rough, but I mean, like I said, I was kind of glad he didn't get any ult cast off of that. But we see Frost was doing some work here. Especially when we were talking about green focus and all that stuff. We saw the combinations were free for T25, and T25 dropping those J's to make sure he can hold on to one J again in particular. Spider had a rough round, man. He's actually at the bottom of the leaderboard too. So it's going to be a case right now to kind of see where this next round leads into. T25 though was doing more God's work there, man. Look at this. Beam out, catches Chen. Boom. Green focus. Who? I don't care about you. Boom. R&B release catches him. That's the reason Whip Sword, right? The rollout. And that's another thing I want to mention about it, because I was talking about how the fact that you can like launch somebody in terms of it, but you can catch someone on a rollout with a lot more ticks. Like it's like more repetitive on the motion of the frames, right? The inputs on that. So instead of longsword one hit wonder, the whip sword can still capture it, still knock them back, and then you're still guaranteed a little bit more chip if you want to shoot them down for range shots. That was a sick animation. We're gonna go to the Kylan MVP screen as it comes down for HM in round 5.
Yeah, hey, my bad, HM. I was just saying, I don't know how I feel about the Kylan, and you know, he just snags up the MVP with it the next game. So 13,000 damage, 4 eliminations. Solid day here for HM, being able to stand out in that first place slot there for our day 1 of stage 2. But we have another answer for Treasure. For everybody at home, you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you guys swap on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Question is going to be, who won in game 5? I mean, come on now. A, Frost, B, Spider, C, A, Zhao. DHM. We just saw it. This should have been the first question of the day.
Bro,
I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, what was TT5's, you know, I was like, what? Like, what's his percentage win rate? I'm like, bro, like, it's crazy, you know? And the one thing that was next was now we had the spider points, and now I looked back, right? It was after that game. So his kills and all that stuff was 3.8, and then I'm like, well, none of the answers were 3.8 there. They're all from 3.6 down to 3.0. So I'm like, you gotta like calculate the game that just happened,
Yeah.
and then think about it, future proof it. You know, if you guys are watching. But for us, this kind of comes down to game 5, right? This is the last pick ban round. We don't have any more further. We're gonna go ahead and throw it to a break. We're gonna be back for you guys for game 6. It's gonna be the mirror comp round. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for round 6, game 6 for stage 2, group A. My name is Severio, alongside with Creatives. We got ourselves here for the final round. Now, this round going to be coming down to mirror comp round. If you guys haven't been taking a look into the leaderboard, please stay tuned, because leaderboard check right now, CA, it's pretty tough right now for bottom 4, at least to kind of come down. At least the 8th place maker, right, which comes down to Spider, which kind of not what you want to see here. Not if you were to make a prediction, you were like, oh, yo, Spider's making it to the top 4. Bro, this guy has only 4 points so far across the 5 games that we played. You know, versus is versus, right? He wins it out there for 1 point, but he's only had 3 points in the BR matches, and we only got 1 round left. He's got 7.5 difference in points to make it to out of the qualified, to make sure that he doesn't go to losers bracket like we saw from Mike last week. But here's a little bit of a spectacle, right? He goes to losers bracket. I mean, he's the same position as Mike was, right? Just clean sweep all the way through. Wait.
What does this mean?
Wait.
You know what? Because he had the best KD?
Wait. Wait. Asiao's the GOAT, bro? He made it happen? There's no way. Nah, there's no way we're gonna ignore one. Oh my Yo, wait, this might be fire, bro. Wait. I couldn't even get a drink of my water, bro. I couldn't get a drink of my water. I was looking at the stats. I'm like, wait, there's no way we can get it. Yo, I can't. This is silly. I'm caught, bro. No. I can't, bro. I can't. Stop the cap, bro. No.
That's what I was saying, though, right? I was saying that just the throw picks there from everybody being first, or picking a different character in their first round selection, kind of just threw everything off guard. And it ended up being A Zhao's Enor game. It was his game 3. There you see 5 on that for that game score for himself, which ends up being the most valued hero for today's games here for Group A. And once again, overall standings, quick little rundown. HM with 17, Frost with 15.5, A Zhao with 14.5, TT25 with 11.5, Verse with 10, very close, 1.5 difference there to making the top 4. Chendo with 6.5, Ruro as well with 6.5. One pop-off can really just, change the flow there if it's against Verse and TT25. And, Spider has been having a rough day, but another player that can just have a really pop-off game, it would have to be a Marvelous game. It would have to be like a 8-9 point game. It's doable, but the way the tempo is now and how the fights are, or how the kill distribution is, it's just a lot harder to get those high elimination games. It's not like trios. Like in trios, we see 20 bombs, 25s. They be getting active in trios. Trios, I know the trios players are probably having so much fun right now. I mean, it works perfect for trios. Unfortunate for solos, not the case. But hey, now we are going to be locking in our Game 6 mirror match with Enor.
Enor won.
I did not expect that.
Enor won, bro. Couldn't believe it, man. Asia was like, I'm the menace. I'm the one who writes the book on how to grief your expectations 101, chapter 1, volume 1. Take care. Yo, what's crazy enough about it is that just one pop-off game is enough to make Enor 1 a choice pick here. Like, I played the 5th, man. I couldn't tell you, man. A Zhao made the stepping stones. Now the question is, how many Enor 1's skill selection changes are we going to see? Because I mean, he popped off with V2. Did they practice Enor 1 on the off pick season? Man, so. That's like. Like, did they take a chance? They might as well be playing Xianhai in solos, man, with the combo breaker. But I'm looking at you, Nbpl. The one thing I'm kind of worried about next is kind of worried about, just what's the survivability rate, dude? Because Yang, Spirit World contestation, dude. Yang fight, Mirror. Oh my god, I can't. Yeah, this is actually one of the most. I'm anticipating this round to be the way it is. And it's actually, I gotta talk to 2 very talented individuals on the NA side and the EU side on how to do this format, because it means that this character who has been chosen, not the most highest in the preparation pick phase, just the highest. Yo, my man shaking his head. No, don't do that. But the highest in terms of the phase selection here, in terms of just by points.
Nah, I wanna see this in the finals.
Oh, dude, that would have been.
Yeah, I would have seen this in the finals. Just throw everything off guard, like. But yes, it's crazy. You can't even knock it. Like, it's crazy that we're seeing this right now, and how even the hero distribution went throughout the whole day, right? Everybody picking different set of heroes for their first round selection. It is very different. I don't think we've seen that in a very long time. So I think this is different. But also this is probably the best day to do it. Day 1 for the stage, even though it's very risky to have like that prepping phase that it's not the same like 2025 season where you have a little bit of a leeway for your day 1 of the bi-weekly split, just because with how the system is now, you got to fight for that top 4. Yeah, I mean, if you're a player like if you're in the caliber of Mike and all those players in that same caliber, you're able to make it through that losers bracket just like he did there for stage 1. But it just puts up that unnecessary pressure that you don't want to be in when you're going through your stage, just to make sure you're comfortable and making it to the finals with just how different the system is now. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna see it here. I want to see like 5 ults being popped at the same time. I want to see everybody get active, just stun, marked. I want to see full W key fest is what I want to see.
W key fest, tap dodge fest, all the particle effects, your frames drop down to 60, bro. Call you a console player because call you a console player because you're playing at the max, bro. That's it. That's all you got. For us, at least, what's gonna be crazy is just gonna see the staggers central. I mean, who's gonna do it? Who's gonna be launching out the V? Because here's the thing, impales won't work. I mean, they're gonna stagger, but they're not gonna do anything else. They're just gonna be pushing them back, and then all right, back to reset, I guess. Bro, roaming Yang fights. Holy standstill. It's like a Fairy Shen versus Fairy Shen fight, man. Or like, no, just a Fairy Shen and a roaming Yang fight in general. Like, just stall out. Look at Frostbase, bro. Everyone's like, I've been waiting for this day my whole life. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Me too, man. All right, pop off. Look, my man couldn't even get his hands are so excited. He said hands on the keyboard. He even took the mouse off of it, bro. Oh, is that what I think it is? My man, look, look at that mouse. He's like, oh, you like my mouse? Yes, it's called the Super Strike too. It's actually from LG. I'm like, come on, bro, chill out. Representing the brand. That's crazy. But for us, what's gonna be coming up next? Skills. I mean, no one. I'm not saying no one can't choose F1 here, to be honest. But F2's damage potential is too strong. That the mind games is too strong. Besides Asia insta-casting it off the edge of the ridge. We're not gonna talk about that, but we have to, because if anything comes out next, F2 recast, catch-ups, third parties, slashes, just kill steals. Oof. When there's 8 of you having the same thing. Oh yeah. And now we're cooking it.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I feel like we're you said what?
Now, I was like, you know, it's crazy too. Those there's only one Firefly, the 2 Firefly locations inside of Morrisal here too. All right, I know we were kind of walking around here, and you know where then we get Hollow Rock, but 2 caves, right? Council Courtyard Cave and Ephemeros. Those are the 2 things that are going to be options. I don't think anyone is really going to Ephemeros. I think it's so out of place, man. Just call it a wrench, you know, because you got to throw it out there.
There's no Fireflies this map 6, no?
Nah, but only in the caves is there. The caves show up. Like the caves are the only ones that have a Firefly. At least one to kind of show up there, so they can kind of spawn in there. So it comes down to it. But what's gonna be a rushdown is just, I mean, like you said, it's like a bell curve, right? Like it's gonna be no off drop fight, and if so, it's just gonna be a weird reset going down. Asia though is he's our what do you call it? Progenitor? Is that the wording? I feel like he's the guy. He's the guy who made it happen, man. He's the one who set us up for this unknown circumstance. So nerds in the chat, calculate who your odds are. Look at the predictions. We're gonna get ourselves set up for Game 6 as Enorwan takes the helm. Thunder God himself, Enorwan, put himself on the pedestal because my man is just leveling it out.
I was a little surprised that this character actually became Solo's meta for a little bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I feel like it kind of got forced, right?
Yeah, T25 was the one who brought it out. You know, he at least in the Nbpl, right? In terms of open BRs, this is anyone's game, but he brought it out in Holoroth and started doing crazy work with it, right? Kind of like I think 4 eliminations in that one match, maybe 5. So seeing how he kind of comes into where we are right now, I mean, in a 12-player lobby down to an A, we didn't see much use out of him, but I don't know, man. Sleeper pick comes out, does well. Hottie pick comes out. PX is Asia is making it happen for this one round. His spawn is kind of susceptible to ambushing, where we see WBG's verse down in the Artisan's Grove or the Zest Winery. Let's kind of figure out which Enor one will come down on top. Thunderlord's skill selections. They didn't even show the skills. They like, yeah, we already know what's gonna be. It's gonna be you know, F2 for sure. But the ultimates. Curious and seeing what comes down here. Game 6, final game for today, guys. Hope you guys are rested if you're on the EU side. If you're not, if you're NA and you're still awake, bless you. We're going to be starting this down. Islet Crater, T225, DRD Zeruo. The T225 already has nunchucks ready to go. And now we're switching over to Artisan's Grove with Verse up against Chen.
That green focus really changes up a lot of the playstyle. I mean, you even saw it right there. He got the 1-2 confirmation. He has to let it go and go back into neutral. But for Verse, see, can't even get the full carousel there. Doesn't even get the max damage, which is, you know, the blue focus of that combo. He does knock off the armor, but now, see him now trying to reaggress. Has the F ready. Look for the F. Recast, gets the damage. Third party action there for Chen as well. Chen moves on in. Now, elimination is going to be going towards Chen's way. Verse falls early game, and now the ults are being invested. Chen trying to kite out this pressure. Needs to live out 2%. Nearly does, and now it just has to wait it out. Potentially going to match his ultimate as well here against Chen.
Yeah, and seeing how this comes down to HM, he's going to be looking to try to cast his spear out, but Problem is, he can't do much with his V1, right? So he's gonna have to look around and kind of see where he wants to kind of cast this down. So for Chen, this is, I mean, he's the one in the distance. He's already spaced up. He might be putting himself in a spotlight, you know, for the other lobby members. Like Asia rushing back right to the scene, and then HM just trying to look over his head. He can't do much about it. Now for Ruo, up against T25, back at the Islet Crater. Oof, nice release. That's a lot of damage. My man can't even get the R&B if he could to get the kill confirmed. That's his, and that's going to be up. Now, Ruo is with the ultimate, so he held on to it, so you can think about that reset. Otherwise, Asia over towards this northwest side of the, you know, with north side of Celestial. What's kind of interesting, too, is that Chi-Chi Chen is just looting the heck out of there. Not hearing any of these clinks, right? You know, he's out of those out the window, but if HM catches his kill, man, this is crazy. And then as I speak, GG Chen spawns up out of nowhere, and he's ready to go for the oink.
Yeah, you see him quickly swapping his attention onto the audio confirmations of the scrap off here. But Azhao is going to get full focus here by Chen, and the third party starts to move on in as well, that being HM. Both players looking at him. Oh, the Dragon Set connects there onto the HM. Does get the raw confidence as well. The 1-2. F recast pretty soon. Needs to be really aware of it. Nice weave there from Chen to avoid it. Since it gets parried in, HM doesn't release there, knowing the F could be invested there from Asia. Beautifully done, but not enough there. And Chen snacks up another one. That's 2 on the board there for GG's Chen. Now going against Asia. And this is good here for Chen. He's able to snag this one up too and keep scaling off in the Roma Yang. He could potentially as well make it into that top 4, but as you saw earlier, T225 was able to snag one up, making it 12.5 for himself now as well, scaling up. The aggression is still going towards Chen's way. Asia now letting it go to gas pedal. There goes the grapple bump into the R&Bs. 1-2s. Now the green focus is out. Tries to delay it. Still gets clipped there off the last frame. Gets cut off the Praro once again. Cut up in the corner. Chen now in big trouble. Loses a lot of HP. Asia is to be forcing out this ult. Is going to kite it out as well. And I believe gets out to safety. Yes, he does. Does not get clipped off the air R&B. And now can just kite out the full duration of this ultimate. And Chen now has a very hard task to try to stay alive once this ultimate runs out.
Yeah, gets a slash out here and tap dodges a heck away. You know, it's crazy. Asia has his down to the dumps, but I mean, he's got armor. Okay, he can take time to reset. He knows that Chen's going to go out here with the F2. There's going to be the cast. Oh, whoa. Recast City comes out. And then all of a sudden, there's going to be a chance right now for Chen to kind of lock this in, right? He's still going to be looking for this. Has Enor 1 ultimate ready to go. Asia having the V2. All he needs is line of sight. My man is looking for it. Throws it midair. Runs it right past him. Next day shipping. But this is going to be up to Chen. Reset's going to be had. He has it and there's a common. No, he has a blue armor still. But for us right now, as for Asia, he won't have enough time for that recast on the V2 since it's such a long cooldown. All he has to do is deform. Looks at this pocket fight. F2 recast is going to be a match for F2 recast. At least that's what I would hope for Chen. But Chen is going to go ahead. He's going to recast back into the zone. He's going to be looking for an armor reset here. Asia not taking the time for himself to do it. In this case, it is an advantage in Chen's hands. I mean, he's got this down to the bag unless he gets TOD'd off of here. But like we said, green focus. So the optimal option is blue focus. Jump LMBs to jump LMBs to jump LMBs. But the F2 isn't going to be coming out here in time. Yes, it will. Jump LMB comes out the last cast and then he gets tap dodged early. Too early. And that's going to be his catch.
He needed that. He needed that, man. He had to win that fight. Get the loot. Post up for the realm. Gates were already formed in. I mean, that was a big fight there for Chen. Unfortunate enough for him, wasn't able to close that out. But for HM, you see him already posted up. Absorber on the controller. Peeped that earlier. Even though. T225 though. Needs to win out this Roman Yang as well. With only 1 kill for this game alone. Player like first can quickly turn that around. So as well as for Chen, he had momentum. Now we got to see how he bounces back there into the remainder of this game. 6 versus 4 Enor mirror match. Very interesting to see. Not gonna lie. I wish we would have saw the Fs and ults. I mean, obviously the Fs are gonna be the F recast one, but the ults, right? We saw the difference there from Asia.
Yeah, verse 2, right? Asia and verse were only ones on V2 variations so far that we've kind of selectively seen. Though T25 taking his Roman Yang here with blue fist blades, he's going to have himself down to kind of go to the top now. He doesn't have any repair chest, so he can't repair dodge. He could heal dodge. You're going to have to see if he does that. But down to the floor, they're going to go for R&B trade-offs. Scare Rush catches here. Nothing going to be upset, but T25 does get caught out here. Can't even get the recast as he's hoping for. Gets floated on here. Green focus is available. Recast instead. And then, of course, the double jump gets caught out there. That is a blue focus 1, 2, 3 vertical, or horizontal, I should say. Verse takes this very, this is a victory for him, right? This is easy. Now it comes down to another fight. Now we're on ult to ult. Frost actually forced to do this against Spider, right? And this is Frost on V1 as well. And then taking this down for Spider, he is going to be rocking V2. Avoids this out, gets impaled. Could be launched out here for F2 recast. Let's take a look and see if Spider wants to throw it down. But seemingly so. I mean, looking at Spider's position right now, I mean, he takes the advantage here. He takes the cake. The only thing he has to not get caught by is just any sort of massive damage before using getting caught by another neutral hits. Because now that we're going to get a deformation here from Frost, it's all up to the spear throw if he connects it off the range.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait to see how the mix-up goes. Goes for the R&B. Gets a little bit of damage. Doesn't catch off the second. Still has to throw down the marking. See him just being very patient with it. There it is. Goes for the R&B. Catches it into the ground slam. Gets the damage. Not all though. 1 HP in a dream. Frostovich trying to kite out the pressure. Still alive for now. The LNB crawl here for Frostovich. It's gonna be a mix-up R&B, LNBs, crouch LNBs, green focus into play. Man, green focus is really stopping a lot of these full extensions and, you know, eliminations. Right, that right there could have been a full turnaround there for Frostovich. Still very close, but the task is just so much more harder. And now it all makes sense to me now why we're not seeing longsword, whipsword, and martial arts. Just everybody's running green focus.
Yeah, man. Look at this. Boom. Ready. Goodbye. Yeah. See ya. Oh, no armor reset. Yeah, it's not given to you, man. No. Really just knocked down HM just like that. Look at Frost, though. Right here. He's like, oh, let me make that. Can't. Now, I don't know if that armor is full. Looking at this parry, though, Ruo is just on sight this game. He's like, yo, finally, game, I can, you know, pick my favorite character. I'm like, what? That's your favorite character? Look, Ruo puts himself out here to work out the recast. He avoids it. You have to get caught. This is going to be a catch in the central. There it is, floater, and into the green. Oh, see, this is the most optimal play there. He still has it to kind of cast it out, but he throws an R&B wild haymaker throw on the recast. Now that Verse is spawning in here, it's either one of these guys kills to kind of get the soul bloom.
Yeah, it's gonna be close. See both of these players spotting in the back end for this elimination, and Verse needs this very badly to fight himself into that top 4. Doesn't nearly get the last hit confirmation. Ruo now has that ult online. In just a matter of moments, you're gonna start seeing everybody already posted up. Start seeing the remainder lobby potentially even show up, and this is a very, very dangerous spot to all line up for with all the shrooms around. It could quickly be a heartbreak for any of the players who are fighting to be in the top 4. Frostovich, though, eats up so much damage, and Verse with elimination there. That's exactly what he needed. He's still fighting in. Ruo, 1 HP in a dream. Verse looking for the third. Does manage to connect off of this as well. Tries to go for the bloom. Does manage to connect. Still applying pressure. This time around to Spider. In the back end, though, flying nice from Asia. Verse manages to get a quick reset, and it looks like Spider might be getting full focus here. No, the aggression going towards Verse's way. Needs to try to live this out. Has 18 seconds still on that Vermilion's Bird's Might, so he is safe now. He is going to be able to stay up, but Spider does get shut down pretty soon. No, still alive. T25 on the other hand. What does he have? Has that Yang depletion, 45 seconds, so he is going to continue his aggression here onto Spider. This time around Asia, actually.
Yeah, then Asia might be looking at this F2 like, oh no. And F2 recast comes down here. We're getting a lot of damage for the ultimate recast, and that's our TT25. I mean, he's coming down here to the slumps, but WLV connection doesn't connect off of that. So what's going to be coming up next is just going to keep moving. LMB, he's watching out for the blue focus release. Spider goes for the recast. That's good enough for him. And he tries to go for a send-off for the R&B to knock him back, but now it's up to one target to the next, and seeing if TT25 releases this. He doesn't, but he does not get any damage off. Spider's deleting his whole health bar for this. And the shotgun burst comes down. T25 recast, doink, gets no kill, no soul bloom, and without any chance gets out because of the Yang depletion.
I mean, Verse takes that. You see him now in that top 4 with a second left. T25 gets shut down by 10, and that's going to be all for TT25, not being able to make it into that top 4. Verse with 4 kills already off rip. 5 players remain, still getting aggressive. Winning that Yang really turned the tides around there for him, and I'm actually wondering if it was against TT25, because if it was, that's probably one of the biggest Yangs that he had for today, especially against a player like TT25, which was his #1 competitor there for that top 4. Rue now, in the other hand, go ahead and try to live out the pressure, but everybody's here. They're gonna wait for this ult to run on out, and then just all hell lets loose there once that ultimate is out of play there for Ruo. You see him try to cut out the pressure. Verse already kiting, as well as Chen. First one in. He's gonna get punished right there. Gets marked up. Verse now waiting for the perfect opportunity. Now the D-form comes into play. Chen's turn not to form up, and Ruo now has to live out the pressure here of 4 players.
Seeing how this comes down to poison streams, man, are
Oh,
worse for rare.
no.
And I hear it, I see it. I know there's going to be a chance right now for Ruo to kind of not get hit. Yes, he didn't. Yeah, and he's actually almost out of there. Aged out, actually taking all that tick damage, has to take a heal. All the heal in the world, right, to kind of go through. He's only got 3 vitalities left. He gets a nice R&B though on Ruo, who found an armor heal, but he finds a parry and he just dips out. Good dip out. Good man. Good option selection. But here's the problem right now, right? Yeah, Romy Yang is up. We could get some entries in here, and if Ruo is able to get in there, he can get a full reset, and he does.
Wow.
You know, clap my mom, man. He got in there. Now, he does have himself a not Assassin's Legend, Soul Shatter. So if he does find any sort of chance of getting a fan out of this Romy Yang win, it's a double whammy. First fight though is up against Chen, and then as for Chen, and seeing what comes down for the drop down, it's all about this catch, right? I mean, he can go for the 1-2 blue focus R&B on the catch, but in real, we've seen his catch, and his catches are nothing to joke around with.
Let's see it. He has a nice Chen. This is massive. Scare rush clippage there on the top side. Tries to bait out the F. Is forced to throw his down early. As well as the opposition. There goes the TP there for Chen. Ruo not being able to F recast it, but still applying pressure behind the pillar. Trying to top off the purple armor. Just to be in that safety net there in case he gets caught up with flying knives here. For Ruo. Chen, on the other hand, playing with fire, double jumps. He's gonna get punished for that. You see it, not full extending there off of this alone. And now the F's are down for both Enors. The power here for Chen does get the damage off the 1-2-3. The F recast doesn't connect, but now both of these players pretty much same health pool across the board.
You know what's crazy too is that this LME catch, oh my god, this is it. Blue focus work. Yeah. Oh, he's going for the horizontal, for the vertical. Yo, he did the can't kick. He's out of there, man. Get the victory. Take that dub, man. Look, Spider versus Verse on the immediate Enor recast. It looks like it was a response. F2 comes down here, but Verse, almost caught himself down. He gets a little bit chip damage. He works around the pillar. Cannon shot is, oh man, I'm about to say that cannon shot doesn't connect here. It might have been GG for Spider, but there he goes. Gets his gold armor, gets his gold weapon. Mortal Defiance, man. Gold staff, man. Until Eric, and on top of that, Shaolin's staff. I'm not sure if he wants to pick up this Jade. This Infinite's kind of nasty if he gets it off, but I don't think a player in the lobby is going to allow it once they see him doing it. Plus, in this area of the map, we're looking at this area of the map. There's a lot of hills, you know, and there's no flat ground. He's not really going to have a lot of freedom if he goes uphill for it. But listen, real shot. What we got, man? What we get at that Romy Yang? Because honestly, I mean, this guy got an Mortal Defiance purchase. He's, like I said, he gets the option of buying a weapon if he gets a fan. But he still has a Teleric, so he just has to look for that. He got Soul Jade bags as an increase. Verse, on the other hand, at Artisan's Grove, getting hammered down by Chen to see where he can get these shop purchases going. He did get it, gold armor. And the F recasts might be anticipated here. Uppercut, R&B, 1-2. Nah, vertical can't catch in that direction, man. That's going to be a rough outing. R&B connects, holds a blue focus, tap dodge, up Elabise for a little chip there. Tap dodge again, gets an R&B release, and it's going to force out the Verse ultimate from the Enor.
Yeah, now Chen, you see him quickly going for the kite, but gets marked up. It's gonna be forced to pop this ultimate if he's able to live it, and does manage to do so there. But the drag slash is good into the follow-up as well, and Verse snags up his 5th, stamping his top 4 placement now, bumping up to 3rd. This is good. This is good for Verse. You saw him though. He's been having a slow day, and just like that, being able to turn it around off of 1 game alone. 5 eliminations here for this game. Looking at the top 4, it's possible. How many players alive? Maybe possible to knock out Frostivus there for Ruo, but has to get every single elimination here in this game, and pray that the placement points is enough as well. So I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see how he goes. I mean, he's been scaling up pretty nicely throughout this whole game, currently with 3 overall kills. Asia, on the other hand, had a slow game, only with 1, but still 4 players still remain 3 opposed from him. And you see everybody starting to move on in the mini-map, potentially going to be the aggression here on the top rocks here of this terrain. Not having anybody really starting fights until Spider starts to grapple on in. Ruo just going to go ahead and wait this out, to wait for the perfect opportunity for him to start moving on in. All ults are available for this 3-way scrap-off. Spider being the main aggressor, knowing that he needs to get these eliminations as well. I mean, Spider, I don't think he can do it. 8.5, he gets every elimination. Nah, I don't think it's possible there for Spider. It's gonna be very close though.
Yeah, and then look at this at his launch, man. And then taking all the
no.
damage, man. The F2 recast might be coming down here. Asia is like, okay, cool. We take this fight into immediate ult cast, but Spider doesn't get stopped on that grapple. He's in the sky. And we know Asia has ultimate ready to go, right? He can launch his doesn't get the timing. Unfortunately, the spacing, I should say. And then for Spider, all he needs to do is like just keep to the skies. That's all you need to do. LMB just extending his aerial, whoosh, whoosh, but then he walks back. Ooh. He actually baits him. So he actually takes a little bit of time there to stop him in his tracks because A, he knows he's at high enough height. He doesn't have to worry about the Enor chase down. As for Asia, I mean, this man's getting a reset behind the hay bale, and then, or at least the haystack of it, and Varro's taking himself there. Cannon shots are confirming out. He actually gets turned on around, and now both of these Enors are on equal HP terms.
Yeah, let's just see it now. Frosted starts to move on in. Or sorry, who's our fourth? Verse, sorry, Verse. Let's look at that. Frost is 15.5. I mean, the only one that can really talk, it'll be a tie, I believe. If Ruo gets all three plus the 2.5 multiplier, it doesn't even matter. Versus gets elimination. So we already have our top 4 for today. So nobody else is going to be able to make up that margin that they had here for this game. And now the shutdown from Verse, 7 eliminations, just a massive pop-off game here for Verse, being able to jump up to that top 4, now in 2nd place. Verse still applying the pressure here for the lobby, gets the markdown into Ruo, big damage. The follow-up Mortar Defiance procs, now spins it back to Spider. Anybody can get it, got hands for everybody's hands for E for everybody. Verse snags up his 7th, now in a 1v1. I mean, it's just, like, this is what I'm saying, right? One game jumps up to the 1st place, and that's Verse now with 18.
Oh, and the crazy thing is, he's still going ham for it, right? He's like, okay, let's go. F2 comes out to the recast. Spider making sure this comes down. This is the last fight, y'all. This is going to be going down to the Enor 1 matchup here. And Spider still having ultimate means that there's a little bit more time. LMB catches up there. Uphill title, not really the case. He's going to push him back if he can. Looking for the Shadow Step, though. This is going to be Enor 1 ultimate coming down in this Spear Throw of Destiny. Oh, I don't know why that thing sank down to the ground like it was Mjolnir, man. That thing just went straight down into F cast for Thor, bro. I swear. Listen, if this comes into Spider's hands though for the reset, Verse is gonna do the same. Now, Verse Spearwell, I don't think he's gonna take any chances. I don't think he should take any chances. Just like how you shouldn't be investing into the Ram in the market 5 months ago, bro. He can't do that. For Verse right now, his reset ankle, this is tough because now that we have Tome, now we have Buff, I'm noticing that Spider really just isn't gonna be worried here. You know you can get this for free, but this is exactly what I've been waiting for. What is the heal over time for this flag, man? I want to see. I want to see what it turns out to be. You know, besides everything too, because Verse is kind of pushing himself in the corner. This is going to be a little bit dangerous or worse for rare. RMB comes down here, finding the F2 recast, looking at this RMB release, gets a nice hits, nice pistol shots, nice work on Spider trying to look to kind of close the gap, but still having Soulfire Blades for a fade out here if he needs to.
It doesn't heal armor. Just white health. I was looking at that, but it was some decent ticks there. This is like having like a buff on you. See it 1-2 from Spider. Overholds. LMB pry off of this. I don't think he's gonna be able to get the RMB, so goes for the 1-2s. Jump LMBs for the optimal damage. Beautifully done there from Spider, but I mean, it's just too good, too late there for Spider. I mean, even he only needs 1 hit confirmation, but Verse manages to pop that ultimate just in time, potentially going to cancel it out or capture the flag to cleanse it out. Oh, wait, you can't capture in transformation state?
Oh, well, no, we can't see the capture meter, unfortunately, because of cameras, but I think he did. But the thing is, he was kind of hoping to cancel his ultimate so he can get his armor reset, which is kind of rough here because, you know, Spider has like 2 armor resets on the standby, by the way. See, no armor reset. See, if he completed that flag when he was able to do it with his cancellation of the ultimate, he would have gotten it. But Spider's now back in advantage here in this fight, man. Because look, Soulfire Blaze is still available, recast is still available, boink, and then boom, that's it. That's it. Spider comes down here. He takes his MVP. But I don't think he gets out of the position in terms of making it the bottom 4, which means loser's bracket. However, he does get the MVP, still gets himself out here in position, at least to come down to us towards his fight. The Verse actually comes through here, actually has the MVP, my mistake. But considering that everything came down to that Spearwell, into that Yang Spearwell reset, I mean, Spider had all the marks there. It's kind of rough there. Remember how to blow his nose because, you know, he's allergic to winning.
Allergic to winning. I mean, this is what he needed, right? I mean, this was an insane game 6 there for Verse. 8 eliminations, something like that, something crazy on the board. T225 gets knocked down to the losers bracket just off of the performance there from Verse. It was close. I think it was like a 2.5 point difference between both of these players into this game 6, and then, you know, one pop-off game like that can just shoot you up to 1st place that we saw there from Verse. And That's what we've been saying all day. Me and Severus just talk about how close it's been, how the point distribution is not that far off. And I mean, you clearly saw it there. Verse had a very slow day. Once we see our overall standings and how they look throughout this game 1 through 5, you see that he didn't really have anything insane to go for there into that game 6. We just shot him up, got the MVP, got the eliminations where it mattered the most. But yeah, I mean, very interesting to see our game 6 being mirrored by Enor 1 for this game. And it was all this man's fault right there. That guy on your screen was A Zhao, the one that posted up with Enor there. They have, I think, a 4-point game to be able to make it into that game 6 mirror match. And, you know, that's all it takes. And yeah, I'm not mad about it. I think we should definitely see that in the final to really throw people off, to see who really has the most random picks like that. You know, a lot of these players really just focus on, you know, obviously they're focusing on all eight picks, but you know, a lot of their attention goes to, you know, those top 4 characters that they really want to have good games on. Lee, Akos, even Zenda now I would say is up there. Lonnie's always been a staple. Yodo, but yeah.
Good question. What's females total points by now, y'all? What do you guys in the chat think? Is it A15, B16, C17, or D18? Yeah, I've been keeping track of that, right? I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, you know, I love to see Enor if he was in like a Dire Straits matchup, like finals, because that means that everyone has to get like, I don't know, play a lot more safety. I mean, we didn't even get it, like, we only got 2 players, but in the last, you know, for like 5 minutes basically, right? So yeah. What kind of comes down to next is just seeing, okay, well, let's say we pay a little bit more patient. What happens next? But for us right now, you're going to see WBG's Verse taking this victory, 8 points on the board. Spider, even with 5 eliminations, couldn't match the kill score, man. 7 kills for Verse. All right, 5 eliminations, 7.5 due to 2.5 for the placement points, 2nd place overall, and Real getting 3.5 in 3rd, Chen with 3 in 4th, 1.5 for Asia, 1 for TT25, and then 0 for Frost and Huimao. And then, you know, that question about Huimao, I was like, hey, what's his points overall? Couldn't tell you. But I know that he matches. I know that he matches up to the standings. I know he's top 4 at least. Yeah. Whether or not Spider comes down, you know, here we go, standings check. Look at the bottom 4. Spider is still in the bottom 4, man. It's 11.5. You know, 6th place overall. TT5 actually getting knocked down right to 12.5. So he's in losers bracket with DRG's Ruo and GG's Chen. But Frostfist made it, cut and try. 15.5 there. FPX's Aisha with 16, 17 for Huimao. That's your answer, and then 18 for Verse overall. Now coming down to this, these guys are good. They don't have to play for, you know, for the bottom bracket. When it comes to next week, they're only going to be playing it in the top bracket for winners. Seeing how Verse is able to come down here on his Enor 1 game. Now listen, I mean, this is Ajao's, this is the reason it happened, but he only did 1.5. He and Verse, I think, were the only ones in that V2 variation, right? So we saw how much work it did for Verse, right? Where he was able to kind of find those capture rates, and then he was able to kind of lock down some players across the way. So we're gonna look at some highlight reels on top of that, right? Chen, for instance, getting the first elimination there from Huimao, but then Frost was getting caught into his corner. Oh my god, the 1, 2, 3, bro. In the corner, bro? My man said, nah. This was a kill that I thought was going to be given to double kill, to be honest, for Asia, but, you know, or at least for Chen, but then Asia comes down, takes Chen out. And then for this next fight, I mean, for Verse, I'm in a TOD demon. I'm going to say I'm in to win it. And he tries to do it going through here later on, but I think that was more to Ruo, right? Like, look at his catches, man. My man is working it out. And nice 2-on-1 swap getting that elimination.
Beautiful. But this was a turning point here for Verse. He's able to snag up this kill onto Frost. Gets another one, I believe. Comes back in after his reset. TT25 here falls with only 1, which he definitely needed there. And then, you know, just starts cleaning up. He loses the Yang against Spider, but he ends up picking up this elimination against Chen. This was disgusting. Gets the drag slash right after the marking to confirm the elimination there onto Chen. Inside the zone, which is enough damage there to pick up that kill. Cleanses out, goes into the remainder of game 6. Does lose against Spider. What's crazy was that if Spider would have gotten 1 more elimination from games 2 through 5, he would have been in that same 15.5 game score from what Frostivus had. So I mean, that's you know, what else you got to know just to see how close it is between all these players into this bracket, right? It's just, you can never count anybody out, as you can see it here for Verse as well. 18,000 damage, 7 eliminations on the board here, picking up his first place. And I mean, the most he had throughout the whole day was a 3.5 for 1 game. Everything else was 1 through 3.5. And in this game right here, just signs him up, puts him on the board, sits him comfortably there in that first place spot. now can just worry on throughout the remainder of stage 2 to continue winning like this, to make it into that finals at the end of stage 2. Still fighting to stay in this. I mean, yeah.
Working it out, man. Yeah, this is the first day we have so far. New patch comes through here in the system. So far, no silence, right? I mean, that's not gonna be a surprise, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna see where the players are going through. They're going for stamina, and for the majority of today. The other thing too is just disengagement. I think is all the way through initial starting rage, disengagement. And you know, rage damage taken, initial starting rate, disengagement. They don't care. I mean, the rage side, forgotten, lost, compared, right? But for us, certain instances, the power of the longsword, whipsword, connections onto the wall. I mean, once you hit the wall, you start doing the correct carousel. Man, no one's getting out. You know, the only way you're gonna get out is if you take a cheap route, and that cheap route goes into the long way. So if anything ever happens to you again, like you see from Frostbus, you see from Chen, you see from Verse, getting themselves out of sticky situations, those things that kind of comes down to that new meta. For the case right now, yeah. I think another thing too is that when we come down to the stamina changes, the fact that they removed the entire branch where it was like negative 5% cost for like dagger dashes, fist blade dashes, all that stuff, and then you said negative 5% stamina consumption for everything. That's another flag too that you can just start comparing what your choices are because of the parry mechanic of just being able to tap dodge parry or just getting a heal, right? Sustaining yourself in the fight for a lot longer.
To me, I think that like green focus, I think everybody running it now, I think that's a very, very big change, honestly. That's one of the one things I would take away from today, which is seeing how everybody's running green focus. It really changes up a lot of your punishments, right? Being able to go for, you know, that extra 1-2 that gives you, you know, possibly even a kill confirmation, opposed to, you know, you having to cut it short and just going for that focus attack and, you know, going back into neutral. It just, you know, it has a lot of more aspects into it that, you know, on top of that, you can get third party at just that amount of time. And, you know, both of you guys are pretty much at the same HP or whatever the case can be, and that can just completely shut you down. But yeah, I think the green focus for me is probably the one thing that I see is going to be a big turning change for the remainder of stage 2. But we are going to be going to a quick interview with one of our players from today.
我是小龙。
欢迎两位来到我们的赛后采访 ，Welcome to the post game interview。好，先来问一下回眸，今天的整个状态真的是一个大爆发，想先来问一下，今天怎么调整到一个这么好的状态 ？So I would like to know, so you're like excellent today, and how you just adjust to now？
其实我觉得也没有做过多的调整吧，就是平时多训练就不会有这样，就会状态就会很好。
To be honest, I think not like adjust too much. I think just practice more in the training time, and after that keep a good status. That's why I can have really excellent score today in the matches. Okay, also we would like to ask Frozivas. So you guys are also really excellent today, and I would like to know, so for this new season, how you comment on yourself? 那这边也要来问一下龙哥啊，这个赛季特别想知道到目前为止怎么样评价一下自己的表现。
This season I had a bit of a rough start, and so I spent my time practicing my 1v1 skill with other players, and so I think that's why today I did pretty okay and I qualified to the winners bracket.
说实话呢，我觉得这个赛季的开始对我来说是不太理想的。那么在发现了问题之后呢，我也是抓紧的最近去多多练习，和其他的选手们一起去练习了1v1的刀房。特别是我发现这一块我有些薄弱之后，我是加紧了去练习。之后呢，我今天才会有了一个我觉得还不错的表现。OK， 那我们这边也来问一下回眸啊，回眸也讲到，其实没有调整的太多，但我们可以看到今天的第5把，其实整个状态真的非常的好。落地的时候并没有拿到一个很好的状态和成绩，落地架输了之后，自己怎么快速的调整了自己的心态，然后最后可以拿下这把的 MVP 呢？
还是一样的吧，就是只要你训练训多了，就是跟别人打呀，不管是还有就是。去看比赛，然后去了解别人的运营啊啥的，去学习，然后就会打得很好，就这样。
但是回眸我们都知道，以往来说都说你是帝王引擎，对不对？哎，今天我觉得是有一个很特别的点，你的这个帝王引擎好像在慢慢下降，但是状态在慢慢上升。这个当中自己是怎么去调整这个心率和心态的呢？
变厉害了，打得过了就不会紧张了。
但是我们也知道，其实上一个赛段非常的可惜，回眸是没有晋级到我们最后一个决赛。其实2位都是特别想知道，那么从上个赛段来说，整个决赛看下来，自己学习到了哪些经验呢？
我觉得就是运营方面，还有就是技能理解方面吧，就是学了很多。
好，我们同样也来问一下龙哥这个问题啊。上个赛段也是非常的遗憾，但是我相信在上个赛段的决赛之后也是调整了很多。So Fro, I would like to know because you didn't like qualify for the last stage grand final, but after that you guys like today really great job. And I would like to know how you just adjust and maybe figure out your arrow in the matches and then adjust in today's matches.
Of course, when I didn't qualify for the stage 1 final, I spent my time studying other players when they're playing. Even though Spider won the game very fast, within 4 games, there's not much data, but I still try my best to study the strategy and practice my fighting skills.
那由于呢我们的上一个赛段决赛当中我自己并没有参与到，那我也有了机会可以去学习一下其他选手在比赛当中的一个运营和操作。虽然说 Spider 在上个赛段的决赛是非常快速的终结比赛，但是我觉得在这个当中我还是学到了非常多的我们这个选手的一个打法攻略跟想法，所以也进步了非常多，向他们学习到了很多。Okay, we also would like to say congratulations. 这边我们要恭喜一下2位，其实也是晋级到了我们这个胜者组。那我这边也要问一下龙哥，接下来在这一次的胜者组当中，自己最想碰到的对手是谁 ？So for Zivas, I would like to know because congratulations, you're just in the winner bracket, and who you really wanna meet in the next step.
I wouldn't say that there's someone exactly that I want to meet because I feel like everybody's fighting skill is very good, and so it's actually kind of scary that everyone can fight and can't really tell who's going to win. So I would say maybe no one.
我这边我觉得应该不能说有特定的某个人吧，因为我觉得现在 Nbpl 的兄弟们真的都太厉害了，每个人都有自己的长处，每个人都有自己的闪光点，每一个人我都是非常尊重的对手，所以我没有办法特定的说是哪一个我特别想遇到，我觉得每个人都非常强。同样我们也想问一下回眸，进入到了胜者组之后，自己特别想遇到的对手会是谁呢？以及有什么话要送给他们？
想遇到燃吧，因为我觉得他的刀非常硬，就是碰到他，我可以从中可以学到东西，对。然后也希望燃可以能进到这个胜者组吧。
好的，那我们就一起期待一下来接下来的表现了。再次恭喜2位，也再次感谢来到我们的赛后采访。Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters. 那接下来时间让我们把画面交给解说席。
There you have it. Quick interview there with both of our players, HM and Frost. Yeah, battle just begun, right? Day 1 of Group A. Start of Stage 2. Still a lot to be learned. Still a lot of things that these players got to get accustomed to. But, you know, we've had some little surprises from today. You know, Enor being our mirror match was something, you know, I did not expect coming into today's match, seeing that play it out. We also had, you know, pretty much every single game had a different first round selection pick for all across the board for all 5 games from the BR mode. So, or 4 games, sorry, from the BR mode, or 5. I can't even do math. But overall, yes, very interesting day. I still think it's not at its peak though, me personally. But overall, I think it's still something these players got to get used to. Yeah, what about you, Severio? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they still have room to cultivate. So we were also kind of working around seeing what they would feel, you know, like around the matches and how that came down from stage 1. New patch, new system, right? The Mortal War changes, Spirit World changes the flow of how the endgame circle kind of rocks it around. So for anyone that kind of wants to delay it, we've only had 1 endgame circle so far in stage 1, at least to kind of see where everyone survived, you know, for 3 different players. So that timing alone is a difference, right? It's a difference maker. So some players can, you know, because we would see a lot of time frame to be available, but in that final circle, bro, everyone survived. Not even losing it to tick damage from the zone tick if it finds you. So that type of anti-instigation is kind of, you know, it's a cost for wear. You don't get any placement points for that. You get 0.5 at least for 3 players, 1 placement point for 2nd place if only 2 players are left alive. Still, having this to be set top 4 versus RW's HM, FPX's Asia, Frost, they are all making it to winners bracket. Congratulations. Bottom 4 for T225, Spider, Ruo, and Chen are our first losers bracket grounding. So we're gonna have to see what happens on Saturday. What's get determined, who is gonna be determined to be selected on to lose or win, you know, to make it through to contest. And that will be played out on the 16th, right? For us to kind of look into this schedule, this is gonna be a lot easier for you guys to look into. What we're gonna have here is with the dates. These are the dates that solos players are contesting each other for. And then when we get to the 25th, that's gonna be stage 2 finals, 25th of April, right? That's gonna be the point in time where the players are, you know, you don't make it through here for ranking points like Spider did in week 1. You know, you won't make it through for the ranking points. You have to go through last chance qualifiers. So with trios coming up tomorrow, we're gonna start off the same exact order of the matches in the map. So game 1 versus Determination with 8 points on the line for first place. And then game 2 starting off with Midoriya Midnight into Mortal Night. Game 4 with Hollow Sorry Night, Midoriya Ventide. And then Mortal Midday daytime mirror comp match. Enor, Zipping, Hottie, the trifecta, it's coming back, right? Looking at Kylan being swapped out. Will Kylan make his return? I doubt it, because V2 Kylan, even though the 1.0 slashes come down a little bit higher in the multiplier aspect, Enor 1 and that comp selection is just too good, man. I mean, I can look into the scrims, I can look into it and see what the values are, but I would just assume, just by calculations alone, that Enor 1 isn't going to be leaving that spot. What's going to be the real kind of caveat is seeing how Shunhwan comes down. In terms of damage dealt, but his V1 vulnerability, his snipe, just too good. And I don't think Akos is going to be leaving V2. V1 Akos and Trios gets a 10% attack boost the entire duration. Is that enough for him to lose a entire field of locking the whole team down? Not even locking out the team down, one person, right, to completely devastate their HP bar and make it a 3v2? I doubt it. That as well.
Yeah, I think it's just too good, just to the fact that, you know, you paired it with the Viper. Yeah, I didn't really see like some crazy plays from it from when I was casting Trios, but you know, the team still got to get used to it. But overall, that is going to be enough for us today. 6 games out of the way here for our first day of stage 2. My name is Creatives, and I was here with Severio. A pleasure as always. I hope everybody has a great night, day, wherever you guys are at. Take care, everybody.